Excellent condition, apparently. Excellent condition. All right. Looks like that's working too. Everything's working. We're ready to go. Welcome, Fast Char. So yeah, a little bit of a change. I don't know how to say this. Got another new idea. What's new, right? Something called Smart Tabs. And I mean, I logged about this yesterday, so let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can just set this up. A little bit of stuff there that's not relevant. Working live streams, yay. Don't read that. Okay. So yesterday, just had a major breakthrough. It was a combination of many other ideas for over the last few years. Conversational UI responders, which I'll explain. Command tab to contextual tab completion. The KN actions that I've been doing this week in Perl and just prototyping. Old school common gateway interface, which is, that's really old school, frankly. And just good old net HTTP and Go and how it works. In short, I've been creating something I've been calling MimTab. I don't know if I'm going to keep calling that. I put the TM there kind of as a joke. The concept is simple. Treat the entire command line as if it's a query to be handled by one or more registered handlers keyed to specific regular expressions or PEGN expressions. Every time somebody taps tab, essentially turns every command line into a localized intelligent search fulfilled by a single command line application, which can optionally support other commands as extensions. Now, we're not talking about just a subcommand here. We're talking about the thing I alluded to a couple days ago, where you can use the command line as you wish in a very natural way. So, like if you prefer the subject first, kind of an object-oriented way. If you did like the verb first, either one will work. I'm just experimenting with this, so I want to play with this for a bit. And the approach obliterates ancient, dead, broken idea of command line with the options and hashes and specific. I mean, that's dead. Let's just agree that we can't keep perpetuating this old idea of command line because it's not human friendly. The whole point of the terminal is to create efficient human-computer interfaces. And if you continue to put shitty, hard to understand and remember options in there, it's never going to sustain that kind of growth. So we have to do something new here. Ushers in further era of conversational user interfaces that anyone can master, not just terminal masters. The obvious next step to all this is creating something called a mim shell or a shell. I probably will call it mim shell or smart shell. I don't know what we'll call it. The word IntelliTab, that's been overplayed. Mim is not only for minimum, but Mimir, and that gives me something to do with Mim, which is kind of gotten table since we moved to the keg thing. So, a variation of a REPL, which is composed entirely of handlers and adds the concept of temporary cache between command lines, allowing a scripting 100% scripting nature. So now we're talking about what we're ultimately ending up with here is an interface, a command line terminal interface that is a conversation with one or more applications that take the form of it's very much like Alexa or something like that. In fact, if you look at Alexa actions, a lot of this is inspired by that. The conversational user interface in general is inspired by Alexa or Siri because they are designed to take what you say and make sense out of what you say and translate that into an action. How's it going? So that is really the future of human-computer interaction. Whether or not you're typing out your interaction or you're speaking it, that is the future of computer-human interaction. It is the next evolution, and moving your mouse around the screen is gone. I mean, we do it, the swipe and the move and the graphic kind of thing that way. That's still going to be there. Anytime you have to have, like physical interaction with the thing in order to dismiss tabs or whatever. But when it comes to exchanging data with computers, the fastest interface we have right now is our eyes, ears, and mouth. It's not our hands. Our hands are slow. In fact, Elon Musk, love him or hate him, in an interview where he introduces the idea of the neural net, he says, like tapping things out with your thumb is just like a ridiculously slow interface. It's like our eyes are very high bandwidth when it comes to taking in data, but when it comes to putting out data, we're very much like a really bad internet connection that gets, it gets like fiber speeds downloads, and they can only upload 10 megabytes a second or something. Imagine a slower type of interaction to be solely used for things like reading or minimal interfaces with fewer buttons, right? So this is something I've been playing around with for a long time. In fact, 3 years ago, I still have it somewhere, my code somewhere, which I have to clean up. I have a bunch of code known as, it was Skizix. It was my conversational user interface. It was back when it was right before I got rid of my smartphone. And I wrote all kinds of, did you know you got full text support, like text to voice support in most web browsers by default, and people don't use it. Even state-of-the-art implants now in 5 years would be like having 8086. Yeah, I wouldn't get that. How's it going, London? So we need to start thinking about this interface and this all comes down right now to two events that humans do when they're interacting with the terminal through the keyboard. They hit enter or they hit tab. And I mean, all the other things, all the other quick keys and fast things that everybody sets up in Linux and are really fond of, those are all fantastic for, hyper optimized interaction with the terminal. VI comes to mind, but they are not mainstream. What is mainstream, if we're ever going to get the terminal accessible and all the power of the terminal accessible to, the common mainstream user, and have them not say, when they say, "Oh, the terminal's always scared me." I was on a stream last night. What was I watching? I should probably plug them. They were really nice. I'll remember it later, but they were doing some training and teaching JavaScript. Both of them are so cute. And young people. Young people. When I say cute, it's because they could be in their 20s and they're very capable, but my God, to me, hello, Rob and guest. When I watched it, I was like, I'm getting old, Doris. I was talking to my wife. I think I'm getting really, really old. These people look like they came right out of high school. And they're so, look, there's no way you can talk like this at this age and not sound like that guy, right? I apologize for this. I really do. I apologize for it. I know how it must sound. I can imagine how it must sound, but to me, it's just hilarious because it's literally like, actually, my friend who got the $100,000 a year junior engineer job, after like a couple of years with me mentoring him, he very famously, the very first, for us anyway, the first month I was with him, that's a little story. I don't know if I should say this. Anyway, he had discovered Linux. He was really going to town with it. He was doing great things. And I can't remember what it was. But it was like, he did one of those things that everybody does when you start out. And I honestly can't remember what it was. And that's why I paused. I was trying to remember. And that's another thing that happens when you get old. Conference organized tomorrow, so can't guarantee I'll be there for PEGN. Okay, that's fine. Wow, which conference? That's fine. I'll work on other stuff. Oh, you did? It usually will be blocked. No, that wasn't it. Nobody does that. That's like one of the oldest, dumbest jokes out there. Anytime I put something like, yeah, you know that doesn't even work anymore. No, it wasn't the streamer. This was the person that I was mentoring, and he was. Anyway, that story is more about how much I don't even realize what I'm saying. FOSDEM? Ooh, I might have to go to that. I mean, I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna have to revise my opinions about conferences. FOSDEM. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I might have to chime in. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I might be able to get into. Yeah, it hasn't worked for ages. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I said something to him, and you got to understand, this guy was a college graduate. He had a degree, an advanced degree, and it's, but they wanted to learn tech, couldn't get a job with that degree. Sound familiar? And then he was doing stuff. So I said something to him, and I went, and I couldn't. My reaction was just natural. I could not hold it back. I just went, "Oh, that's so cute," and I was like, "Oh shit!" And he turned to me, and he was kind of angry. He said, he kind of with a smile on his face, he goes, "I think that's the most condescending thing anyone's ever said to me." Because I was serious. And the problem is it seriously, to me, it was like, it was like what I just, there's no way for me to not sound condescending, but he looked like a toddler, who was taking his first steps and was, he's learning to walk, and it was just so cute. It was so cute. It's like, oh, he's discovering Linux. Look at that. And look at our, my son is growing up. I mean, that's honestly what it felt like. And I get that a lot because I watch these people grow, and this was an adult in his 20s, and he forgave me a lot, but man, it must have been really hard to be with me because I was like, you can see my reaction. Sometimes I'm like, okay. I'm just like, oh, just no. Sometimes I get frustrated, but if I'm, even my best, I'm usually like, oh, that's so cute. You use the arrow keys in VI. Oh, it's like, and it was actually kind of cute because it was like he had just learned how to do it, and and he was super excited about it, and he hadn't really seen what he was doing differently. And I was like, oh, I remember. It's kind of like, I remember when I was going to, and I felt like such an asshole, and I didn't mean to. I honestly didn't mean to. So I've just prefaced this because a lot of times I'm saying stuff that's obviously going to sound that way. And I'm sorry. I can't escape that. It's going to happen. So, but I think that's a natural part of, I absolutely know that people did this with me. When the people who trained me in Linux introduced me to Solaris. So like, for example, I can imagine the guys when I said, man, I wish that there was a command line that I could use at home instead of Sun Solaris so I don't have to buy that. I absolutely know that when Joey turned to me, Joey was super nice, one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. And so he turned to me, and he goes, he looked at me kind of like with a surprised look on his face. He goes, you could always use Linux. And I was like, and I remember Skizix and what's his face, there's another guy in the room, and they just kind of over their shoulder, and I was like super embarrassed because I didn't even know what it was. I was like, what's Linux? Seriously, I was like, what's Linux? And he goes, well, it's a thing, and he was very patient with me, even though he knew I never know about it, right? But he didn't go, oh, it's cute. He doesn't even know what Linux is. Oh, you are going to have so much fun. In fact, yesterday, there was another stream. It was a different stream. Chris from New Relic. What an amazing human being. Like, unfailingly positive. He's a developer advocate for all he does is stream all day. He's a developer advocate for New Relic. And which is ironic because you've seen me talk on the stream about New Relic, how I want to go there at some point. I would love to work there. They got a product I like and everything. Anyway, and he was literally learning LS for Linux for the first time. And by the way, I'm going to recommend his stream too. It's Chris. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure you'll watch. You know what? I can watch him on my stream. So that's what I'll do. I'll actually go watch him someday while I'm still streaming, because I can do that because I'm not affiliate. So, but it was just so fun, and everybody in there was like, "Oh, it's like so." The first time, seriously, like the first time he did an ls command and it worked, or he catted a file and everything, and he was actually kind of excited inside, and I was like, it was nostalgic. It was like a flood of all the memories of the first time you experienced the command line. I mean, seriously, do you guys remember the first time you actually made something happen on the command line? You forget it because you do it every day all the time, but it was watching him was like, oh. That I remember that feeling. I felt like I was on top of the world. It was just the beginning. It was just the very beginning, but it was just like I was on top of the world. And I want to make that experience easier for everyone. And I always have. And that's why I absolutely hate get opt flags, with dashes and stuff, because that's the things that terrify people. All those fucking dashes and slashes and blah 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 blah. That stuff is what scares people from the terminal. It makes it powerful. But you know what? It never had to be like that. The reason it's like that is because old school computers, we're still thinking in old ways, they had to deal with limitations and size on the screen and stuff. They had to deal with like memory constraints. They had to come up with really weird ways. You know what we have now? We have very powerful grammar parsers. We have more powerful computers. And we're talking about the command line here. So even, some really intense analysis of the whole entire command line to create the context of what you want to do. It's like nothing in CPU power. So that's the kind of thing you would never wastefully do in the old days. So it's time for a new interface. And I've been exploring lots of different ways to do this interface. And the first real serious experiment. Oh yeah, right, exactly, VMT. I'm reading this comment here. Rob says had the same reaction towards the misses. Oh, she found the lockpick set, fumbled around until she could lock. That'd probably be me. The locks on her server rack and tried her hand at an enter store. Oh, Rob, you got to teach me to do that. I've said this on the stream. I have a freaking awesome lockpick set. And it's like on my to-do list to be able to actually do it. And then you could go with me. You know what? I should get a lock. And do that on stream so everybody who knows how to do this can go, oh, look at Mr. Rob. Look at cute Mr. Rob trying to figure out how to do his lockpicks. So you guys, it's like, two-way instead of me just looking down. I'm not looking down, by the way. It's just, it's cute. It's like, it was faced with disappointment time and time again. Not many people around with the interest in CLI or even Linux. Yeah, it's true. And that's fine. I think people are naturally graphic creatures. It just depends. Get some of those cheap padlocks. Best way to start. I can't wait. I cannot wait. You stick around, okay? Rob does software. Really, you must stick around because I have so much that I want to do that's fun. It's all fun, but I mean, why do you think I don't want to teach web development on stream anymore? And particularly this other stream that I watched last night, they were also teaching web development. To a very beginner level, and they spent all their time and energy just teaching JavaScript. So I'm like, you know what? They got this covered. I don't need to waste my time here. So I will finish the book. I promised everybody I would. But yeah, anyway. So there's this interface that I've been wanting to play around with, and even more than that, an entire shell. I very much want to make a shell. You just shimmy the pick inside and they open. Yeah. Wow. Oh yeah. Like lock desks. We had to do that with our tool chest once. Thank God it worked. It really worked. We were terrified. So this is all part of, I mean, I love the command line, but what I even bash, and this is, and I'm going to walk back my meanness about fish and Z shell completion on my Z shell and stuff like that. I'm going to walk it back. I still think Z shell is very much inferior to bash. Z shell is kind of in between. It's not POSIX compliant, so you can't use it everywhere. It's also not as powerful as bash, so it's like, why would you use it? It's the default. That's really the only reason. Or it's GPL, non-GPL. So, but I'm walking back my criticism of shells that make it easy to interact with, and I'm going to try really hard to not talk down about those things, because the reason that people are coming to those things is because they want an easier shell to use. Every time they hit tab and they want CD to just work, it's because they want an intelligent shell. They want to interact with a bot. They want to interact with a pseudo AI that kind of can read their mind. They want to speak to their computer the way they do. Just happens to be they're typing it out. And so all of those shells, all of those things are coming about because humanity is moving more and more to the terminal, and not as much as I would like, but as somebody's mentioned, but they're also coming to bringing their expectations to the terminal. I want to interact with this just like Slack is one of the greatest examples of this. So Slack, you could argue, I mean, with all the bots and Discord and Slack and IRC and stuff like that, all these bots, what they've actually done is they have introduced sort of mainstream people to the command line. I mean, how many times has somebody made a Slack thing, like Salesforce has got a whole suite for stuff that goes with Slack. In fact, I think they bought Slack, right? So you actually interact. You ask, what's my numbers here, blah, blah, blah. And they're writing natural language queries into the chat box, and our mobiles. We got everybody on the command line. They don't even know it. And when you type in a little message to something and you want it to do something, anytime somebody puts an exclamation point in front of a message in Discord or Twitch, they are using a command line. I mean, it's a rudimentary command line, and it's very contextual, and it has one command, and that command has to be with a thing. But so I think what we're going to start to see, and you're already starting to see this with some of these intelligent bots, you can speak naturally to the command line of the message interface in Slack or Discord bots. It depends on how intelligent the bot is, and it will analyze what you said and give you back what you think you want. And if not, it'll say, "Did you mean this?" And you say, "Yes, but no, I meant this other thing." And then you do your query into that. That's why I think a shell, a smart shell, a human-friendly smart shell is eventually going to be the answer for Linux. And I would love to make it. And if I make it, I'll call it Mimir or Mimshell, and that will be, the Norse god of information. And that will have, if we do make that shell, by the way, it will have built into it everything from the KN tool for the knowledge management that I've been working on so far. And it'll also have built-in caching. So like, it's not just everything gets thrown away between command lines. And if you didn't put something in /temp, sucks to be you. We need to make a shell that we interact with that has cache and memory and sort of a pseudo intelligence and history and all this stuff, so that the stuff that writing a shell, yeah, I bet there's a few. I mean, it's a thing, it's just in C++. Yeah, I won't do that. I think look, it needs to be a fluid language. It needs to be. This is one of those things where writing it in Go makes sense, and then maybe eventually re-implementing it in C or C++ or Rust for performance. The problem is it doesn't need to be highly performant. This is not a performance shell scripting language. The more important thing here is that it be the highest possible terminal human interface, the highest level. So, you have computer languages, and they're all at different levels, closer to the iron, with assembly being the absolute closest. And you go all the way up here, you have scripting languages and all that. But at the highest level, you have natural language processors, and I don't think we need to, so this is another thing. We don't need to incur machine learning natural language algorithms for this kind of stuff. I don't believe regular expressions and grammars are being leveraged enough. So, and I'm so glad that we're wrapping up PEGN. We got more to do on it, but the PEGN regular expression, the PEGN grammars are going to allow me to create pseudo syntaxes that are mapped to a specific action as easily as possible. So we could actually write either in regex or in PEGN, and we can have, if something matches, this is the essence of this, if that matches, it'll then generate an array of data that came out of the things that have labels or AST or whatever, and then that gets handed off to the handler. So it's basically, the world's most human command parsing. And what we do is we allow microscopic little, grammars. A regular expression is a miniature grammar. It is. And with PEGN, we can even make that more clear for us to maintain and write. So if you have like these microgrammars which match specific actions from a specific command every time someone pushes tab. Someone pushes tab, or they push enter, either one, and those are the two events. The two major terminal initiated events are I entered an entire line or I hit tab. Interesting. Yeah. SQL-like queries on the command line. Yeah, there's a lot of there's so many of these things that are emerging. TJ wrote his own domain grammar. That's where I found out about PEG for querying logs. SQL itself was designed to be something like this, but no one has taken it to the next level. And the really great thing about this is that it's 100% internationalization. It supports the idea. I mean, you could, with this kind of interface. So the biggest problem we have when we're writing internationalized software, I had this at IBM a lot, is that you can't use English strings. You can't just say everyone needs to lose English. We need to stop doing that. We have Unicode now. We have support for everyone's language. We need to start moving our interfaces to the people, and that means speaking their language. And you guys, God knows, I love that, right? I've learned several, Russian and French and everything. I believe really strongly in learning languages in order to connect with people at their level instead of forcing them to speak English, and so often looking down on them because their English is not good, so they sound like they're a toddler. So you treat them like a toddler. A very common thing. It's amazing when you learn a language. One of the first things you'll notice as soon as you start to be able to understand what they're saying is something that you felt like kind of sounded kind of cute when they were trying to speak English. All of a sudden you understand them in their natural language and you're like, oh my God, the way they form their sentences and everything, like this person is brilliant. Because you can understand them in their language. Anytime somebody forces somebody else to speak, why do you think Americans think they're the God's gift to the world? Because everybody else is trying to speak English, and when they run into them and they speak kind of like, do you understand what I am saying? Fucking Americans. They obviously, the guy's like a PhD in neurochemistry from Moscow or whatever, and you talk down to them because you think that they're dumb because they can't speak your language. It's really annoying, actually. And the French do that too, by the way. The French really look down on people that have an accent or sound foreign. So what we need, the point of that is we need to bring our interfaces closer to people where they are instead of forcing people to come to the interface. That means you've got to learn the terminal. You just got to learn it. I'm sorry. You got to learn what a man page is so you can understand how to use this thing. You got to learn. This other thing is if you do this right, there is no documentation. There's no documentation because if you get stuck on something, they'll say, do you want to do this or that? It's like nobody reads documentation anyway. Do you read documentation before you go in and talk to the person at Best Buy about your computer support problem? I'm sorry, I can't talk to you unless you interact in this way and use these words. Why do you think people hate phone trees so much? Why do you think there is so much effort to make human phone trees? And even then they're still annoying. They're going to get better. I mean, if science fiction is in any way correct and predictive, prophetic, we're going to get that. Mm-hmm. Always try to speak language. Ran into a lovely couple in Venice, not Cali, that replied to my bad Italian and pitch perfect American English. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's really sad. Added ML to the CLI to make it smarter is neat. Haven't thought of that. What do you think would be needed in the future? Auto-translating language is interesting. Yeah, all of that. So one of the things is, so I think we can get into the details here about some of the details I've explored. And I'd love to hear what you have to say. And it's really great that I have a live stream now that I can bounce these ideas off. Before I've been bouncing the ideas off my mentor community. We've been working on some of them and some people are interested, some people aren't. But this all came about. The last time I really worked on this stuff heavily was when I worked on something. It was a summer camp and a bunch of stuff. Again, I got really obsessed with conversational UIs. I was using Google Speak for everything. In fact, that was what led to me dropping smartphones. I was using Google Speech for everything. I was like, wake me up in 10 minutes. I was like, how do I reduce inflammation? Just everything. That was that specific comment actually that I heard repeated back to me in my own voice while listening to background sound on Google's archive of queries that freaked me out so bad that I permanently got rid of any Google tech, because the thing was literally storing anything I said, even if it thought I was talking to it. The thing people don't realize about conversational interfaces, they don't work unless they're on all the time. They don't realize this. It literally has to listen all the time or it can't respond. It has to have ears, which means it has to be on. That means you have to trust the people who are making it to not record anything, or for it to, even in a trusted scenario, for it to not accidentally think. I mean, Rudy Giuliani is perfect evidence of this, right? He's constantly butt dialing or doing something. So I cannot tell you, I was going through the list of stuff. I was listening to my sounds, and that it had recorded. I found this privacy stuff on accident on Google, just looking at my settings. And I was listening to myself. It freaked me out so bad. I got rid of my phones right then, that week. I got rid of them, and I moved on to ProtonMail. I said, this is insane. That was the turning point for me. And then I started live streaming, like 2 years later. Couple in Cuba, they replied to my American English in perfect Scarface Spanglish. Nice. Not as good as a software engineer to build that from scratch, but if there's a framework, yeah. I want to go to Linux phone. A lot of people do. Probably takes some time. So the point I mentioned that is that was when I realized that I was really into conversational interfaces and translating them. But you have to use Google for that, by the way. The scary thing about conversational UIs, and this is what I think is unnecessary, and this is what I want to address directly. There's this idea that you have to have Google computing power to properly translate your sound waves into words. And as of this moment, I happen to know because I researched it quite a bit 2 years ago. So that's not this moment, that's 2 years ago, but whatever. There is not sufficiently advanced technology to process voice to text without interacting with the supercomputer. This is what makes Google so good at it. It's got billions, if not trillions, of samples of sound of people speaking that it has trained, and it's created the absolute perfect AI for interpreting sound and images, frankly, to whatever else they want to translate. So that's the essence of machine learning. So every time you talk to your Google phone, and I used to think this was a good thing, anytime you enter any text in that thing and you speak to it, every single time it phones home. Every time it phones home to see what you said, and it does. It takes basically edge computing at a sort of mobile level. It takes whatever you said, leverages its entire infrastructure, sends that sound pattern to, and you can tell because there's some lag, right? It sends it to Google. Google says, "Oh, you want this," and it comes back, and it's very accurate. It's if you've been around long enough, like I have, how accurate it is. And that's all wonderful and everything, but it requires a supercomputer to do it. There are technologies that will do voice to text in Linux and stuff like that, but almost all of them you have to train. You have to sit there with it, and you have to train it for a while and have it get used to you and everything. I look forward to a day when and if, I don't think Google ever will do this, but Google releases, the model. IRC, hey, straight skidness. So that is a thing. Working with ML for retail, the sheer amount of metadata you get out of just the point of sale camera feeds. Yeah, it's creepy. So I completely agree. But so there's a whole separate topic about privacy and can we actually leverage the world's computing power without eventually giving up transparency or privacy? And I don't want to talk about that. That's a huge topic. But I will say this: there are levels in between giving up everything so that you can send your voice patterns to a supercomputer to get text, and using 1 trillion flags and switches like GPG has to communicate with the command line, all of which are completely impossible to remember and have to be looked up every time. And, hopefully you have bash completion or tab completion of some kind, or you're never going to find it. So there's something in between there. There is. And almost always that thing. In fact, there's a documentary I watched on machine learning, and it talked about it was actually AI. It was a documentary about AI, and it talked about the definition of AI. AI is a much broader definition than ML. ML is an instance of AI, one way to do it. AI generally refers to anything that simulates intelligence, not true intelligence, right? You can do ML in a safe manner, purge potential sensitive data, train the models, but there's no, there's no. And that's what I'm talking about. The people who are interested in all of this stuff are interested in getting your privacy, so they're not going to do it. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because if we had access to that data at a larger scale, humanity would be better off for it. But Google's never doing that. So and we're way behind in how that's going to happen. But there is a middle ground here. And so let me just give you a quick story. So one of the interfaces that is an AI, not really inter systems, I suppose, an AI system that's not machine learning, that was put on display in this video, in this documentary, was the it's right on the tip of my tongue. Is it it's the Association of Atmospheric blah blah blah. I can't remember. It's not. Is it ocean? No, that's a different thing. It's the International Organization for Manipulating and Studying Weather Patterns, and they have an office in Florida, I think. Anyway, so the guy that was giving the presentation, it was showing these extremely advanced weather models. So when you look at a weather model, right? When you look at a weather model, we use them all the time, to predict, every time you're watching, prediction of hurricanes and stuff. There's a lot of money in this because it's, it saves lives and all kinds of things. But it's not machine learning. Nope, it's not machine learning. Machine learning is crunching data a bunch of data you have. What it is one of the most advanced algorithms you've ever seen. And it's all algorithmic. And so in between, machine learning that has to have lots of data and crunch it and find patterns, and directly input directions from the user, you have all the algorithm, and that's what programming is. And a form of that is a regular expression. So what I'm trying to get at in kind of roundabout way is that you can create very powerful user interfaces that are algorithmic, that have nothing to do with machine learning, through a process of filtering and regular expression analysis, and the writing of mini grammars, and that is exactly what Alexa's mini grammar is actually really stupid. It doesn't even have regular expression matching. It has to be this exact sequence of keywords in this order. It's that simplified. And when I saw that, because I was trying to get some ideas about how to do a conversational UI interface, and I got, that's it. Like, to make an Alexa action, you have a configuration file, and you have like multiple exact keyword sets that have to occur in order, and it adds that action to all the other ones, and it processes them all based on a very simple priority. It's like, okay, which one of you matches first? And so my initial ideas about this, like a couple years ago, were how do we put all of those actions into the brain of, it's not really a brain, right? Into what at the time I call the conversational UI assistant. And it's called Kava. It's called Conversational Assistant Virtual Administrator. So in my perfect world, you will have. I really want to go with that project again. In fact, I'm probably going to resurrect that project at some point. It's kind of down. Yeah. So how's it going, Face and Soul? So let me just put it this way. So the Kava project, or it was Kava or Sava, which is a French thing. I probably need to resurrect the Sava project because it was. I still like the basis of that architecture. The architecture is this: you have a virtual assistant that stays around with you on your phone, wherever you are, and you interact with it using any number of, basically like Siri or like almost exactly like Amazon, where you program it, and the way you program it is you download packs. It's like, I want the calendar pack, I want this, whatever, and you download a set of handlers that are fundamentally tied to keywords and regular expressions, and you decide how intelligent your virtual assistant is. And your virtual assistant can't do as much as a your conversational assistant can't do as much as your virtual agent. And then up in the cloud, you have a virtual agent. And the virtual agent is where, but if somebody wants to take this idea, please I would love to hear if you end up using this in some professional capacity. There's an entire business model around this. If you were to make this system for for people to use, it would be extremely terrifying, but at the same time, it would also be very empowering, because think of a Hollywood person, right? So they are running around, they're too busy to get anything to, so they have the conversational assistant. The assistant, they tell them what they want, blah, blah, blah. They learn about them, they learn their habits, but they can't do big tasks. Big tasks, you always see this in the movies or in television shows. The assistant, the personal assistant will call the agent, and the agent will say, hey, I need this and this, or the agent will call them and say, hey, I got this gig and this and this. And the agent is in the background, is constantly working for the actor or the entertainer. So you have a personal assistant who's right there to help the immediate needs of the person. And then you have a virtual agent who's over here spinning around or her doing whatever. And the assistant and the agent are communicating all the time while the person gets their work done. And I think that's something that we should pursue. I think that model is something to pursue. And one big piece of this is an intelligent command line shell or an intelligent interface. And that means, and when I say intelligent, I'm not talking natural language. I'm not talking machine learning. I'm talking about injected with intelligence as modules, saying, here are the expressions you can handle. And here are the actions, the exact things to do based on those interactions. And some of those things can actually trigger a conversation with a virtual agent up in this cloud. And the virtual agent can constantly be searching for jobs that match you. It can be searching for, like Google does, it can constantly be searching for keywords that have keywords in them. And then your agent can check in and tell the assistant, hey, I found these things here. And then the assistant can be like, to the person, is like, hey, we have these new things. And you're going to be like, yeah, save those for me. So then the agent and the personal assistant both have caches that they keep track of, and then the knowledge worker can interact with them as needed. Let's see, and not communicate with other instances. Absolutely, and this would be 100% decentralized. So this particular system means that you basically have two droids. You have 3PO and R2D2, right? You have 3PO that talks to you, and you have R2D2 who gets shit done on the ship that 3PO talks to. Now, it just so happens that R2D2 learns to understand humans, but strictly speaking, R2D2 is an astrodroid, which means his R2D2, I assume he's a man. I don't know. R2D2's job is to communicate with the Death Star, with like stuff like that, and get stuff done. And he's often left behind, by the way. Have you ever noticed that? So 3PO is a protocol droid. His primary responsibility is being a personal assistant to humans, so he can interact with so that the droid can then, so that 3PO can either interact with the Death Star, or he can say, now I need your help, R2. Can you do this? 3PO can't, disable, garbage crushers. It's not in his programming. R2D2 can. But in my model, the only 3PO would have to be there, because 3PO is the only thing that can talk to binary moisture evaporators, right? The humans can't talk to them. So you have to have this kind of this one-off assistant that's your interface to the world. And it has to be, 3PO is really, really, really good at communicating with humans. He might be annoying and fun and quirky and all that, but that's what he's programmed to do. His primary thing to do is to understand the protocols of humans, not just the protocols of machines. That means, how do you communicate with a human? Do you bow in the right way if you're going to see the queen? That kind of thing. And he just knows about that stuff, and it makes him annoying because he's programmed to be a good communicator. So yeah, and that's why everyone's like, just shut up. Most people don't want to centralize. Right. The decentralization is only going to happen if the people make it happen. Linux is a good example of that. Linux is decentralization. Git is decentralization. It was in the interests of humanity, not the interests of any one organization or company. The stuff that the humanity needs, unfortunately, is not going to geminate with a company, very rarely, if at all. And it's going to come from somebody having an idea like we've done with KEGN and other things, or the CERN having the idea for communication about the World Wide Web. And then it's going to get picked up by corporations because they're going to realize they can make money at it by supporting it, like Microsoft and Linux right now. Or GitHub built an entire business around Git, which is an entirely open source thing. So I'm not naive enough to think that the best ideas for humanity are ever going to come from a corporation. Some of them are. A lot of them come from NASA, stuff like that. They're accidental things. Microsoft on a Linux board, yeah. I have mixed feelings on that, actually. We're talking about Vinny VDVG. Yeah, we're talking about a company that called Linux viral and said it was bad for humanity, and now they're on the board. I mean, it is a little bit mind blowing. I'll have to admit, right? I know. It made news. It made national news, actually. No, look, this is why I say I have mixed feelings on them. I don't believe they have malicious intent. I'm going to allow Microsoft to change. Microsoft, if I don't know yet, there's not enough information, there's not enough data to make a decision. But I want to believe. Bring back Windows Refund Day. Yeah, Chuckles remembers. But let me just say, maybe I'm just naive, but I want to believe that a corporation can change for the better. I want to believe that. I truly want to believe that with everything in my heart, because the alternative is just too terrifying to accept. It's probably cognitive dissonance, but for Kevin Signs, refund me Microsoft ones. Yeah. Yeah, there's Free Kevin. There was like Save Randall Schwartz. Remember when he got Randall Schwartz, the pro guy? Merlin got thrown and he got convicted of hacking, even though he was just corporations are just that. I mean, that is the most fucked up story ever. I should tell that story someday. The whole thing. We should actually have Randall on to tell his story. He probably wouldn't want to tell you. He'd probably got PTSD over it. Yeah. So one of the ways that I want to change the world is I want to make terminals easier to use for humans, and that begins at the command line, and then extends into the shell, and that is my goal. So how do we do that? Well, it fundamentally has to involve grammar, grammar. Period. Regular expressions are grammars. PEGN is grammar. You cannot have a human-computer interface. You can't have a human anything interface without grammar. And God knows I love a good grammar. I mean, that is like, if I could do nothing all day, but deal with human-computer interactions on the terminal and parse grammars and make it easier for humans to communicate, that would be a thing. I can't find any professional opportunities in that particular space. They're pretty hard. I want to write terminal human interfaces that have grammars in them. Do that search in Indeed, see what pops up. Nothing. But I really get into that stuff, and I believe it's going to be good for the world. Look, here's how it works. Think about the most untechnical person in your world. They know how to use Siri. They know how to use, a conversational UI, and they do it all the time. They might bitch and moan about it when it doesn't work, but for the most part, they think it's funny. And conversational UIs are a next phase of human evolution, a human-computer interaction. And frankly, a healthy, simple terminal UI interface is an extension of a conversational user interface because it's just words. As soon as you put a fucking dash in there, nothing's happening. Nobody's going to say dash T equals blah, blah, blah. They can't communicate with a computer through a UI like that. Because why? Because it's been burdened unnecessarily. Why do you think I hate Cobra so much? Because it's perpetuating this crap. It's not exploring another way of doing it. It like blew an opportunity. And now everything has it, and you can't communicate with it. So, and it has nothing to do with the creators or the maintainer team. Nothing to do with them. They're amazing, amazing people. I just think the idea is blah, and it needs to be revisited. Build my preneur was be able to pick up, but kind of failed that. Like 10 Vim plugins via bundle. Oh my. Yeah. Oh, Peter Gabriel, this is nice. Okay. So, welcome to my tent, by the way. I woke up and I didn't take my sleeping bag off. Obviously, I just made coffee and came. This is the problem I have, is that some of my best ideas and the times I want to talk the most are over coffee when I first wake up, because my brain is, I don't know about you, but when I first wake up, my brain is brimming with ideas. By the end of the day, I can't complete a sentence. It's time for me to go to bed. But at the beginning of the day, my brain is fresh, and I just, that's why rather than take a shower, I just come sit down and spew. Because even if there's someone to talk to, it's going to be recorded, and I can go back and get these ideas, which is another thing a 52-year-old thinks about, right? I have a lot of things I thought about over the years that I just want to get out there, and who knows, maybe nobody will ever pick it up. Maybe they will. Maybe someone will pick up the torch and take one of these ideas, to fruition, like Quint has done with PEGN. We started PEGN up, and he's done a lot of the major work on it from then on. So I believe in it. I believe more than ever in this idea of virtual community. So that said, what would be the specifics? PEGN, yeah. Here comes PEGN, by the way. Remember when I said if we do this, we're going to end up solving problems we don't know we had? What's that called? Skinning the yak, shaving the yak. Somebody told us about that. One of the core components of what I'm about to talk about is PEGN, because PEGN allows us to define microgrammars and have those microgrammars match and trigger actions. Yeah. So, and I want to show you what I mean by that. So we're going to actually make one. I've attempted to make it all in Perl just so we could, because it has regex support and it's really fast to write. Which, by the way, please tell me Go has regular expression support that has Unicode. Even if it doesn't, we can do it other ways. It has to. If it doesn't do \p, I'm going to be so sad, considering the creators of Unicode made Go. Yep, there it is. Oh wait, there's an issue on it. Crap. So regex newbies, I really don't. Regex golf. I don't have any preferred way to learn regex. Make sure you learn Perl regex or something compatible. Regex crossword. What is this issue about? This is interesting. This is how old is this issue? Please tell me it's closed. Is this issue closed? I'm just going to open it in the terminal. All right. Closed. Yes, thank God. So there you are. So Go and Perl support Unicode regular expressions. Thank you for not letting me down, Go. I would have been so embarrassed if it didn't support it. Wow, look at that. Look at that, man. There's the ranges. White space. You seeing that? Oh, that's so cool. Look at this, man. With the /p, you can actually match the entire Braille Unicode set. How cool is that? That is so cool. I hadn't even thought of something like that. So you could say, is this string written in Braille? If it's not, that is so stinking cool. I just love language. I love languages. I'm just going to own it. It's like, I like making things talk to other things. Maybe that's why I like SRE work more than just pure software engineering. Because SRE work and DevOps work is all about, and cloud native applications is all about making things communicate. I really love that. I love focusing on communication between anything. Obviously. Oh God, look, it's supported. Oh, that just warms my heart. I'm glad I figured that out, because I was going to go, we're going to do this in Go. That's the other thing too I resolved I probably should just report on really quick, is I was like, going through my list, and the more I was looking at it about, hey, do we write this thing just JSON parser and YAML stuff and then have a modular and keep going on the fast Perl stuff. And then I realized we just need to start doing it in Go. It just the whole thing, because a lot of major things have changed. So for example, the only thing that's going to hang me up is the date, the flexibility on the date. So I do kn log yesterday, and it will calculate the date for yesterday at that exact moment. And that uses the intelligent grammar of the date command. And that was what led to, we just need to make an intelligent command line, the end. And we can have grammars that are associated with other grammars. So you can say, well, what comes after date? Well, you get a date query, and that is an entire grammar, right? And you cannot express that with regular expressions. So what I'm talking about doing is not something that's going to be done next week. It's going to be the beginning of, an interface system where you can plug grammars into one another and say, okay, then I want one of these grammars here, and then when I want one of these grammars here, interchangeably, so that you can change how what your command line looks like. So you ultimately get complexity broken down into some simple, PEGN notation, and then that can be combined and help you decide what to do, what action to run, right? So this means that if you have some section of your command line that has one thing, and you have another section that has something else, then that thing can be handled by an action, and the other thing can be handled by an action, and then you don't have to have pipes. So, pipes for the Unix interface, the pipes in a Unix interface will say, do this thing, then do this thing, take the thing that comes out of that, and do this thing. Well, you should be able to do all of that and then have everything mangled up together. Right? Because we do that when we communicate. When we communicate, we parse elements of the sentence in different ways and then put them all together and do something. We need to create an interface library that's built on tab and the enter key that does that. So, and we have the tools, we have the building blocks. We can build it. Oh God, I miss Edie Brickell. I am a big Edie Brickell fan. I miss her so much. I haven't heard Edie Brickell in a long time. She's running into my ears right now. Just makes me all... Edie was on big time in college when I was in college. All right. So how do we start down this path? The first thing is we don't just have subcommands that complete when you hit tab. We have, anytime you hit tab, we run the entire command line. By the way, what I'm talking about doing will address completion for every single possible shell and on the web. We can write a command line completer, an intelligent completer that processes the entire line. And then you can plug that into whatever completion structure you have. And that was another reason for this idea, as I was still struggling, as you saw yesterday, with making things work with Z shell, because its completion is different, right? Do I want to have, and then all these other tools have, I believe, failed to try to generate completion code for your set of options and everything for every possible thing. What they're really struggling with is, it has nothing to do with completion at all. It has to do with interpreting the entire command line into one or more actions that are then executed. That's what it's about. Which thing here is an action, and which thing here is a bit of data or an argument to that action. And that's a grammar problem. That's not a library problem. So we can address that problem at that level, and I understand that's kind of pie in the sky, and it's one of these. I don't want to let this idea fall down on its face, and I'm willing to use the more simplified tab completion and stuff like that. But I want to prototype a few things, and I'm going to prototype them in Go because I know that I want the thing long term in Go, and I believe I can prototype them better in Go, particularly because here's another big problem we hit yesterday. There's no JSON and YAML handling that's really good in Perl. I mean, you can use YQ in that. And then we also concluded that there's the full JQ syntax, query syntax which is a grammar. Once again a grammar, right? And by the way, that kind of structured query is going to have to stay, pretty structured. I actually, the way I want to do it is this. I want to be able to do KN. I already have it, right? So CV dot refer, KN dot CV dot referrals. And I get all my referrals, right? And then I can get the names, name. So this is using, there's all my names, all the people who referred me. See how fast I was able to get to that data? What would the conversational interface of that be? This is one of the reasons I love JQ and YQ, because they have flattened structured data queries into a way that is almost as easy as SQL to do, right? SQL is not human friendly, but something like this could be human friendly. Let me give you an example of that. So this is not currently supported, right? But why couldn't it be? What if we were to create an interface where if you imagine speaking this, not only do you not have to have the dashes anymore, but you can say stuff like this. You could say, all right, knowledge node, or whatever you want to name your thing. Mine is Skizix. I think you should name your assistant whatever you want. So mine is, I want to name mine Skizix. It's not an original name. It was the username of kind of a bastard operator from hell that I always kind of admired, who didn't really like me because I was the young web developer punk writing Perl who didn't know what Linux was. Skis, yeah, Skis or Skizix. So I want it. So if my assistant's name Skis, and again, this is a knowledge node manager. This is the KN tool, the localized knowledge node tool. KN might be the fast thing to type, but at the end of the day, what is it? It's a personal assistant. It's a personal assistant that's looking things up for you. It's jotting down notes for you. It is an assistant in many levels. It's like, all right, take a note, take a log, blah, blah, blah. You're dictating a log to the thing. Okay, and it writes it down, right? And hey, Ken, what was my schedule at 6 o'clock? Well, that's just a query against your structured data. And in fact, you could write a healthy, alias in regex or pegn for some of these more structured queries. But if you get rid of the weird notation, right? I can say things like, all right, Skis, give me, let's actually do this. Alias Skis equals KN. So now I can do, Skis. So I can say Skis, show me, which is implied, Skis cv.referrals.name, right? And it could imply that. Now, actually, going through this has made me, that whole contextual thing. There's a lot of things in my brain that have been coming together this week that are making this happen. This return to Perl this week has really, really raised the awareness of the value of highly contextual languages like Perl. They get slammed all the time for their contextual nature, but that's exactly what your conversational UIs are. They're all about context. Humans communicate using context. So there's a lot to be taken from that and say, look, if I say skis cv.referrals.name, and it'll say, or you could say skis give me cv.referrals.name. And this is the thing about a regex, right? I could put any number of fillers in here. I could put give me, show me, what's the, you know what I'm saying? And I can make it seem very natural, and then you get all expanse about the thing. The sci-fi expanse, they're talking all the time to the computer. So you can say, skis, give me, show me a cv.referrals.name. Okay, you have, and it can actually read back the results because the results are, in a readable form. And so, what I'm saying? So this is kind of where I want to be with this. I want to be able to query my assistant, really quickly. And it's more than just a knowledge node manager command. It's an assistant. It's a knowledge assistant, more or less. And as soon as you start changing the interface to the thing, you're definitely into assistant land, I mean, you could even, if you wanted to, you could create pronouns that, and the other thing too is you could totally change it up for the language, right? Because what are you doing? You're interpreting in the truest sense, not in the computer sense. You're interpreting the natural language coming in, whether it's, Portuguese or English. You're interpreting it, and then you're saying, okay, what is the command you actually want to run here? And the action that ends up getting run for this particular thing is, okay, so there's a context that happens. First of all, the context is, okay, I don't have an action. All I have is a reference to a thing. I have a reference to a thing. Okay, well, let's see what the reference is to the thing. Now, this is where I actually have a bug, I think. Because I'm using the context of having a capital R there to say I want to look at the structure of this thing. And I'm going to change that. I'm going to make it case insensitive. I need to make sure to do that. That's a bug, I think, that crept in there because I was trying to be more precise, and it was as bad as putting a dash instead of something. Nobody's going to be able to determine case through conversation. So whatever system we come up with has got to be case insensitive. That means context has to be implied. And in this case, my Perl interface was saying if there's a capital in here, the ultimate action here is going to be a YQ query against a YAML file, and that's what this is. And so Skis sees CV, and okay, I see CV is here. All right, yeah, I have a CV knowledge node, right? I have a CV knowledge node that has a data.yml file there. Okay, so dot. Oh, okay. As soon as Skis hears a dot, he knows or she knows that it's time to go. I'm going to be doing a YQ query here. So you can already associate the action with the context. You can say, okay, Skis CV, I'm going to be looking up data here. Okay, I got that, and I can even spin up whatever my data handler is going to be, and then say, okay, well, what are the arguments to this thing, right? And it's like dot whatever. It's like, okay, well, do I have a knowledge node with that? It's like if I lowercase this thing, right? So then I could say this. I could say .referrals.name, right? And I could say referrals. I'll say, okay, do I have a knowledge node named referrals? Oh, I don't. That means referrals is an element of the data within the CV knowledge node. Context again. It's like, I don't see one there. Oh, you have one over here. Okay, and all that, by the way, can all be cached, right? So skis can be maintained. If there's a performance issue, in this case there's not, but if there's a performance issue, skis can actually be, speed say EW, yeah. There you go. Oh, look at that, Taffetains. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually have it talk to you, right? So this is kind of, I love this because I've got a couple of initiatives that have, some that have been front and center, but others that have been kind of backburnered, and now they're sort of coming together again because of the command line thing. And this all came about because I was trying to simplify the hundreds of written, bash shell scripts and other shell scripts inside of my dot files direct. Nobody wants that. All those really are is extensions to the actions for my assistant. Give me a date path. Okay, I want to make a new log with the date path here. I want to make a new log. Well, there's an implied date path action in there. Like if I were going to make, all of that stuff can be umbrellaed under an assistant and some of them are built-ins and reserved, and some of them are extended, and you can plop a shell script or another Go compiled script into the proper directory under your actions directory, and boom, you've got additional intelligence that matches what you want. And you have people writing modular intelligence packs say, here's a way to dealing with a calendar. Here's a way of dealing with this. Here's a way of dealing with this. And then at that point, you're just loading programs into your assistant. You're loading modular programs into your assistant, which at the end of the day, by the way, humans are just like machines. We get you have to repeat things in order to program humans. But as a mentor, I feel a lot of times like I'm programming humans. And to program a human, you can't just write stuff into its brain. You have to make it repeat of things so the neural pathways get written, and then that skill or that bit of knowledge stays in the brain, and then they can recall it and do that program again. That's human programming. In many ways, they are computers. So, that's what a procedure is. So anyway, it infers referrals. It says referrals is a thing, and then I don't need to tell it that it's. I don't need to tell it specifically. This, right? I just do CV referrals name. Now we'd have to figure out an additional language pack for this. We could have to say something like the first 10, you know what I mean? CV referrals.name, and then that would be interpreted, stuff like that. So, but I'm kind of playing here and experimenting, but because I want this exploration of how this could be done to inform the decisions about, the Perl prototype I did already made a mistake. I knew for a fact, I knew early on that I was going to get rid of these because I didn't want to have to put these things around it, right, every time. But what I didn't realize was that I had a problem with the capitalization. And I'm really glad I realized that. I still think you need to put capitals, personally. And that's the thing. The other thing, too, is if you have more than one action set and they all match, then you run it through a select statement. This is exactly what you would do if it was a human being. It's like, okay, Skis, I want all the referrals. It's like, what do you want referrals for? CV or for this job posting or something like that? And so it can this is why I need a shell eventually, because it can reflect back to you and say, okay, I don't have all the information. I need some more data. Did you mean this or did you mean this? I meant that. And then it can clarify, and now it's got the specific action it can do. So there's those steps in the processing that you can do. And I have for a good 2 months, I obsessed about the best way to load actions. Get my knowledge, T-Brain. Yeah. But I obsessed about how to handle what I called responders. I did a whole library on this. I have it somewhere. And basically what responders are, and I'm talking about this out loud now because I want to think about if this is the right way to go about this. So a responder is, at the end, Machani, I wish he was here. Mark was here. He and I, God, we ripped this thing apart. We decided that the way humans work is they have pre-programmed responses to every possible sentence somebody could say. And sometimes those people have a specific response that will always be the same response. Sometimes they have a response that will be different depending on other variables in their environment or in their brain or in their body or chemistry. Maybe they're hungry. But at the end of the day, if you give a human, if you speak something to a human, they respond. And any number of potential responses or responders will take over. And so we were like, how do we capture that as an algorithm and as a data structure? And the best we could come up with was creating an infinite number of responders and using asynchronous programming to evaluate all of them simultaneously and say, okay, which one of these matches? And then, so then we had to make a decision because I don't believe humans are linear, right? It's like, if you could actually get down into the brain chemistry, I bet you it's whatever neural pathway. At some point, the neural pathway that gets processed for a specific response. I know that's oversimplifying it, but if that pathway, at some point, there's got to be some randomness related to it. It's like it could have gone this way or this way, and when it goes this way, you have an angry response. When it goes this, simplifying, but when it goes this way, you have a happy response, right? And their dopamine, brain chemistry, whatever that, it influences which path gets taken, right? And that gets into graph theory and all kinds of stuff. So the crux of this part of the conversation boils down to what is the graph theory, and this is where Wolfram and everybody probably have really great opinions on this. But what is the graph theory that leads to a specific response being the answer to a given query, and how do you write that? And we boiled down the last version of this that we managed to do, and this I'm just talking about this because I'm about to write it. Was we created responders and responder packs. And a single responder was associated with one regular expression. And regular expressions can be flexible. They can, you don't have to have multiple regular expressions. You can have one regular expression represent multiple possible responses. In fact, too much so, right? You have to be careful, because if your regular expression is too broad, and if it matches too early on in the process, the other responses will never get considered. So there's this idea that we put into our initial responder code, where we would make all these responders. I got to find it somewhere. I have that code somewhere. And when you made a responder, you would write the regular expression that goes with that responder, and then you would write the action. And you could also, I don't know if we ever got to that part, but if your responder matched, but certain sections of it were not clarified enough, it could then take over. So basically, if a responder matches, it would take over the conversation, and it may need to get extra data, which meant that it was a multiple interaction. That's why it became a shell at that point. So this idea of tab completion from DB isn't good. You should have to go to extreme opposite either, right? So what we're talking about doing here is, first of all, there's a couple things that are different from what I've been thinking about this week from what I was thinking of before. Before, I assumed an interactive shell. Right, so there was a way to talk to it. There was also this idea of offloading things. So if you were to speak to Skeezix and say, "Hey Skeezix, Google all the Google all the occurrences of RWX," and like, okay, I'll get back with you. And then you have to have a notification system in addition to that. So it would be, you would do it, and then the next time you go, and the system we created didn't have any way of notification. You'd have to talk to it again. You'd have to say, Skeezix could handle other things. That's where the virtual agent came in. Skeezix could handle other things. Say, all right, Skeezix, show me, Skeezix, what time it is, and it would show you the time, right, and spit it out. But if you did Skeezix, what about that Google query? I haven't finished yet. And so you have this idea of, you can still have a command line interface. It's just, it has to have caching and memory. It has to have some way to remember the tasks it's doing and keep status on those things. And it's very, very asynchronous way to interact with the thing. It's very much like the process model in the kernel. It's just you and a tool that are working together to do those kind of things. And so then the question is, well, how do we do this microservices plus a database of sorts, TTS? It kind of is. Yeah, and the funny thing is that microservices are, in some sense, they are like these responders. Their job is they're basically mini assistants, right? Their job is to interact in a particular way, and then they all interact. You bring the whole things together, and you've got this massive graph that you can't control, and so you build a mesh architecture to take care of it. You build gRPC so everything can talk and protobuf. I mean, it is. Microservices, the way they've been growing, microservices are growing in a way that is going to provide this kind of thing, but at a fundamental personal level, it's really, you just have an assistant and you have an agent that's working for you. Boom. And then the thing that's really crazy, and this gets crazy really fast, is you can, once you have agents out there in a decentralized federated way, agreeing to communicate in the same way, you can have agents speaking to other agents, serverless. You can have agents speaking to other agents, and those agents, because, hey, you got any work for me here? Hey, you got any work for me here? And then you apply the whole ring of trust circle idea for KEG, for the knowledge exchange grid in terms of following stuff. And you can set up a trust ring for your agent with 100 to 1,000 other people's agents that you trust. And now your agent is communicating with your community and its agents. And now when you search for things, you have things that are happening outside. This is fundamentally at the core of the knowledge exchange grid architecture, is this idea of trust and following and all that stuff. And it will work. The model will work. We just got to implement all that. So there's a lot of stuff to think about. I know I had to just kind of talk through this architectural change, but the fundamental difference, the client shouldn't care about the why. So you're just asking the question, right? It's like, do you have this work or not? And that becomes basically like everyone has their own personal microservice that's more intelligent. It can do anything that you need to do, and you've programmed your agent by deciding one. Basically, imagine a Siri working for you constantly in the cloud, that's just working for you, and not trying to sell you anything. That's the idea of Kava, is conversational assistant virtual agent, Sava. I call it Sava. but it's spelled like kava. And then I even made the logo and everything. The logo was like 2 wine glasses tipping each other, sava. And my wife told me that I couldn't have. One of the logos had a mustache for the virtual agent, and it had a ponytail or pigtails on the CA, and she goes, "That's too sexy. She can't do that." And she's absolutely right. But I thought it was cute, you know. And you can't. You're implying that all assistants are female. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just thought it would be cool to have, you know, a mustache and then anyway. So this idea of having, you know, C3PO and R2D2 working for you all the time, I really want to make that. That's one of the many things on my list of things to make. Don't you dare tell me you're bored. How many times do I have to say that? Do not tell me you're bored. There's so much crazy cool things we could make to progress humanity. So right now the question is, how do I arrange these things? So I've already managed in the command tab completer, which I already have this as a prototype. I've taken the first step here, which is a sub command. Don't worry about Keg; she will be fine. There you go. Yeah, I've already taken the first step towards. I need to clear those names off the screen probably, but. I mean, you don't know who any of those people are, so that's fine. But I want to take it to the next level. So it's not a matter of saying, hey, I have this flag, or I have this subcommand. What subcommand? Tab Commander does that. It supports a single subcommand or subcommands of those subcommands. But the next phase of that is to use this idea of combining a bunch of actions and then deciding whether or not the regular expression from that action has priority over everything else, or if it's one of many things and whichever one matches first wins. And we actually played around with that for a while, because we played around with what if you can have 10 possible responses for this, handlers for this one thing, and there's no indication about which one it is. And it said, well, you should be able to set up so that one of them gets picked automatically, right? Kind of like, am I feeling lucky sort of thing. Or you could say, but mostly you should probably say, well, what did you mean, right? So you have to create a clarification. And then it gets really messy, because then you have actions or responders that are composed of other responders. And you have to ask the question, well, when is, where's the automaton in this? What is the finite piece of this? Or do you just have one massive thing? I think this is probably why Amazon chose to not do regular expressions at all. Amazon is very specific. You can indicate multiple keyword combinations, but they have to be those exact keyword combinations. There's no variation. You get and it's an array of keyword combinations. It's not a regex that represents all of the possibilities there. And I imagine there's a good performance reason to do that, but as well as an architectural design reason, because it does force you to be more precise in your communication. But I'm not going to rule out the possibility of doing that with a grammar. And that's one of the reasons that PEGN is so important, because PEGN, it's Friday, isn't it? Today is Friday. Well, good, because this is PEGN related. Yeah. So, PEGN is about grammar. It's about grammar. It's about very precisely and yet flexibly defining grammars. So it's going to be take a really big place in this whole thing, because regular expressions are not enough. They're not enough in this particular case, but we can start there. We can start with a regular expression. And yeah, I forgot today was Friday, of course. Did I put that on my calendar? I did, didn't I? Damn. I see I need my tool right now. This has always been the problem. Skizix started from me writing a tool. No kidding. I was writing like a Discord bot and some other stuff, and I was trying to combine all of my interactions and knowledge and stuff, and ended up going down the conversational thing and writing all of Kava. I do it all the time, and then then Skizix never got finished. So and then the privacy thing hit, and I don't regret that, but I'm glad we're returning to it. So So the data here, yoga. I don't even think I can do this. I need to get a reader for this. Yep, stream AFK works. Did I say 9 o'clock? What time is it? I got an hour or so. Well, I mean, most of the stuff today is going to be AFK works stuff. So, but this is related to it. This is sort of the interface to the AFK works stuff. And then I have a PEGN stream coming up. Yeah, but PEGN is going to be really essential to this. So hopefully I can finish. Let me go get some more coffee, and I'm going to finish this idea. Maybe change out of my sleeping bag. I'll be back in a bit. Actually, I should probably put a topical break here. Back at, I don't know, 7:10, let's say. I know, isn't that crazy? I know, it's stupid. I saw that too. I thought that was really silly. Like, who would have like a full desk in their tent? Is this like Harry Potter or something? I didn't notice that until like a little bit later after I started. I was like, "What is that?" You're like my wife. If there's like one thing out of place, she's like, she can't do it. She's just like, I'm that way too a little bit, but. Well, what should we see here? I know. Okay. How dare you? These things are so funny. I know what that means. OSMR stream. Engage. I don't know. I'm gonna go find Doris again. Suicide Squad. Who the heck? Oh, that's Doris Day. Nope, that's not who I want. I'm not Doris Captain. I just got her coffee. She's in bed drinking coffee, waking up. There she is, my girl. Winter ambiance. Oh God. Excuse me. What's this one about? Cozy places. Oh my God. That looks, oh yeah, this is the one with the whiskey on it. This is the one that missed me. Why would you have whiskey? Yeah, sure, it's cozy. You're gonna pass out. And why is the front door open? This like really freaks me out. Because he's got his boots on. He just came in. Santa just came in or something. Do not leave the door. You know what? My wife is always leaving the door open too, by the way. I'm like, no. That kills that for me. What about Vim.go? Using Vim and Vim.go, when I have my cursor above the function, I get to highlight more. Can I have that happen manually via keybind? Yeah. Are you using mine? Yeah, you can turn it off. Yep, you definitely can. I enabled all that stuff, but it doesn't come on by default. Yep, that's the answer. So yeah, you go to where's all the Vim.go stuff? There's a bunch of it. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know where I put it all. There we go. There. Auto type info, I think, is the one. You want to do it manually? You'd just have to make a key binding that changes this value, that toggles it. That's pretty easy. I haven't done a toggle in a long time, but you just have to toggle that value. It's a global, and that will change everything automatically. Oh, I see what you're saying. You want to be able to click on it and have it do that thing at that moment. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to dig in. There's a full, I don't know where it is, but there's a huge tutorial, full tutorial on all the stuff you can do with GoVim. And that's where I found out about all these things. It was really hard to find. So I don't know where it is. I probably should. Once again, if I had the ability to search my knowledge base, I'd find it immediately. I'm so tired of saying, hey, there's that one thing, but I don't know what it is and I can't search for it. I'm so tired of that. That is like the most frustrating thing as a knowledge worker, to have to say those words. Vim.go, yeah, that helps too. But there's a full tutorial on all of that Vim.go stuff. Yep. God, this one took me 6 hours to find. I'm not kidding. Yeah, it turns composites on. If you want to turn it back off, it will complain at you if you use Go composites, which are totally fine and valid and common in the Docker code base and everything. And you have to turn it off. There's like a bunch. All right, break is almost over. I got to get me a good one. I mean, this is nice. No, it's okay. I guess it's okay. All right, don't watch. Shh. I can't let you see what I'm going to do. You can't see what I'm going to do. Wrong thing. I'm toasting my teeth. Another reason to have a mustache so you don't see. Have you noticed how trendy mustaches are lately? I was on Twitch last night, and like at least half of the guys in tech had mustaches. At least half. It's like having a porn stash is apparently a fashion statement. When did this is a thing? I didn't know this was a thing. It just all of a sudden it's a thing now. So I'm not judging it. I'm just noticing it. With poor teeth? Yeah, well, I have bad teeth, so that's why. I have bad teeth and big nose, so yeah. There's no saving me without a beard and a mustache. Which is funny because a lot of Germans naturally have really great beards and stuff because their nose is so big. They look like dwarves. My wife's been watching Lord of the Rings. She's been binging Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and stuff while she knits. Porno for Pyros. Oh my God, I haven't heard these guys in a long time. Yeah, whatever. Europeans. The DEF CON mustache and beard competition. Oh, I have not. I imagine that's really fun. Yeah. Fun fact, I don't have teeth. My front two teeth. True story. This tooth right here, when I was 11, I think. No. I had braces on. So when I was 13 or 14. It's 13 or 14 because this is well before they pulled my braces off, and the tooth was two teeth combined together. No kidding. It was a fused tooth. It was monstrous. It was like a front tooth and another tooth. I'm like a total genetic freak. And true story. This is another one of those scenes from the life of, if I was ever to make a movie, the life of Mr. Up. True story. My dentist of multiple years. I was getting braces, so yeah, it must have been in 12 or 13. And no, it was 6th grade, so how old was I? I don't know. Anyway, so they couldn't put a brace on my tooth. They couldn't put a brace on my tooth because it was too big. So they pulled it out. They said, you can't have braces with that tooth. That tooth is way too big. And it's weird, it's anomalous, you don't want it anyway. It kind of makes you look like a weird genetic freak. And so the dentist at one point, it was huge. When it came out, it was about that big. And I was like at 13, that was pretty big. And the dentist attached his things to it. He had his assistant next to him holding my shoulder back. And I was all, dumbed up, but I saw the whole thing. It wasn't the knock you out stuff. And the guy was like pulling, and I was getting kind of scared, And yeah, I looked like an otter, I swear to God. And you look at pictures of him when I was young. Anyway, the guy put his foot on the chair, and he was literally doing like a pulling it out. I was kind of getting scared. I mean, I was getting scared. The thing was gonna like break off in my head or something. I mean, he was seriously, he was like leveraging, and he pulled it out, and he like slummed it back, and it came back out, and it was just spurting blood, and it was about that big. And I mean, it was like the worst possible dentist. I have so many dentist stories, I can't even tell you. And he took it, and I wanted it. It was super cool. I mean, it was really weird. It wasn't a baby tooth, right? It was a big old mutated double tooth. It took it, and I could feel immediately. And to this day, I have kind of a gap in my facial tissue right here because that bone is gone. It's not there. And so, of course, they gave me a bridge and everything, which is another complete story. I had a girl I was making out with once knock the bridge out of my mouth. I had to hold it in place. I got to go home now. True story. Brooke Rowley. What a memory. Very talented gymnast. That was quite a memory. Anyway, so the dentist turns to me with the tooth and he says, "Do you mind if I keep this for analysis?" Blue tooth, haha. And in case you're wondering, I'm still doing something here. But a true story. All of that's a true story. And I've gone through several bridges since then. But yeah, my dad lost his teeth. It's funny because my dad also is missing his front two teeth because he was in a bike accident and he fell and boom, knocked both his front two teeth out. And then he had to, there's some money for that. I bet he did. Yeah. I was kind of bummed I didn't get to take it. I was like, man, of all the tooth fairy teeth to have, it's like, I was, 12 or 13 or something. I was just got to get it out of my face. I had a massive overbite. I mean, it was, I should show you. I mean, if I've got to go look through all my old pictures and scan some of those in to show you guys. I just to help you feel better about yourself because I was so overwhelmingly pathetic as a kid. I was just I literally had 2 sets of headgear. I didn't know how to dress. I had big, really thick glasses. I mean, I was a geek's geek, and I mean, a nerd's nerd, and I got beat up all the time. I was quintessential nerd. Standing up for the rights of nerds everywhere. Otherwise known as knowledge workers. Because knowledge is not cool. I don't know what to call this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do snow scene telescope. You guys could probably guess what I'm doing, but I am not going to tell you. Damn, it's going to take longer than I thought. Oh well. Fake teeth are made of plastic? No, they're made of porcelain. Yeah, mine was made of porcelain. I had a simpler bridge for a while during my teen years, and when I started getting popular and stuff, gotta date cute gymnasts and stuff, and yeah, I'm watching this. That's gonna take forever, man. Oh, well. All right, we'll let that run while we do something else. Or not. Yeah, but I had another one, and it was like, it was pasted. It was like glued to the back of the other 2 teeth. It was kind of an experimental bridge for the time. It was kind of a veneer, but not really. But it was popular because it didn't require you grinding down the 2 teeth next to it. A bridge is really destructive to your face, or to your teeth, because a bridge kills not just the 1 tooth that's missing, but the 2 teeth next to it. because you have to grind those things down to stubs in order to put something on them, and then you glue that onto that, and that holds the middle tooth in the middle. And I have that now, and it's very, very solid. By the way, when you do it that way, you can eat and everything. It's like you don't even know it's there. But it really, at this point, I can't even tell it's a different tooth. But when they did it this other way, it was really easy to knock the thing out because it was just cemented. And, you know, I was active and stuff, skier and skater and everything. So I would knock it out on figuring. So I got really good at super gluing it back in because I couldn't go to the dentist every time we didn't have the money. So I'm no kidding. I would like super glue both sides of the tooth and I would stick it back in and it would stay in for like, I remember occasionally I'd get a little super glue on my gums or something and it would like eventually wear off. I'm sure it was not a good thing to do. Yeah. Because but that was it. It was like literally there. Sounds healthy. Oh, I know. You know what's funny is they're using that exact same super glue now to patch up skin and stuff instead of stitches. Yep. It's exactly the same stuff. Yeah. Like have you ever seen somebody put glue on a cut instead of stitches now? That's a regular way to treat cuts. Mm-hmm. I don't know how long this is going to take. So medical glue, yeah, they have one. It's the same concoction though. It's the same stuff. It's not Walmart super glue. You know what? It's surprisingly similar. Yeah. Chemical makeup of it, surprisingly similar. I really want to know how they figured that out. It's like, hey, I wonder if we super glued this together. I know. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to deal with this other background for now. I got stuff to do. Sorry. I'll tell you what. I'll download one eventually and then it'll come here. And then what? Where am I going now? So we need to go back to, I don't know. Oh wow, remember where it was. That's cool. It's gonna take forever. I'm still on break technically, it says. You know what? Okay, so let me just say something here. I mean, I know it's taken all morning for me to get going again as usual. But I'm not gonna I've got to keep myself open today because I'm expecting a recruiter call. And so I'm gonna be doing the recruiter thing. And very soon I'm probably gonna have a full-time 8-hour-a-day job, which I don't know when that's going to happen. It could happen as early as this week or next week. If that happens, it's going to immediately stop my ability to stream for a good week. So, because I got to get oriented and everything, and I'm not going to cancel all my private mentoring right away. In fact, I'm probably never going to cancel it. So I may only be streaming on the weekends if that happens. And that's why I don't know if you saw, but I just removed I removed the schedule entries for PEGN and for AFK Works on Friday because I just don't have time. Which leaves Saturday and Sunday only to do that stuff and makes me even resent doing web development at all for the beginner boost. But I swear I'm going to finish it. I might have to go through it pretty quickly. I might have to kind of skim the book for the remainder of the content that I'm going to cover in the book, but I promise to finish that whole series. It's going to take another couple of weeks though. And then yeah, I mean, this sounds relatively good. This is somebody who seems like, first of all, it's a recruiter, so they've got tons of work for you. It's just a matter of finding the right match. So once again, to those of you, let me make this not about me, about something maybe you're interested in. The best way to get a job is to get a recruiter to work for you. I mean, it's the most effective way to get a job. It may not be the most cost-effective way for everybody involved. But I'm just going to say it. Companies, in my experience, I have nothing to go on except from my personal experience. But my personal experience, from what I've heard from others and what I have experienced, it's easier to get placed if you have a recruiter, because the recruiter is vetting you. People like to hire from the recruiter. If the recruiter does anything wrong, they're the ones that have to answer for it, not the hiring manager or HR or something like that. In fact, I know very few direct hires. Usually that happens after going through an internship or something like that, or having somebody really know somebody else and have them do the recommender thing. Some people can say, I actually don't. You go to work, I go off work. I'm actually taking a break from clients to focus on my project for a while. But when you need a job, right? So one thing I absolutely know doesn't work is spamming your resume to thousands of companies. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that people are doing that and they're not getting anywhere. If you're going to get a job, you need to work your professional network. And that includes live streaming. Yeah, this recruiter came directly from live streaming. Directly. I've had at least 3 job interests, one of whom I've already interviewed with, and who all came from live streaming. So, it's just one method of networking, of professional networking. There's lots of methods, right? Another way is local meetups. So the guy that I helped get placed, that came from a person that we met together at the meetup, and I told all my people, I was like, you need to come to this Linux meetup, even if this topic bores you, because they got to meet all these people that are professionally employed and, doing stuff. And that resulted in 3 jobs just from that. And so that's how, only send it to a few people. Yeah. The real problem, this is actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, Lamar. That's really important. This is something I still haven't got the solid details on. I'm sorry for the standby. I'm just doing some stuff. I haven't got the details on why this is, but one of the reasons I think that recruiters are so anxious to get you to send their resume to them in an email is because I think legally that authorizes them to represent you. As soon as you do that, you've given them permission to send that resume to other people. And what they do, if they send the resume to those people before you send the resume to the people, they get the credit, they get the money. And so I've noticed that some recruiters in LinkedIn in particular, I'm off LinkedIn now, thank God, but there are some recruiters who, I believe the reason that they're so anxious to get that resume is because that means that they get to officially represent you to them, and they will do the spamming. And the really, really bad recruiters, they will do the same thing you would have done. They'll spam your resume to thousands of people without honing in, the possible opportunities in order to lock you in. Because once they have the resume and the resume came from that company, when they go through the resume database of the company and they search through, they'll say, oh, we have this resume. This came from this X and Y recruiter company. I'm sorry, you can't come to us directly. You have to go through that recruiter because you authorized the recruiter to go there. I don't know for a fact that that's the way it works. And I would love to get a recruiter to chime in on this. But I believe that's the reason recruiters are so interested in getting your resume, some of the bad ones, even before they know you. And recruiters and potential employers' mindset, it's just on a stale copy of your CV. Do they not understand what a URL is? Right. It's funny because it's funny you say that, Q. I sent my resume, my CV as a UIML file to this recruiter, and he couldn't open it because of ProtonMail or some other reason. And he said, can you send me a different copy? And I said, fine, I'll get it. And I sent him, I said, right here, you can go to the link. And ultimately, I think he went to the link, and I made sure to put a paragraph in there that said, you are authorized to consider this email, permission to use my CV. And I think the reason, because he kept insisting on getting a copy of the CV, even though he told me he could go get it in GitHub where I had it. And I think the reason he kept insisting that I send it to him is because the act, I don't know this, but I believe the act of sending it in email and having it attached to the email authorizes that CV to be sent out everywhere. And I think that's also the reason for the stale copy problem that we have, is that they are not authorized to send out whatever your latest resume is. You're only authorizing them to use that resume that you told them that they can use. Yeah, that sounds somewhat suspect to me, at least in the UK. Yeah, I don't know. So it depends on the recruiter. Some recruiters are better than others. I would never, ever, ever get a recruiter. Now that I know what I've done, and I've dealt with recruiters that didn't come from referrals from other people that I know and trust, I would never work with a recruiter that I did not have directly recommended to me by somebody that I trust. I would never work with one again. Because it's just not worth it. You can find somebody in your professional network or at a meetup that you minimally trust, and you can say, I'm looking to get into the business. I know well, I got this recruiter. Almost everybody will have somebody that they trust. GDPR, where GDPR works for us and not against us. Yeah. Yes, it's a GDPR thing now to cover them. Does that cover us in the States? Please tell me that covers us in the States. I would love for that to be true. I don't know that that's true. Go America. How's it going for you? We got a lot of people waking up right now. I'm just downloading, doing stuff you can't see right now. Sorry. I'm talking about recruiters. I sent a CV to a recruiter who's from a referral. I trust a recruiter only because I trust people on the stream. There just has to get around for EMA, GDPR, but not everything. Being woken up. Did I wake you up? Oh, please tell me I didn't wake you up. Did I wake you up? I go back to work. I'm happy for you. Yeah, well, I'm not, it's not a done deal yet, but I feel confident more than ever because I feel like, I don't know, I trust the person who recommended this recruiter, and having a recruiter work for you that's trustworthy is a really big step toward getting a job. The really good thing, I mean, it goes without saying, I've said it a million times, having a recruiter work for you, they work for you even when they're your agent. The more 10x you are, the more you need an agent. Can you imagine any, elite professional going around sending resumes to somebody? CTOs don't do that. It's usually they know somebody and they have drinks and then blah, 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 and then, or they have an executive recruiter or a personal assistant who's doing all that work for them. You don't have time to beat the pavement and stay up to date on new tech and stuff like that, and to keep doing your job and to live stream and to mentor. You can't, it takes so much. In fact, I was really dreading it. I sent those 4 resumes out to some jobs on a particular site. And then, of course, I haven't heard anything back from them. I don't know if I ever will hear anything back. Probably will never hear anything back. But you know who I will hear back from? A recruiter who's financially incented to get me placed. So I don't know. It depends. You get a bad one. You get a bad recruiter, you can screw yourself up pretty bad, right? But if you find a good one, don't trust anyone anyway. They have 30 MacBooks. It's a true story. Using inability to understand GDPR as an excuse to fail to serve their web pages properly due to legal reasons. Oh my. Oh, I'm just about ready to go back at it at this, but that's all of that little rabbit hole was, or can we call them rabbit holes again? I like that. That was kind of fun. Somebody said another rabbit hole. Rabbit hole TM RWX community. What is with me dropping shit lately? Today and yesterday, I've spilled my coffee and dropped stuff more than I have in the last 3 weeks. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting old. I can't hold on to the things anymore. It's a tumor. I know. It's probably, it might be. I'm going to blame the cold. It's not just age. I think it's age and the cold. Most often sleep. It's not sleep. I've been getting good sleep, actually. That's the problem. I'm getting all pudgy because I've got good sleep lately. Yeah. Yesterday, I had to break out the sleeping club. Dude, I have never spilled coffee on my table since we've been here in the apartment anyway. And yesterday I spilled coffee twice. Twice. One time I knocked it right off here, and like, I had to pick it up. You guys saw it. And the other time it was over here, and I was like, "What is the deal with me? Maybe I'm distracted. Maybe it's I know. What variables have changed in this controlled experiment?" Well, I've been wearing my hood more. Been having music in my ears more. It's been colder, so I've got more clothes on. I haven't been particularly more passionate or pissed off than usual. It is really, really cold, and that's affected like my blood, stuff. It's called circulation, Rob. See, I rest my case. I am not performing at my maximum level right now. I'm just gonna say it. Fudgy broke the handle of your favorite. Oh man, that's so sad. There's a rule that triples the volume of liquid in a container when you knock it over. That's totally true. And I got like my power rep over there, and I was like, "Oh God, I'm gonna." And then I went to go clean it up with the towel. And I was like, "I'm gonna get electrocuted." What a way to go! Dies on a live stream of electrocution because of a coffee spill. Hey, there's worse ways to go. Oh my God, what a time warp this is. Voices Carry from Till Tuesday. When's the last time you heard that song? Oh. All right, we're almost there. It's actually a good song when you don't hear it every fifth song on the radio. Back when we listened to the radio. Do people listen to the radio still? They do, right? Live stream, random stuff on your live streams this morning. I blame Rob. Don't you dare. Q, I gotta stop by. I visited like 5 live streams last night. I had some downtime because some people didn't show up for mentoring, and I it was so fun. I gotta stop by yours sometime. That would be fun. It was really fun. God, do you guys? What's this guy's name? Sushi. What's his name? Something Sushi. You can't look away. You can't look away from his stream. It's like so insane, and he's not doing anything. He has the most insane streaming setup I've ever seen. I could not look away. I watched him for like a full 60 minutes. Like seriously, I could not look away. That's live streaming. Live streaming is okay. So like those in the wee hours of the night, like when you're Sushi Dragon, right? Sushi Dragon was crazy, but his setup is just insane. His setup is just so insane. And I was like watching it, and I was like, I cannot look away. And saying, I know, into all his new ideas. He's just, he's like a modern like scientist. You know what I mean? A bread and board, rice and noodles, man. I know. I don't know. Yeah, he's very much like a Renaissance man. He just constantly follows whatever he wants to do in his brain, and just makes it happen. And he's very much in the, a tinkerer. It doesn't seem like he has a lot of coding ability, but he probably does. But he's, it's just so, seriously, I could not look away. The whole time. I must have watched him like for 60, 70 minutes. And me, I'm like overly analytical about everything. So I'm like, why am I so sucked into this stream? And it's like, not just figuring out how he does all the things. You're watching it now, Q? Yeah, I was like, seriously, but so then the analytical Rob in me is like, and I'm going on a dog walk with my wife Doris, and we're talking about it. I was like, why am I so fascinated by this completely inane stream? And it's not inane at all. It's watching some other person's obsession. But is it changing the world? No. And then you like flip around the channel on Twitch. You know what it is? I need to come up with a word for this. And because it's do you know when you're like late night television and you're like flipping around the channels and there's like 5 guys, smoking pot, by a fern, and you can't look away. You just can't look away. They're like randomly talking about anything and everything, and you like it locks you in. You can't turn it away. And you're like, what is this? And then you just it's not particularly productive. It's not even interesting. You just can't look away. It's, it's like can't look away-ness, and there's one time I was flipping around through the channels and I was like, and I landed on, it was a GoPro mounted on the front of a train. I can't stop watching it now. I know. I was like flipping through the channels, and there's like another channel. Is it the accident phenomena? I think it might be. It's something like that. Like you just can't look away, and it's like like really lame like late night television that you just can't look away from. It's basically a solo project, and he's amateur who actually. When I found out that his cameraman is a robot following him around, kind of like Tony Stark style, and that he actually named it the Killbot because it chases him and it gets too fast sometimes and like doesn't stop and it like plows into him because it's just a one-man show. It's like this one-man it's crazy. He's like the live streaming equivalent of like the 1930s people who would run around and play like like those one-man band sort of people. He's got like a little thing he controls with his hand. It's just insane. It just makes me realize we're headed for a future, it's really what it is. He's the modern equivalent of that. He's literally entertaining everybody. He's at some point he sings, at some point he dances. He's just like a one-man variety streamer, and I love that term. Somebody told me that term the other day. He goes, "You're turning into a variety streamer." I'm like, okay, is that a bad thing? I don't know. What's a variety streamer? Well, you just stream everything. You stream, you're not on a particular topic at any given moment. I say that's about it. That's me, because I always hated about Twitter. It's like, okay, I can't be me on my Twitter stream. I have to be Coder right now, and then this other account has to be this thing, and then this other account has to be this thing. It's like, can't, that always bothered me. It's a lot of work. So, I mean, yeah, the thing about doing variety streaming is I think the secret is something we've sort of started here. What is going on here? Oh, wow, it's good. Okay. So I think the secret to variety streaming is being able to provide after the fact topical bookmarks. Because if you can do that, you can still have a big all 8 hour stream and people can generally get to where, to where they want to be. I think that's really the secret. The problem is that you're so into it the moment you don't talk about it, right? Like I've been on break for the last hour, but I've covered topics that might be interesting to somebody, right? Like what is it? Actually, any streamer should be, yeah, right. I don't know, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that causes to be obsessed with people that are doing that. The why am I watching this streamers, right? It's because it's amazing how much time they will steal. And it's really crazy too, because you'll know inside you'll feel I should really probably be watching so-and-so or so-and-so because it's a more productive stream and I'll get more out of it and stuff like that. But you can't look away. They've sucked you in. You just have to keep watching it. It's like an accident, it's like, what is this guy going to do now? Or what is this girl going to do? Another one I had that one. I watched all 90 minutes. It could not look away. What's his name? I'm going to talk about him for a second. Oops, wrong thing. Well, I'm almost there. Let me finish this and I'll do that. The guy who hacks, who totally trolls spammers. Do you know what I'm talking about? I could not look away from that at all. It's not always a waste of time. I think it's probably what it is. I think it's a form of art appreciation. Yeah, Kid Boga. Yeah. Kid Boga. Yeah, that's him. I watched all 90 minutes. I could not. It's like the ultimate plot line. What will happen next? It's like, what will happen next here? You know what I mean? It's like, teach us x86 assembly, please. Yeah, right. You don't want to learn that anyway. Nah. You want to learn like microchip PIC assembly, and then you want to learn ARM assembly because that's where you're going to be writing it for, and then you probably want to learn x64 so you can decompile stuff. Man, this is a good playlist. Loving Rockets. Risk 5. Oh, right. Sorry, Dennis. Is Dennis there? Of course. Of course, Risk. Yeah, learn Risk first. Yeah, learn Risk first. That's the only thing you should learn. Is Dennis anywhere close by? Is he gone? I'm going to get 5 F-bombs just for not saying Risk 5 first. I love Dennis. I love him, man. He's just... Oh, I'm alive. Okay, which one am I doing here? Dennis is the other one. So much of the way over your head, it basically are to me. Yeah, exactly. Me too. Me too. Me too. He's in my age range, so I mean, he's well preserved. Everything but his liver will live for. I love Dennis. Dennis, I love you if you're watching this, dude. I'm not making fun of you. It's like one of my favorite streamers. But lately I've been like branching out, which he does too. Have you ever noticed that? Dennis reaches out to lots of other streamers of all different types. Did I work at Intel? No, I worked I was in Beaverton. I worked at Nike. Yeah. It's in my CV there. Ooh, this looks very pretty. I think we can do this. Question. Where do I go now? GitHub.com, Artifacts Rob. I think it's suitable for sharing. His liver has a stream of its own. Last Mile's liver. There's Last Mile's and there's Last Mile's liver. That's why I don't get anything done, because I just love this so much. I get stuff done, but it's kind of accidental when I get stuff done. I'm kind of like really into something, and then all of a sudden, and there's nobody talking, and then there's like this. I don't regret a second of it. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm just as selfish about everything here. You can see the trees behind me. Include studio.h. What are we doing here? All right, time to switch gears. Maybe I'll go off break now. There we go. Yeah, I would love to have others. I've tried that with Discord and some things like that. Yeah. I ran into. I need to. You know what? I'm gonna go find all these people for you, so you can go follow them, rather than just hear me talk about them. Because there's a few people I followed yesterday that I really recommend. One of them is the guy. He's a relatively new streamer, but he's been doing developer evangelism for New Relic for a long time. Chris. So I'm gonna since we've been talking about it, before I leave this topic, I'm gonna go ahead and mention a few people that I have discovered recently, just for fun. That's cool. I tell you the truth, I've been rediscovering watching Twitch. Togglebit, he and I overlap quite a bit, but I love that dude too. He's really great. He makes me want to give Rust a try again. Kip Boga, of course. Most of the people are off right now. He's so funny. I love him too. Yeah, everybody's off right now. Hey, Akari's off. Show more. Yeah, I want to see all of them. Show me all of the peoples. The Primigian. I heard him say his name once. I've never been able to say it successfully. How's it going, Hots and Plots? Is it shell codes? Nope. I develop things. He's got a wicked stash. Anthony writes code. He's awesome. They're all awesome. I haven't seen Zorch in a long time. Does he still stream? He must. Sushi Dragon. He's offline right now, but he's probably asleep. Sam Griffey's one of my favorite all-time streamers. But Sushi Dragon, that's the one I was watching last night that I just could not wake up. I mean, I could not look away. I could not look away, man. The guy is like absolutely crazy. Tech 56, yeah, I don't see him anymore. I know. I mean, I went off for about 3 months myself. Yeah, I don't know how much streaming I'm gonna be able to do when the job starts up and summer comes and I need to get skinny again. Yeah, it really is. Because streaming is really exhausting. It's hard work. Check him out, dude. Look at him. He's got an entire rig. See this thing right here? Look at this bot. This bot right here. This thing follows him around. Oh, how's it going, Easy? Easy Y from Discord says, calls us skids. Somewhat ironical. Your message would be more effective if it were done over IRC. The skid calling everybody on IRC. The skid using Discord calling everybody else on IRC a skid because he doesn't know how to use IRC. I'm just playing. I'm playing Skid Easy, Skid Easy. That's what I'm gonna call you. Web zoomers. Yeah, he's really cool. Anyway, so enough of that. I'm just having fun. So here we go. Teach Daniel's like, bring potato salad to our family meetup where we're going to learn more about JavaScript and stuff. It's really great stream. Really best of intentions. They're doing all kinds of amazing things together. So funny. They're so adorable. They really are. And I tried to not, I mean, I'm supportive. I think what they're doing is amazing. I think it's what they're doing is amazing. And somebody actually, I wouldn't have never found them if it hadn't been for Chris Sean, and still 20 years ahead of the rest of the world. We're in the 90s here. We kind of are. So Linux fundamentals. He was going through these fundamentals, completely coincidentally. I mean, yeah. So Sean, you should guys go check him out. Or Chris, sorry, Chris is a developer advocate, and he's paid to live stream all day, every day, about New Relic, and he's taken it upon himself to learn Linux. Yesterday, he used to try hack me, and I said it was shit, and I had to kind of backpedal and be less mean because he's such a nice guy. I wasn't attacking him. I was just saying, no, you just want to watch out for this. And he was like, he did his first ls command, and he was like, everybody was hurrahing. It was really fun to watch. It's actually really fun to watch a beginner break through, not a factoid. Yeah. Yeah, did you find him? Thank you. Yeah, he's super fun. He's a really, really nice guy. And he's obviously got a pro setup because he streams a lot. The thing I find so refreshing about watching Chris is he's absolutely one of the nicest human beings you'll ever hear talk. He won't say, anytime anyone even has a minor disagreement in the chat, he's like, please don't fight. We're all code of conflicting everything, the people that are in there talking about pipes and stuff and making inside jokes, and it was a really fun stream. I spent probably an hour on that stream, half hour, just talking to these guys. There's me right there. Yeah, I just learned. Oh boy, there I am. What am I saying? Yeah, I just live streamed because the editing was too much. Oh, that's the end of the stream. Yeah. Anyway, it's a really fun guy. Attach a teletype to the machine and have his plain IRC from Suckless to connect. That would be cool. Suckless sucks. I haven't even looked at it yet. I need to. Sinead Connor seeing Nirvana's All Apologies. Skip. I'll go with Adamat over that. All right, I'm going to code now. I swear to God. So, Gabby, how's it going? Where are the Rust lads? There are lots of Rust people out here. I'm not one of them. I want people to know, though, that, I mean, people have really been ripping on me on that Reddit thread. I actually dared to read some of it. I was like, really? Really? First of all, you didn't even watch the fucking thing. So the 14% view rate. And you look at it, and they watched the first 10 minutes, and they didn't watch the rest of the thing at all. And then they threw me under the bus. So, yeah, just corroding in our seat. I'm glad that we do have Rust people here. Look, I'm not going to pick Rust. You know my complaints about Rust. If you're a Rust programmer, I love you. It's not that I don't like you. I'm not going to pick it. I still think it's a horrible pick for most projects. I stand by that topic. But I do think other people who are using it for the right things should use it and can use it. And I need to learn it at some point, like truly learn it. But I'm not going to be reaching for it for many things that I want to do every day. Boom. That's it. That's the whole video. Don't roast me over it. Speaking of Rust streamers, what's his name? Togglebit. He streams a lot of Rust. Yep, he does. Oh, I haven't seen him for a while. I just wanted to show you about Krish because he's really, really fun. He is. If you are learning Linux and you've never touched it before and you're a beginner, or if you're somebody who knows, who just wants to kind of guide people in the right direction gently, his stream is really, really fun. He's preparing for the OSCP and he's never used the command line before. And his motivation has been that he a vague opinion, inconsistent. Just at their definition. Yeah. Well, it's a long path. Yeah. Anyway, I'd recommend you watch him because particularly if you want to have some camaraderie with somebody who's just coming to Linux for the first time. One of the reasons that I watch him so much is because I really like reliving that experience of discovering Linux for the first time. There's actually a segment in here where I don't know if I should do this, but somebody outed me in the middle of it, and he goes, "Oh, Artibix Rob's OG, blah blah blah," and I was like, and then he like, I wish they hadn't done that because I felt kind of like betrayed. I couldn't stealth anymore, you know, but it was fine. I can't. He did it somewhere. And Chris, if you make it to the stream today, to my stream, you know, just know that I back you. I think you're awesome. And you know, he was a little bit imposter syndrome-y, you know, feeling kind of, he even wrote about that, I think, in his profile. And, but yeah, follow him, and then, you know, you're going to learn along with him and stuff. So I can't plug him enough because, I mean, he's got a really good persona, you know, he's not an asshole like me. He just, you know, yeah. All right. So enough break. Oh, by the way, from that stream, I learned about this, which I've never used before. It's called Linux Journey. I don't know if I agree with it. I don't know how good it is. The fact that it has such a good website kind of scares me. Wrap the devices. It looks really good. It looks really good. I haven't reviewed it at all. None of those would be my first recommendations for books, but oh well. ST's Mail Terminal Emulator. Yeah. When it comes to terminals, I don't care. Just give me a terminal and tmux. The end. It makes life easier. Oh, here's somebody else. The Zen of Git. I actually want to watch her too. Apparently this is really good. So this is why you should watch other Twitch streamers. I had that listing kind of yesterday. Slow as hell. Huh. Healthy debate is always good. Regex specific syntax. Yeah. Who else was I talking about? Well, yeah. What's his face? The guy, you know him already though. I don't need to talk about him. Kit Boga. Yeah, he's the one who this is a total waste of time though. Seriously, it's like 90 minutes I will never get back from my life, but it was very entertaining. You know, who does not want to see scammers just totally get taken? Oh my God, it is so funny. It's so funny. My favorite part is when they get frustrated. When they get totally frustrated, the people that are trying to scam him, and he starts to go, and I probably could come up with a voice. I got my synthesizer here. I'm sure I have one somewhere. Dev streams while he makes scam troll software. Yeah, fake viruses, fake ransomware. Nice. Yeah. The tournament time stuff. Yeah. Well. Ed just redeems a couple of Google Play cards. No. Dude, he like lets them have access to his bank account, like an actual bank account, and I got to tell you, that's pretty damn brave. It seems like he's been doing it for a long time though. So yeah. And there's Curl Hacker. I wish he doesn't do stuff that much. Wait, is that the same guy? I think it is. Yeah, libcurl. I don't see him online ever. But is it a fake bank? Is it really? Oh my God. He totally emulated the bank and everything? Oh, now it's just even better. Oh. And he's on a VM? Oh my God, that's even better. That's so stinking cool. He's one of my top streamers, and I know he's a YouTuber and everything too. I'm feeling myself sucked into this new form of entertainment. You know, it's just, I love it. I love that it's real. You know, I don't know. I'll overanalyze the shit out of that. I always will. He's learning Minecraft for the first time. God, this makes me want to play Minecraft. Always learning Svelte and Tailwind. Yep, Svelte is the #1 framework for 2020, according to that blog someplace on the internet. All right, time for me to get serious here. I got to get something done, right? I won't lie. I feel like I've already accomplished a lot just by waiting around for this interview. Where'd my phone go? Oh, that's right, I dropped it. Okay. I'm Phantom Dude today because of my green. I'm just don't care. I used to care. I don't care. In fact, I'm almost completely transparent because of the green. So what? Enough of that. Linux Journey looks pretty good. I want to review that at some point. I told him about Linux Foundation, but that Linux Journey thing looks pretty good. Read, write, ethereal Rob, yes. Totally. All right. Sigh. Do I have coffee left? I probably shouldn't. I probably should shift to... Oh my God, Lou Reed. I haven't heard him in a long time. This is a great playlist. Take a walk on the wild side. All right, half low disengage. Time for me to do something. Hot chocolate is good, yes. Blah, 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 blah. What am I doing? I was all thoughtful and architectural when I woke up, and that's evolved into recommending Twitch streamers. But I shall endeavor to find my way again. Beginning with smart tabs, and I'm going to experiment with the structure for that. So I'm going to change the topic, and be doing a lot of Go coding for the next hour long, 2 hours or so. And I'm going to be experimenting with a combination of my personal assistant or conversational assistant responders, which are based on regular expressions, and tab completion from my command tab library. And I'm going to endeavor to combine those two into something that could be what I'm calling like the mem tab completion smart CLI. In other words, a command line completer that when you hit tab takes into account the entire context of the command line and infers the proper action to do from that. So you can have, that's the goal. Actually, I'm going to have to restate that because I didn't set the topic. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, let's do this. Exploring intelligent command line tab completion in Golang. regex.gg. Boom. That goes off every time I do this. It goes off to Twitter and GitHub and everything, and updates everything. That was a fun project. I still need to come back to that. I need to define the YAML schema for video, so that these are being saved right now. None of these are being saved in my knowledge base of any kind. No, I don't have any of it. It's all just on YouTube, which eventually I can extract the descriptions from all of those and convert those into YAML. But I need to convert it over to YAML at some point earlier. Lots of work ahead of us. How's it going before you? All right, so I'm going to turn down the chat a little bit. Again, this is going to be very experimental. It is a I don't even know what to really call it. I think I've been toying with the ideas. I don't know. Let's do this. So I've been toying with some ideas for the names. I like mem or mimir because it is minimum. I also like names that have smart in them. That's kind of taken, like, smart tab smart. Yeah, it's like, ugh, right. IntelliTab, that's also been taken. IntelliTab is Microsoft's word. Microsoft uses the word IntelliSense to be able to sense where you are in your code and give you the right thing. And that is, in the spirit of that, is exactly what I'm trying to do here. But it's a different kind of thing. Tabber. Get trendy with it. What is that? I like that, Tabber. The problem is that the library does not really care about tab. It can equally apply to things that are not using tab. So, you know what I mean? I mean, there's two kind of triggering events that are involved. One of them is tab, and one of them is just entering the command line. Those are both events at the end of the day, and they process whatever the current command line is based on the current state, which may or may not have been modified over time if you're in a shell environment or something. So it's kind of a smart command line interface. I mean, I'm sure that name's been taken, but we could call it Smart CLI, and I'm betting that that's already been taken. Smart CLI. Smart CLI integrated medical records. That's stupid. Smart clinical system. Nope, stupid. Smart-CLI is a Node.js. Smart and Node.js in the same word. No, oxymoron. I'm playing. Calm your jets. Or is it cool your jets? I'm mixing my metaphors. Perspicacious prompt. What? That's my kind of name. VMT, multiple points to you. We could just call it perspicacious. You can't use it if you can't type it in your import statement. we have to do that because that's like, that proves that it's smart. Oh my God, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. That is brilliant. You can't use our library unless you can spell it. You have to be smart. We don't put smart in the name. That's too on the nose. You have to be smart to use our interface. I'm all for that, man. To our viewing public, what does perspicacious mean? Proceeds to misspell it. Did I seriously misspell it? Did I? Exactly my point. I'm not even smart enough. I just made my own point. Did I seriously? Oh my God. For all to see, I failed my own test of intelligence. Totally wrecked. I did. I was totally wrecked. But I'm the guy who can't spell delicious either. I don't know. I didn't say I was smart. Perspicacious. Okay. All right. Perspicacious means of acute mental vision or visual or discernment. Yeah. I think I had an idea of what it meant, but I don't think I could have told you that exact definition. I'm just going to own it. Perspicacious. Acute mental vision or discernment. This is a word that has to be worked into everything I do. Perspicacious, quick in noticing, understanding, or judging things accurately. Quick in noticing. Are you going to sue me for calling it perspicacious and not giving you credit? Because I will give you credit. I'll make it all open source. Meaning of perspicacious in English. Perspicacious перевод английский русский словарь. Comparative, more perspicacious, superlative noun. All my ideas are in the public domain. Nice. First attested in 1548 from late Latin perspicacitas, discernment. God damn, that's a great name, VMT. I'm sorry, I'm like so excited. This is what, look, innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's not some smart guy in his basement or girl. It's this. This is what it is. Maybe Thesaurus for Smart can lend some ideas that aren't claimed. I don't know. I like perspicacious. Am I saying it right? I don't even know. Perspicacious. It's hard. A hard rain. Edie Brickell sings it. Sing it, girl. Quick in noticing, understanding, or judging things accurately. Quick in noticing, meaning of perspicacious in English. Can you please make sure I spell the repo properly? I'm so doing this. I mean, I had people asking me what autodidact meant the other day. And I was like, let me look it up. All right. So, oh no, what have I done? I know. You've sent me down a path of naming my everything stuff that can't be spelled. I would love to be known as the person who produces like really terse libraries that are imported rdbx.gg/perspicacious. You know what's happening. I'm going to make those Git repositories as the primaries because you can do caching servers now. So I don't have to have this stuff live on GitHub anymore. This is just getting started. So eventually I'm going to put all this stuff on Git and I'm going to have it on rdbx.gg. And so you're going to be doing import rdbx.gg/perspicacious. That would make me so satisfied. Oh, so we can track how many times you typo this. I know. I'm totally going to typo it. I don't even want to deny that. People are going to hate me. I don't care. I just use tab completion. You know what? That's what's so great about this name. Even the name illustrates the point of how important tab completion is. Because I can do PER tab and get it. So the very name illustrates the point we're trying to make about having an intelligent tab completion system. It's like so good on multiple levels. Thank you, VMT, for that. Oh my God, this is so much fun. All right. People think we're demented. Anybody who thinks this is fun, you're in the right place. Everybody else is like, change the channel. Where's that guy playing with his cameras again? Where's that really, really intelligent woman who also is hot? Okay, that's true. I now like it. Is the background reflecting how cold you feel? Yes. It's not even subconscious. It's conscious. Wallflowers, man, I haven't heard them in a long time. This is a great playlist. A good playlist is one that hits all those songs you liked that you forgot existed. GH repo perspicacious create. Darn it. I blame the way I'm sitting. At least I'm not going to do a Greg. Greg, yeah, he hasn't been around a while, but Greg like literally removed. He has a keyboard. There's no letters on his keyboard. Yeah, he has no letters on his keyboard. It's just blank keys. Yeah, that's how OG is. I don't need no stinking labels on my keyboard. I just think that's so cool. It makes me want to like get some like rubbing alcohol or something and remove all the things so I can like actually learn how to use my keyboard. But that's not who I am. Sorry, not that good. I'm okay. Let's make it public. Perspicacious. C'est un mot français, ça? Ou bien il a des origines latines, je pense. Il y a des francophones? Il n'y a pas encore des francophones, là. Je peux pas rien. Why not? It's perspicace en français. Perspicace. Je l'ai bien prononcé bien. Ben non. Ou non. Est-ce que je l'ai dit? Ouais, perspicace. Perspicace. Il faut ajouter. Ouais. Il faut que le mettre dans la tête. Ça. Comme ça en français. Je parle même pas assez de français quotidiennement. Il faut que j'augmente. C'est un mot? C'est peut-être pas un mot. Il faut que j'augmente la répétition en français. Chaque jour. C'est exactly what I said. Perspicace. Bonjour Kitty. Kitty Andrew, comme tu préfères. Yes, perspicacious. We want that. Ouais, c'est ce qu'on veut. C'est ce qu'on veut. On veut ça. On veut ça. What was I doing? I'm sorry. I'm in a good mood. God knows I've been in a bad mood. I'm like this. This is my emotions. I'm screaming at the camera. And now I'm like happy, go lucky. I'm like focused. I'm human. All right. Oui, je parle français. Pourquoi vous me posez ces questions, ça? Vous ne parlez pas le français. Otzenplotz, vous parlez l'Allemagne. J'ai oublié ce mot même. Même ce mot. J'ai oublié tous mes mots en français. Tous mes mots françaises. Tous mes mots français ou françaises. C'est une chose de ces langues romantiques que l'on doit... comment ça se dit? Il faut qu'on se débrouille. Il faut qu'on se débrouiller avec les genres. Ouais. Masculin et féminin. Ou neutre. Neutre. Est-ce que c'est neutre ou bien... Enfin, il faut que je parle en français pendant quelques temps parce que il faut que chaque jour que je parle en français. Parce que je ne veux pas oublier tous mes français que j'ai appris auparavant. Et maintenant, je ne parle plus le français quotidiennement. Et il faut que je recommence à le faire. À faire de la conversation avec les francophones. Mais il n'y a pas de français là, maintenant. Maintenant, il n'y a pas de français? Normalement, il y a des français. Mais, ok, vous êtes français, oui. French Canadian, bon, tabarnak. Français is masculine, but your pronunciation is really good. Ouais, ça, c'est le problème. Moi, je n'arrive pas à se débrouiller avec toutes ces choses masculines, féminines, tout ça. J'oublie tout le temps. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Tabernacle, par exemple. C'est masculin et féminin. So apparently French Canadians, this is a fun fact. Apparently French Canadians in Montreal in particular, I've been told, all their swear words are pieces of like religious paraphernalia. So apparently tabernacle is like a big swear word in France, in French Montreal, and it's tabernacle, right? So I don't know. I don't know if that's true. But anyway, all right, what was I doing? It's where people still mess it up, like they can't settle on whether bus is masculine or feminine. Bus, le bus, la bus. Ouais, c'est vrai. Plutôt parce que des Canadiens parlent l'anglais, enfin, assez souvent, j'imagine. C'est vrai, ça? N'est-ce pas? I mean, enfin, okay. Now I'm singing Inspector Gadget. It's an earworm stuck in my head forever. All right. This has not been a useful stream. I'm sure I've already been downvoted 10 times on YouTube. Should we go see? Because people love to downvote me these days. They're like, you're not doing anything about what you said you were going to do. Like, well, I didn't say I was doing anything. Stop imposing your expectations on me. Hey, 25 faithful people on Twitch. There's a lot of interesting people. Okay, I'm back at it. All right, here we go. This is such a good playlist. Oh my God. It's making me a little crazy. Ready, go. Now here's a problem I have right away. I hear the most colorful swear words are Spanish. When I read those bells toil, I was perplexed at some of the senses. I bet. All right, so here's the problem. There's nothing in here. How do we start a Go project? I've already done this lots of times, so I'm going to do it again real quick. So if you want to start a Go project, let's do this. Well, you know what? You don't even need Go mod anymore. At 1.16, they got rid of the requirement to have Go mod. True story. Which I really love, but you should generally have one anyway. So, how's it going, comrade? Ruski Gavritia. So, So go mod init. Is there a reason you wouldn't want to go mod? Because it's annoying. Russian stream next time. No die. I need, yeah, maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday I'm Russian, and Tuesday was, French. I would love to do that. All right, so go mod init. Go mod init. One of the reasons I don't like go mod init is it assumes that you're going to make a thing that's going to live in a particular place, and I mean that's fine to a degree, but and you might not necessarily know what the answer to that is right away. There's a lot of assumptions that everything you make in Go, including the simplest of scripts, is going to be hosted on GitHub or GitLab someplace. And that's always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I get why they do that, but, you should be able to make stuff without having it under, Git control and stuff like that. But Go has a fundamental assumption that you're going to be using Git management usually. Pike would take exception with me saying that, but it's true. So, and now I have to spell that name again. Which I can't spell. This is how I'm going to do that. Seriously, I have no way. I didn't spell it. I've already. Maybe it was a bad idea. I think this is a bad idea. Wait. I seriously, I am like struggling. Perspicacious. I already regret it. No. I think this is a great idea because I want to remember it. Perspicacious. Or at least pointing to other locations for dependencies. Yes, agreed. I've written Go code, not written any yet, and seen all the vendors shadowing stuff. Yes. And one of the good reasons to have go.mod is you need the replace directive, which they don't even tell you about. It's still a big problem with the Go community is there's not a lot of documentation. Consistent documentation, and it's changing pretty fast. So, sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, Go, but there's absolutely no beginner stuff at all. The beginner stuff is all ancient and irrelevant, and I think it's a big problem in Go. Rust people point fingers at that all the time, and they have pretty damn good documentation. So, that's a fair critique if you ask me. So Go status. There is no such thing as git status. Git status. Okay, so we have a go mod. Why do I need a go mod? Because if you don't have go mod, you can't do anything else. You can't go install. You can't go build. I mean, you can build, but I like having a go mod like from the beginning because I generally need to create dependencies that are on other packages on my local system, and I don't want to go out to the internet to get them. For lots of reasons. It's slaggy, it's slow, it pulls from the caching server, which I may or may not have updated. And a lot of times I'm working simultaneously on 2 or 3 packages at the same time in different modules and different Git repos, and not all of them have been committed perfect, on different branches. And so I want to override all of that stuff in go.mod, and there's an open issue against this because go.mod will get saved with those replaces in there, and then anybody else using your stuff's going to be broken because they're going to be trying to find those things locally and they're not positioned locally. Go mod vendor and go build dash mod vendor for the win. Don't know about that one. Does mod vendor get away from that? I don't know if I would do that. Is that the one here? I need to read about it. There's no man page. Duh. I think is it help build or build help? There we go. I haven't read about vendor before. Is that a 1.16 thing coming? I mean, I know about vendor, but more downloads read only vendor mod. I thought vendor was deprecated. All deps in your project and build against vendor deps so you don't need to pull anything from your net. Nice. Is anyone from Gina before I forget? I'm trying to, in my mind, I'm trying to weigh that against using replace, which is kind of more surgical, right? You don't need to pull anything. Another way to not pull anything from the internet is to set your I don't even remember now. Which one it is? There it is. You can set go private to this too. This actually, there's a couple of things. I still need to get a better handle on this. That's why I was asking Tada here. So private, this is the way to use private repos. If you don't do this, you can't even. Look, if you're using local repos, direct proxy. So there's a couple things you might want to say if you're doing a lot of development. You don't have to do these. So Go proxy. This goes direct. This bypasses the Go proxy entirely. Some people would consider this dangerous, and sometimes it's slow if you're doing a big build or something. You're pulling all your deps directly from the Get resources instead of from the caching server, which is more secure and faster. In fact, some of that stuff might even exist anymore as in the directs. How long? I wonder how long does the cat? I don't know this. I'm curious to know. I need to put in my log. I need to put this in on my log. I am curious to know how long something remains in the Go caching servers before and if it ages out. So what I want to know is if you put something in the caching, so Go has this whole entire system as of 1.13 that makes it wicked safe, actually, because they're all checksum and everything. It's nothing like the NPM disaster. But what it is it's a caching server. So everything goes there. When you request, you import like from GitHub/RBX, whatever. It doesn't actually pull it from there unless you put direct in there. It'll go proxy direct because it'll pull it from the proxy server and it's cached there, and Google maintains all those, and it pulls down those libraries from that thing. So my curiosity is how long is that stuff around? It's very possible that that's, it goes away when you're thinking. The reason I asked this question is because of the caching server, I now feel like it's okay to not use GitHub or GitLab for longevity. And I'm really curious to see how long it stays there. So for example, if I pop up RWX, I put a git up there and I start using those in all my imports, and I want to know how long that stuff lives. Proxy is different from vendoring. If you build a project to last, you may as well vendor all deps in case they were removed from the internet. Right. And with vendor deps, you can still thank you for that distinction. That really helps me understand that. It does not exist anymore. Go basically creates vendor folders and puts everything in. Yeah. I did not realize that's what it did. Today I learned something. I'm going to put that in my log. That's super interesting. That's super interesting. I did not know that. All right, so today I learned TIL that was it go mod dash vendor. What's the syntax again? I can go look at that. I can go repeat it. Let me go. Oops. Go mod vendor, right? Go build mod equals vendor. Oh, so mod vendor pulls it out of the vendor location, right? Interesting. Thank you so much for telling me about that. Go mod. I mean, I've been doing Go for a while. I'd never really, because vendor has been used for different things over the years, right? The Go 1.9 vendor had a completely different meaning. So I didn't know about that. I'd kind of written off the whole use of vendor because of that. Go mod vendor. And God damn, you think I would know how to spell? What is my problem? My brain is not working today. It is not working. You just got to know these things if you're a coder or a knowledge worker. You got to know when your brain is working and when it's not. It's Friday. That's probably why I'm going to blame it on Friday. Tell y'all that command my vendor will pull any import dependencies into the vendor folder so that they are permanently apart. I think this is such a good idea, by the way. God damn. I am really permanent. Seriously, I do not know how to spell. What the fuck, Rob? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm this dumb. The go mod vendor and go build we'll put any dependencies into the vendor folder so that they are permanently a part of the source code rather than pulled even with the saved checksums. Something about 1.16 is changing the way checksums are saved in Go in the checksumming system. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Bye, Seth Eric. See ya. Visit you later on. Yeah. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong place completely. I am just not on today. You might want to go watch somebody else. A go mod vendor and a go will pull any import dependencies in the vendor folder so that they are permanently a part of the source rather than pulled, even with the saved checksums associated with stuff in go mod. That's a good idea. That's the cold content, me freaking out, doing it wrong. It's a strange thing about we humans. We love to see other people screw up. I know. I'm there too. I'm gonna commit that. So I need to get my head around Go vendor a little bit better because that is a concern, right? It's related to the thing I was originally asking about. If I start to use rdbx.gg for my imports, how do I make the case that you're going to be fine importing this without a problem, right? The other thing about replace that's nice is that you can actually leave. I think that's probably why it was left in go.mod. Is the first time I understood this last week, 2 weeks ago actually, and the replace directive that goes into go mod, which what it does is anytime you have an import in any of your source code, it will replace that line of import with the replace line. Another reason you would do that, particularly if you have lots of code in there, even though you can script it up to change all the dependencies, is not just because you want to use a temporarily localized package that you're working on, but you might permanently want to use a different package in place of that one that's maybe a fork of the original one. So like CView, TView, that kind of thing. Or in this case, I could say I moved rdbxgg to another location, or I renamed it because I couldn't spell this. You know what I mean? So I couldn't spell perspicacious. So any of those reasons are reason to do a replace and actually save it with your source code. So before I thought there was no practical reason you would ever want to replace saved in your go.mod file, and therefore was consistent with the bug that's been opened on it because people are saving localized temporary replaces with their production code. It was breaking everything. So yeah, that was the conversation about it. So now I realize that there's actually a legit reason to do that, which would mean, hey, I want to permanently redirect this because I've moved it. I've got a dependency someplace else, even though I think that's more like the equivalent of a symbolic link, and ultimately you should probably avoid those. But anyway, so we've got a new Go project. Then the question comes up: is this a package or is this a command, or is it both? And you have all three types of modules out there, right? Packages have, don't have a main in them. Commands have a main in them. Hybrids have both. Usually the package is at the top level and the commands are under CMD with all the main stuff in them. Any one of those styles of development is acceptable these days. People are doing it in all different ways. And then, of course, there's another really monolithic projects which also have an SRC directory because they have so much other stuff and crap at the top level. All different ways for organizing your Go repo. But I'm considering organizing my Go repo so that I have... I just want to include a library. So my priority is the shortest possible import line. Therefore, the package is going to be the top level. So they're already going to have to type perspicacious. They're going to hate me for that. So it would be doing import github.com/rdbxrob/perspicacious, which eventually will be replaced and it'll be rdbx.gg. In fact, I'm going to do a go mod replace directive because I plan on using RWXGG for my imports for everything. Because I'm going to move everything over there, and then I'm going to eventually have it come over. So I'm going to do a temporary. People have actually. I read. I took issue with a guy on Twitter, big Go guy. I don't remember who, for using this method to use cooler import lines, and he was actually actively, promoting the use of these shortcuts, and I kind of want to experiment with this because I have a feeling it will even cache it that way. So like I can declare this package to be something and then have it live someplace else, and it will. I want to see how it lands in the cache. So I kind of want to do the replace on purpose. So yeah. So I can actually do this. I can declare this module as rwx.gg, which it's not, right? And slash perspicacious. Yes, did I get that right? And then down here, I think I can do this. I think I can do github.com / rwxrob / per. Oh, I missed an S. Perspicacious. This is like an anti-pattern. Usage module path goes to other. Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Sorry. And already you spelled it wrong. Stupid name. I like it. Can we not keep it? I'm keeping it. I don't care. What I don't know, I've never done this. I've never redirected the main module name to something else. It's always been the opposite. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know if it's possible. Not to mention the fact that I'm going to get the name wrong like every single time I try. I couldn't find a longer name even if I tried. But it's beautiful if it has a nice short domain. So, module version must be rooted in the directory path. Damn it. It's not going to let me do that. Shit. Let me try something here. Let me try something here. I'm trying to see if I think I can almost I've been wanting to test this anyway, so if you're new to Go, I apologize. This is something I've been wanting to try for a long time. I've been wanting to mess with the import names and do something that's a little bit, rebellious. I hate putting GitHub in my import name every time. I hate it. I want to have something cooler like this. Call me shallow. I don't care. I can offer a longer word, but it's in Bulgarian. So when obviously I don't have an RWXGG host for this. Or do I? It's just a Git repo. Why don't I just put it up there? What do you think about this? Yeah. The only problem with that would be I'd be combining source code with. I've been thinking about this for a while. I've been combining source code with the other stuff. What other domains do I have? I like RWXGG though. We have a whole bunch of other ones though. I like mim.works and. I don't know. I'm stuck on the naming thing. I should get rid of that. Let's just do it. Let's just do this. Let's go with what it is. I'll play with the names later. GitHub.com regex perspicacious. Boom. First shot. All right, fine. Go test. Nothing to test. Okay, well, at least it didn't fail. We're going to make a package. So for packages, I like this. I create a file that is either the same name, in this case, no, or its name lib. And that, if it's a command, I call it main. Just a thing I do. Some other people do that, but it's not mandated by any means. And this is the main file, the main entry file. You could have multiple files, of course. So what are we gonna do? I'm gonna do. The package must be named the same. Damn it! I cannot type today. And then what? We just put functions in here. So, I mean, let's start with complete. So we're going to be doing structures and stuff in here. Oh man, I just realized something. I can't call it perspicacious. I can't. I want to so bad, but I can't. I can't call it perspicacious. You know why? Do you know what this source code is going to look like? Yeah. We would have to type this every time. We'd have to do an import, by the way. So let's just take a moment to remind everybody. You could do this. You could do import p github.com/perspicacious or whatever. COBOL. Yeah. Oh, you're like ruining my fun. My fun has been ruined. Fine. It is not spelled wrong. God damn it! It was. That's the second time I've done it without a C. It's Friday, people. And why am I doing this to myself? This perspicacious, that. I know. Can you imagine, like, perspicacious.handle? All right, just kind of like a deliberate insult. I so want to do it. I just want to do it to be contrarian, but it's a horrible idea. It's a horrible idea. And set the package name to P. I can't spell it right. It's like every time I spell it wrong, it's a drinking game, except for you're supposed to spill stuff on. Is the word mean, by the way? Well, I'll show you. Or two. Oh my god, that's even worse. No way. I love that it has perspiration in the name. Perspicacious. Here, let me Google that for you. Perspicacious. This is my new. God damn, I spelled it wrong again. Perspicacious is now. Go search for that and click on the search. Wait, where's my Tmux not on? What have I been doing this without Tmux? Oh god. Do we keep it or not? I don't know. I need a vote. I need a vote system. Everybody's gonna vote against it. I know. I just love it so much. I love it. I just love it. I can make the package name P though, right? We could definitely do that. Let's make the package name P. Because then when you import it, right, it would automatically make it a different name. Yep. Yeah. I kind of want to do that. I like thumbing my nose at tradition, because the tradition is that you name the package the same as the directory. There's no rule that says you have to do that. And the first time I discovered that, I thought there was some rule about -go or go dash and all that. Nope. You can name the repo whatever you want. Yeah, and the imports will all have to say that. All the imports will have to do that. But you won't have to do. The package itself can be automatically something smaller. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think it would just be fun. If for no other reason than to teach people that the package name doesn't matter. You know, we should deliberately make it P so that they realize that they want to use the P as a variable and then be like, wait, I have to use P? Literally the same as the directory. Yeah. People do it all the time. Yeah. But I don't think I really want to throw people for a loop. This would be, people will yell at me for doing this unless they know I'm doing this for fun. Right? But I can name the package P and we should do this, right? Pers PCCS, that's impossible to type, dude. Our brains have been too like destroyed by Perl this week. That's like Blah's LAPACK levels of obnoxious identifiers, right? Perspec. I like Perspec. We could probably do that. I think Perspec is probably fine. Perspec. It's like per spec, per specification. A single alpha characters. Can we try it? Can we just do it for a little bit? You know why? It's like, I like Perspec. I like that one. I like, if I had to make it something besides P, it would be Perspec. But if you name it a single alpha character and your package is a single alpha character, then you force people to use your alpha character. But if they don't want to use your alpha character, they can use a prefix. There's nothing stopping them from using the prefix, right? Most of the time they're going to use a prefix anyway because they want to do a thing, right? So, oh, you don't like using my prefix? Oh, okay. It kind of sucks because they still have to type perspicacious into the imports. They get P for free, and they still have to type perspicacious. I mean, if no other reason, I want to show people what I'm talking about. They have no idea what we're saying. All right, so to do this, you have to have something else that uses it, right? So to do that, we need a command. All right, so we're gonna make a command. Let's make a command. CMD, and then under CMD, we'll make I don't know, sample. How about that? I mean, this particular thing needs a command to use to test. So we're gonna call sample. And then CMD sample, we'll put a main.go, and we're gonna use my library. Hey, look, yay! We're gonna import perspicacious github.com/rbxrob/perspicacious. Seriously, Go? What are you trying to do? That is a thing. You know why I did that? I hate to say this, but this is why. It did that because I didn't have a Go replace. It doesn't know about it. Yep. So that's my thing, trying to be too smart. So I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to do a Go install. Yeah. Yep. I should probably just... No, you know what? I'm trying to think here. There's a couple ways I can do this. Yeah, I'll just try this way. Import perspicacious github.com/rbx rob unless I spelled it wrong. Perspicacious. God damn it. I need a module entry. That's why it's doing that, guys. It's not in my... I didn't do a Go install. You know what? I don't like this, but I gotta do this. I'm just trying to decide if it goes here or if it goes in the other one. You must call us be perspicacious. I think I need to I think I actually need to. I can't remember. I can't remember how I do this. I have to go look at something else. I'll look at my auth tool. CMD main. Yep, CMD tab. C, and then they go with that mod. I don't think I was replacing here still. Nope, I took that all out, so it's all good to go. I think I have to do an install. I need to figure out more ways in which to misspell it to throw off Rob. You do, because I cannot spell. Go install. There's nothing here. Let's try something. Go cd perspicacious. Nope, nothing found. Damn. Perspiration. Cleaning your keyboard from perspicacious. Kitty Andrew, I'm so sorry. I am really sorry. I truly lament having done that to you. How am I ever going to be productive today? It's just not happening. Just accept it. Perspicacious. Why does it keep doing that? I know why, and I just can't remember. Inspired by Pearl Mania of the week. I'm having problems because my yeah. I'm definitely hitting a block here. I need to do a Go mod thing in here. I wonder if it's because I don't know why. Somebody who's better at Go would know. Properties of an object? I don't think so. I don't know if there's somebody might know. Func foo. Foo. My God, I want to type Perl now because my fingers have been doing Perl all day. I think this needs a semicolon at the end. I'm like totally ruined. I can make a circular reference. I could totally do that. Do you want me to do that? Are you asking me to do that? We're gonna test foo on perspicacious. Vi lib test echo. Let's probably do that first. Yeah, I mean this is import. Damn it. I need a snippet for this. I really do. No, I don't. Func foo test. God, I don't remember my Go after 1 week of Perl. I don't. It's like this cannot stand, people. I reopened all my neural pathways for Perl and now I've been ruined. True story. P.foo. Go tests and undefined P. What are you talking about? Oh man, perspicacious failed. Oh, I don't need to call it. I know. Yeah. Pooh, yeah. Oh, it did the thing for me automatically. Did you see that? Yeah, that's really nice, man. You know what? That's perfect. Because if they're using VI, it'll do the thing for them automatically. And then they can just go in here and change it. Uh-oh. Did you see that? Wait a second. This is really interesting. So all the Go tools are finding it, but if I do this, oh, it stayed. Okay, good. But that I'd have to change it every time. Yeah, I'd have to change it every time. That'd be really annoying because it's gonna be like, yeah. Let me do it. It's gonna pass now. Yay, my test passed. Yay. Foo got printed. I don't know. I don't know if I'm brave enough for this. I don't know. Most of it actually is going to be init stuff, which we haven't even talked about yet. Yeah. I just love that so much. I kind of want to keep it. I wonder if we kept the actual name, what would happen? No, because we have to type it out, right? PDF, whatever. Deletes import if you rename perspicacious. That's evil, kitty. Okay, so live.go. So, unfortunately, most of this is going to be about the import statements because we're going to have, I know for a fact we're going to have a lot of init stuff going on. And I want it. That's one of the things from Command Tab that I want to incorporate. It's in Cobra as well, so they can't say crap about me using init. People downplay using init a lot. I think init is a great way to do things at initialization time, and that includes defining the syntax of your program, and putting all of those in init means you can actually build. You can build your structure of handlers and response handlers, or whatever you want to call them, in init, because it's largely a static thing. I think it's really cool about that is you can actually dynamically change how things are built based on sensing things in your environment. That's what init is really good for. That's why it's used to detect connections to databases and initialize those and all kinds of great stuff. It's one of the better parts of Go, if you ask me. So it fits after variable assignment and declaration and main execution runtime. So there's this stage called init. And you can't do anything concurrent or crazy in there. It's got to be relatively stable stuff. But you can leverage it for all kinds of things, and that's what I do for Command Tab. I actually have a very approachable way to do that with Command Tab, which I'll show you guys some other day. I don't want to get into it right now, but so that actually means that we're going to be departing from P probably. It really depends on where we anticipate people are going to be writing their handlers, and I believe I have the answer to that. I believe that there's going to be two types of uses for this library that we're making. One of them is going to be you're going to make packages, you're going to make plugins, modules, whatever you call them, that are collections of actions, action responders, responder actions, whatever you want. And those things, this goes back to the Kava tool that I have, Sava, and another is going to be in creating utilities that load these packs. And I actually went down a rabbit hole with this when I did it some years ago, 2 years back, because this is what I discovered about HashiCorp gRPC over standard in, which because I was looking for a method of modular expansion to a compiled Go piece of code, and like how would I plop in another set of responders, and particularly because they require regular expressions and all kinds of stuff like that, and which actually gives me a little bit of pause here, because we're moving. If you've been following me this week, you've been seeing me do this idea of extension is just I have an extra subcommand, and it lives in the kn.d directory, and that those get registered and initialized at startup, and then they can be used and delegated to, and each one is and so that's the whole subcommand approach, and that's a good approach too. But this particular approach that we're using right now may or may not eliminate the ability for people using a tool like KN to plop down a shell script that does something, unless we use the Unix philosophy, which is what HashiCorp does, and create an interface that communicates over standard in, standard out, and that allows anything that can be executed to be put into a plugins directory for actions and modules and stuff like that. And in other words, as long as it complies to this particular form of communication, you're good to go. And I mean, that's the problem with that is that's really heavy-handed. It's really a lot. You're not going to get the flexibility that you get with knowledge workers. I mean, the whole point of KN being a shell script is because I want it to be really approachable. So if somebody can know how to write shell or Perl or something, or Go, and they can just plop an executable of any kind into the directory, and they get a subcommand with support for whatever that is, and they don't have to really think about it. That's the whole Unix philosophy. Is just encapsulated in this umbrella command that rides on top of it. In that case, KN. So the next question is, can we achieve that level of flexibility and also incorporate regular expressions and pagan grammar notations like that? I think the answer is no, honestly. As soon as you're starting to talk about a grammar, you've eliminated, the 0.01% who was going to make an extension in the first place. Because, the average knowledge worker is going to be like, no. So there's another, we're still in user land here, thinking like, use case, user stories, all that. If a knowledge worker is going to use this thing, knowledge workers use Siri and Amazon all the time, and they download extension packs and they put them in. They don't have any idea what they're doing. In fact, all they really do is they tell, hey, Siri or Alexa, load whatever. And they're like, do you mean this? And there's a yes. And then it downloads the module and installs it. The problem I have with that is, as with every other thing, is the more that you require an engineer to facilitate what you're doing, the more danger we have having unanticipated centralization get in the way. Because now you got somebody who has control, and that's what destroyed the web. Is you had to have a browser, and then there was browser wars, and then there's people who control the browser, and then there's people who controls the internet, and there's people who control our privacy. Because why? Because technical constraints required the tools be created, and that automatically put power in the hands of whoever's tool was most popular. And so you might not think that you're, promoting a centralized control and violation of privacy and democracy by making a complex interface. Like, I'm just making an interface here, but you're actually inadvertently forcing, in my opinion, ultimately the consolidation of power in the hands of engineers, and that ultimately gets wrested out of the engineers' hands and taken over by corporate America or whatever, unless even if it's open source, which Linux has proven, right? So I mean, that whole argument is like, well, do I want to put complexity in my system, or do I want to keep it ultra simple, and allow people to just write shell scripts and extend the thing, and then screw all this, advanced, grammar analysis and stuff. And I wonder if there's a hybrid solution there. I wonder if there's a way to say you can have any number of grammars, but then the fundamental actions are simple. right? You can almost add, I know it's an extra layer of abstraction, but you can almost add an interpreter that does the translation of natural language into, a function with parameters and arguments. And then the function with parameters and arguments can be written by anybody, and how that thing gets invoked is a factor of how it's being processed by sort of the command layer, right? And at that point, then you're just building a library to take care of argument parsing. That's really all it is, and it's just a little interpreter. And I think that might be the answer. I don't know, but I feel like that's the answer. I feel like we should just stick with that translation layer. The other cool thing about that is that I can pursue the whole KN thing using the simpler interface that's more structured and command subcommand kind of idea with plain old tab completion, knowing that I can inject an interpreter layer that will take more complex query strings, command lines as queries, as full-blown language at some point, and then I can inject that additional layer of intelligence and still stick with the sort of simplified subcommand approach, which is prevalent everywhere. Get it, GH, get GitHub, Git itself. I mean, all these tools use that. So I think what I've talked myself into is thinking about that translation, and what it would look like. But I believe I don't know if I need to proof of concept that. I probably should. We should probably proof of concept that idea, right? So the only way we can proof of concept that is we need to have a simple action and an action at the end of the day. There's another argument here. Do we go functional or object, right? I think that the finite elements of this thing are ultimately actions, and therefore they're things that are happening to things, and not things that are doing that to other things. If we keep it such that the implied object is the command that uses it, so like skizix, right? Then we're saying, skizix, here's your action I want you to do, and here's what I want you to do it to, and how. By the way, I came in late. What is perspicacious going to be? Perspicacious is just we're experimenting with a natural language interface that is run off regular expressions and not machine learning, that translates a query line when you hit tab into the possibilities that can be used, and then ultimately takes that whole entire command line and translates that into an action call. And we're just totally exploring things here. We're not, this is not finite by any means. I do think this is a huge discovery, though. I'm going to log this particular part down because I don't want to lose it. It seems like putting a natural language layer that processes a raw command line into a generic traditional function call with parameters is the best approach and meets the needs to be able to create simple actions without the extra thought as to how those actions will be determined and called by the smart layer. Anyway, Well, we could do that. I really think that's the way to go, because that actually lets us make actions that are just scripts, and the only thing an action is an executable that takes arguments. The end. That is it. That is it. Possibly that reads standard input, and then we can leverage Unix philosophy completely. Really, what we're talking about here is particularly the completion. Now, I'm still stuck in responder mode with my Sava tool. It operates on completed command lines that get sent in as opposed to tab completion. So basically, this is what we want to have happen. We want to have it so that when we want to have it so that when the user hits tab and has plugged it into whatever their shell does for tab completion, that the comp line in bash is sent entirely to this library, and the thing that comes out of it is an action by name and the arguments to be called, and then that gets delegated, and that's it. That's really it. And frankly, the name that comes out of that, we could use text for the whole thing, because we might want to interpret that text differently, right? We might, for that matter, we absolutely do. You know why? Because command tab. God, this is really good. So this with command tab, the way you pull this off is that you create a map, a hash map, an associative array, at init time that contains all the potential commands and subcommands, and they're keyed off of a string. And so when someone hits tab, it does the completion based on the keys in the array. And you saw me doing that in Perl all week. Same sort of idea. We have a different issue with regard to nested completion, right? And that's where this all kind of came from. But nested completion only applies. I mean, the limitation of doing it the way I have been doing it with a hash map is that you only have one layer of command. And in command tab, I have sort of a redundant approach to that, where each command can also have its own array. So if you hit tab again, it will do its own completion based on that array. And it can also punt and just call a completion function, which is a standard part of every one of the commands. It's the definition of a command in the command tab library. So if you really want to do the hard work, including getup, there's a whole full getup support for there. You can do that, and so you get multiple layers of tab. The problem is that those tabs are always limited to the previous subcommand, and not fancy enough to allow helper verbs or additional arguments before the subcommand. And what I'm aspiring to do now, which is pretty perspicacious, is to replace all of that with a more intelligent method of looking at the entire command line and determining what action to run or what actions to run. And that is something I haven't done before. And if we can do this properly, we can really simplify the end result. And we can allow people to write the interfaces. The really cool thing about this, God, this didn't even occur to me. I got to write this down. It also occurred to me that that this separation can put applies to the work to create an application. You have the person or team developing the actions independently and without thought for how they will be ultimately called on, invoked from the command line. And let's see, and you also have a person or team dedicated to creating the language translation layer, the language grammar that translates every possible command line permutation into those actions. This has immediate implications for creating fully functional interfaces in any foreign language. Think about that for a second. If you have a team, so internationalization is no longer a matter of picking out the right verbs and stuff. It is still that, because the actions will almost likely always be returning something, a state or something. But if they remember to make those actions never communicate in a specific language, and to allow the translation layer to the CLI to take those responses and print them out in whatever way. The really cool thing about that is that you can generate an error code, and you can add a sort of human element, sort of anthropomorphized responses that are randomized, or you can do all kinds of really amazing things with that, because you've got a layer between the actual actions that are doing the work and the human, and that layer is designed to be really human, as close as you can, and seem human. So you have the stuff going in. So what that means is you can basically have your entire application action library and tack on a different front end interface for that CLI that's in French. You could have a really a monolithic kind of one that does all languages. But if you could say, okay, here's the French layer, and here's the Russian layer, here's this layer, but the underlying actions are all the same. And and then that's getting translated up to the system, and it's translating it down. But that means, and the thing that's really cool about that is that the actions aren't fundamentally changing; they're just being added and stuff. But you can continually make the interpretation layer more intelligent. You can say, I really want to be able to take any possible permutation. So, and if it gets something wrong, you can hack the permutation. You have an entire team dedicated to making the UX perfect, the terminal UX perfect, and then you have hardcore, engineers that are focused just on, or developers, or even simpletons, making actions that are just scripts that take arguments. The end. So, it's gonna, the hard part of the sell on all of this is going to be the reason for this, right? Because right now what we have is this. We have a bunch of actions and scripts, and we have the Unix way, and we pipeline everything together, and we spit out things whatever the language is of the machine and stuff like that. But it's going to be a harder sell to say, okay, you need to stick an entire layer of abstraction between the human and the action, so that all the performance hit and everything that's going to occur. The fact of the matter is, it's not that big a performance hit to do all that. It's parsing, right? And we're not talking about creating anything that's going to be scripted. If you wanted to put together a whole bunch of components and have them interact with each other script-wise, you would have this action call this action, which calls this action, which I have, by the way, in Command Tab. If you execute like some version of an alias or a subcommand that depends on another subcommand, or that is going to do something before it executes the other subcommand, you can have it do that subcommand and then exec the other one as if the user had called it, and that's all stuff that's very common in just general computing, Unix style computing anyway. So yeah. So the perspicacious part of this is that layer, the perspicacious layer between that and this simple actions, which I've all but decided will be 100% functional, and just be done with it that way, because and that will allow us to write actions without thought as to, and frankly, actions must be independent scripts and stuff. They have to be. You can make off topic, I'm going to forget to ask you, you mentioned user behavior Perl is bad. Why is that? Because it's not safe, number one. Number 2, it's slow. User banning env should never have been a thing. I think it's a horrible idea. You can never trust your path. No, you can never trust your path to resolve where Perl lives on the system. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be changing your scripts and everything in your installer to identify where Perl is, which version of Perl you want to use, and then set that as your shebang line. You shouldn't be, because if somebody puts a Perl anywhere in your path, it will use that for that code, and it's all kinds of problems. It was always a bad idea. I don't like it. Not to mention, it's a subshell for every single time you call that program. And a lot of Perl code out there is designed to be. I mean, I don't want to force myself to call env for every single command, particularly Perl, when I use it as a shell script. I mean, the level of extra startup time there is so wasteful and noticeable if you're doing it in small. If you're using Perl as a shell script, which you should be, then it doesn't make any sense to use user env Perl. I don't like that at all. Unpopular opinion. The use of user banning env is declining substantially. Python is still holding on to it a little bit. Ruby really kind of got into that. Somebody thought it was Ryan Dahl in his 10 Things He Hates About Node. He created Node, by the way. Says he's learned a lesson. He says, all those things you do that are cute, because every time you have one of those things that's cute, it's usually a bad idea. Don't do that. Because this is one of those things I thought would be cute. Index.json is the one he was talking about. It's all those things that you think are kind of cool and cute. It's like, it's probably a bad idea. So naming my package purpose caches is probably a bad idea. and using user banning env is one of these like clever, cute things that somebody did, and it should never have been done. It's just a bad idea, in my opinion. And there's other people who agree with that. Mostly cybersecurity people. Cybersecurity people are like, oh, hell no, that's stupid. And, so anyway. I also don't believe in using any module that's not a standard module for Perl at all. Because today, having multiple module dependencies, that's not what Perl's for me in 2021, if you ask me. That chat shows, yes, it does. Hi there. Yay. I do need to take a break. I need to take a little bit of a longer break than usual today. I'm so hot here, man. I am not hot. By any definition, I am not hot. So I am, however, going to get hot in both definitions. I'm going to get healthy here, and I'm going to get warm. So yeah, I need to sit on this thought a little bit, and there's no better place to sit on a thought than in the bathtub. Time to get hot. It is. Is anybody coming here for AFK works? Because I don't want you to be disappointed. I mean, I can still talk about it if somebody wants me to go over it. And we're still doing a lot of work related to that, but on separation of smart CLI concerns. I suppose that's what that is. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go say hi to my wife. It's about that time. And I'm looking around and forgetting I have the blank identifier in areas instead of error. So yeah. Oh yeah, good idea. Yeah, every time you do that because you think it's a good idea, it's almost always not, right? I've been burned by that so many times. Seriously, I have been. Yeah, it's part of AFK, as in MD parser, etc. I'm here for that. Oh, you're here for that? Okay. What was the original schedule? I think the original schedule had you. It is like 10:39, right? How about 11? I bet I would come back at 11 and I'll talk to you about AFK, works, and KEG and all that. And KN. One of the reasons I really feel like I need to take about a half an hour break By the way, Zero, if you have questions about AFK Works or PEGN, Quint's here. He can help you answer that. Pro controller, he blanket with sleeves. Why not? But I need to take a break. I've been talking straight for I think 2 hours now. So yeah, and if you guys want to hold the fort for a bit while I eat and take a bath and think of it through this, one of the reasons I really want to just finish processing this is because if we have a true clean separation of concerns, then we can, all we really need to do is focus on creating the actions the way I have been doing as plugins the way we're doing, and we can pursue that, and I can get productive, and I can get my CAN tool to work again and all that stuff, and then I can know that I can come back later. I'm not going to do it right now, and I can add the perspicacious layer into it and say, okay, now we're going to do a more advanced command line processing. If you misspell perspicacious or if you spill coffee, you know, I must have cursed everybody. I spilled my coffee twice yesterday. I couldn't believe it. Get some tea, remove pervasious. Oh God, you people are way too demented. Your sense of humor is so satisfying. Oh, I have been plugin ready to get critiques. Do you have a Vim? You have a whoa, wait, Zero. You have a Vim plugin for PEGN? You have that ready? Oh my God. I want to like give you actual money. If you, oh my God, seriously, kind of. Well, I know. I mean, it's got a lot to it. Yeah, as soon as it can it can do all this. Did you see we added all the UTF-8 stuff? Yeah. Yeah, T for the win. You think so? And in a fitting way, the current song on What I Am Radio is What I Am from Edie Brickell in a perfect circular completion. No longer just Hackerman Rob with a hoodie, with now Mount Everest Hackerman. How's it going, Noel? I don't think I've ever asked, but what's PEGN? Here's what you do here. You go to this. You go to HTTPS pegn.dev and read up there. You can find out all about that. Longtime lurker, how's it going? Mordred, I love that. I started my first project in Go, and I'm impressed with Go easiness. I started the project in 3 languages to test it. Yes, you should do that. God, you demand. I mean, that is what you should do. You should make your own decisions and practice it all, right? And Go is more smoothly than I thought. I should have learned to Go. Look, that's my conclusion. I make your own conclusions. I have opinions. You should have your own opinions, right? Did the heater break in your house? No. But I just have so many things to say about that. I don't want to say anything. For now, it's only highlighting. Oh, that's fine. Highlighting's fine. If it's just got syntax highlighting, yeah. Yeah, but there's something about my stream today that is affecting all of our writing and spelling. I don't know what it is. I cannot write to. I think it's you know what? I think it's because we were making fun of perspicacious, and the spelling gods have the spelling pixies. The Cornish spelling pixies are flying about. They're wreaking havoc. PEGN syntax. Look at you. That we also already have. Oh, did you do that already? You did PEGN syntax already. Did you do a Vim? Did you do a Vim one already too? Jiwoo? Quint? Oh, you guys are the best, man. Yeah, no, I didn't see that one either. I mean, I might have, but more the merrier. That just warms my heart that you guys are working on that stuff. I mean, really, because then I don't have to do other things like take a bath. The thing with words is the order of letters doesn't matter as long as the first and the last letter are in the proper position. Right, yeah. More or less, yeah. because it wasn't like linked, and I read, yeah. I don't think it was available. So, yeah, if you want to talk about those things, I'm going to go ahead and take that break, and my brain's already off and running trying to think through the separation of concern. If the separation of concerns is a thing, then if in case you want to stay tuned and see what I'm going to do when I come back, I'm most likely going to be porting the KN Perl prototype to Go today. So I'm going to be doing Go programming all day, and we're going to be doing YAML parsing. We're going to be I'm going to try to integrate Go JQ and Go YQ into the main tool. So it was pretty clear yesterday that now that we've moved from environment variable detection to loading config files and writing config files in JSON and YAML, that it was time for me to move to Go and out of Perl. But Perl really helped with the initial prototyping. This conversation about what the command line is going to look like has answered some of the questions in the prototyping in terms of like case sensitivity and stuff like that. So it's been really good. Wow, look at that go. We're still just yeah, guys. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm supposed to work on the logo for that today. The logo is the kind of thing I can do while I'm mentoring. So I'll be doing that during my mentoring sessions. Just so you guys know, so you don't think bad of me. When I mentor, 90% of the mentoring time is spent watching that screen right there like a hawk while people do stuff. It's pair programming at the end of the day, and they're doing almost all of it. So I'll give them a challenge, and then they'll work on it. And if they get something wrong, I'll give them a tweak and say, hey, that's not right. And then they do all the learning, and I'm kind of guiding them, which usually means I can have like, low cognitive bandwidth things going on in my head at the same time. And one of those things is making a logo for PEGN. So I'm going to be tinkering on the PEGN logo during my mentoring sessions and stuff. I'm not the kind of thing that I would probably dedicate a session to doing live stream until I want to show what I have. So, but I do plan on doing that. Feel free to fork open issues and PRs. Yeah, there are. Like to contribute. Yeah, man, we love this. It's more useful than yours. Yes, you guys can look. We need to kick off the keg project, and actually, rather than dedicating Fridays to everything, what I'm going to do instead is, and I love this style for meetings in the first place. I hate recurring meetings, other than like a 10-minute scrum. I hate recurring meetings because they're never guaranteed to be good. We will schedule a meeting when there is a need for a meeting about PEGN, or when there's a need for a meeting about KEG. And a lot of times when that stuff comes up, it might be that moment that we have the meeting. I think that's the way meetings should be done, personally. Meetings can eat into your time way too easily if you don't do this stuff. Speaking of which, where did I get my call? I'm waiting for a recruiter to call today. So just kind of got to keep tabs on that. Wait, did I get a bounce call? I'm not silent, am I? Am I silent? I better not be. Nope. I don't get called very much though. We just set PEGN to public. I don't know if it's in that state already. Is it public? I need to look at it. I need to review your interface. That's one of the takeaways I really need to do still. I mean, I assume everything's beautiful, but are we talking about the master, or is this a different one? Are we still maintaining the old master compiler without the thing? I think I'm just going to abandon that branch for now. I already have, right? I mean, if you've got something that's, no, we are not. We're using a different one, right? We still have the original master branch, don't we not? Go PEGN stuff. I don't. Okay, so that's stuff I need to do. I need to go through and review everything, and I haven't. So I'll do that. I definitely will do that. That's another thing, by the way, that I can do off stream. I don't need to do that on stream, so I can do that during mentor sessions and stuff. I'm trying to, if you can't tell, I'm trying to consolidate all the fun stuff that I want to do. Best Taste to Learn Perl from a book video course website. I don't know. I'll definitely do a video or two on how to learn Perl. Learning Perl is probably still the best way to go. Yeah, there's a book, Learning Perl. That's how I learned. It's really, really, really good. pegn.go I'm talking about is the one on GitHub. Your experimental generator. Yeah, is that okay, that's, so how do we want to do this, Quint? Let's talk about this for a second. So do you want to put your thing in a branch of the other one, and then we have the original master still there? How do you want to do it? Or you want to keep hold of it over there? I would really love to get all that stuff under the pegn project. I have no problem with you putting pegn.go as the main one, assuming, the generator and everything's all working. You have a completely different parser now, right? I remember your parser. Your parser is a generation beyond the one that we started on, right? So I assume it's going to be better than the one we started on. Yeah, and I'm totally okay with that. I have no I'm not married to the original master. The one we did by hand was a first generation compiler to get us going, and I still think we should probably keep that around as a branch or something. What do you think of that? I think. I mean, if you want to manage that, all those changes in Git, I'm totally good with you doing that. Yeah, if you want to have your private, I don't know how you would do that. You'd probably branch it or something. But if you want to, this is a first generation generator. Is it only a generator? It has a parser built into it though, right? It does the whole AST parsing and everything. Yes, I assume. Yeah. So I mean, it's a replacement for the pegn.go that's there now, right? So what I would suggest then, I kind of want to keep the other code around though. I know it's not even, the real question is, do we want to keep it around just as a point of reference, or do we want to actually keep it up to date? Do you know what I mean? It's like the whole backward compatibility thing. I don't particularly want to maintain that old one, but I also don't want to lose that code. I'm really scared. You know what I mean? It's like, there's some part of me, we spent so much time writing all those parsers by hand. The other code's on GitLab. You want me to parse pegn.go? Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, we almost don't even need it around. What do you think? Oh, you did it. So you're version 2. Did you bump the, are we still in alpha mode, or did you bump it to 2 point? Probably a good idea to do that. I mean, we haven't ever actually released any of them, so we should probably keep it as a 1, right? The other one was like a different, what I'm trying to do is I want to keep that code around. I know I'm supposed to go for a break. I know, but this is important. I want to, since I got Quint here. I mean, I'm not married to the code. I just don't, you know what I mean? Did you port over the readmes and stuff like that? I don't know. I'll have to go look. And the licensing and the contributors agreement and the DCO and all that, is it all in there? I assume it is. I mean, that stuff has to stay. So, oh, okay, yeah. We can't release that until that's all in there. Because I just am afraid people are going to start contributing because they want to, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna want to, people are gonna want to contribute to stuff, and I assume that you're releasing it to the project, and if you are, then I want to make sure all that stuff's in there before we release it at all. And then the thing that's cool about that is that we can kind of, restart our start on that particular code base, and by saying this was never released without being released under these terms, and so that would be probably my single biggest criteria before going public. Is to get as much. We're talking about PEGN, guys. So you can go to pegn.dev and read about what it is. This is a project we've been working on for some months now. that was a spin-off of the whole knowledge exchange grid work we've been doing. We needed a meta language to capture grammars, particularly so that I could make a couple sub-grammars of Pandoc. And in the process, we ended up making a meta language. And we now have a generator, thanks to Quint, for that meta language. It'll take a meta language and generate a grammar and source code that can be imported into other projects. Kind of like, Lex and Yak and all that stuff. Same sort of spirit as all that. It's a pretty big effort that doing over the course of a year. And I most recently added all the Unicode support for it. So we have support for full Unicode classes. And I actually need it to play around. It has ML2. And we debated about whether we should have MPL2 or not. Did you do yours as MPL2? You did yours as MPL2, right? The pegn.dev one? Your version of it? Yeah. Okay. How's it going, F-Nerd? God, you know what? When it comes to licensing, I mean, let's talk about that for a second. And I really want to go, but I'm just going to say this. I trust HashiCorp implicitly. They're one of the most amazing companies that I have ever encountered. It would be my great honor to work for them someday. But related to that, the first place I read a true full justification for using MPL2 as a license instead of MIT and GPL, the super permissive ones and the super restrictive ones, was HashiCorp. HashiCorp said this is the perfect middle ground between that, between GPL2 and Apache. You can actually do it as sort of both. I think it's a very undervalued license, and the fact that HashiCorp released all their stuff as MPL2 to me says they've done their homework. So I've tried to follow do my own homework on that, make my own decisions. I'm not a lawyer by any means, but and so I feel like I can let that one go. I'm a little afraid. I've seen legal pedigrees kill projects before, and I'm overly, as a sort of the project manager, I'm not a project manager, but that part of me that is concerned that we get that right. So Quint, can I just ask you off the cuff, if you don't mind talking about this? So is your business okay with MPL2? Did you have your legal team check that out already? I mean, it's just more information to help make the decision. Yeah. Well, you think you are or you are. Can I before we go public, I want an absolutely clean public release on this, which means we know before we ever even allow other people to see the code that are not, frankly vetted. I mean, you've got to agree to the contributor agreement before I want you on the team doing this stuff, because I don't want to screw it up. This is a huge project, and I really don't want to screw the release of this up. Yeah, they are, because we use hash stuff. Okay, well, there you go. Do you like HCL? Do you know specifically what HashiCorp stuff you use? If you don't mind telling me, that would be cool. HCL is the place that I saw MPL to. So if you actually go to, let's go look. Well, HashiCorp, configuration language, GitHub. I mean, I can, there's HCL. So this is the one, this is the DevOps language for all of their stuff, including Terraform and everything. See, there it is, MPL2. So HashiCorp has other stuff though. And let me just see if I can find it. So I want to see how much of their other stuff is released under GPL2. HashiCorp in San Francisco. You use MPL stuff? Nice. I mean, that's good enough for me. Console's another thing they're well known for. console is MPL2. See? 2.3 stars, 3.k forks. Do you think anyone cares that it's MPL2? I don't think so. I'm so happy that we found this out, because I was not okay with the super permissive licenses, even though Apache's the best one there. And I was not satisfied with a fully closed license. It's not closed, right? It's copyleft for GPL2. And God help us if anything gets released under GPL3. Hell no. Particularly because there's going to be a lot of IoT stuff happening, and I want our grammars to be able to be used, grammar parsers to be able to be used in IoT on devices that are going to be locked down, and they're not going to have, GPL3 compliance for good reasons. So I don't want to screw the pooch on that. Nomad, what is this under? MPL2, nice. Packer, I'm guessing it's MPL2 as well. I mean, this is a company who knows their shit, and I'm talking about technically and legally. And in 2020, they were brought into the Cloud Native Foundation as well. Lots of good things to say about HashiCorp. I would go there in a heartbeat. Haven't met anybody from the company. I have no inside connection with them. My only exposure to them is their tools. Some people, Vera in particular, complain about Terraform. They're not fans of that, but whether you're a fan or not, their technology is pretty solid. And their approach to, I think they're one of the fastest moving. Their website's open and look nice with no scripts. Thanks for that, Kitty Andrew. Appreciate that. I'm kind of laughing because it's like a fundamental part of my being. Because I'm not anti-JavaScript. I'm anti-JavaScript for a site that's got text on it. It's a documentation site. And, see my published works for random rants about things that are, including one I had to pull back and apologize for. Dev.to, their site is totally usable. They were blocking links because they thought it was a virus or something. They thought it was malware. They thought links was malware, so they were blocking links. Yeah. Yeah, Green Jenny was like, Rob, she's so good at telling me when I'm wrong. She does it all the time. She's probably getting tired of it. She also likes Rust a lot. She's really fun. I'm glad she's in our community. I haven't seen her in a while. But, because she's like, oh, here we go. There's an MIT license right there. MIT is not bad, but, Vagrant is MIT, really? I'm guessing that's because it's old. Is Vagrant older than... How old is Vagrant? I think Vagrant is an older project. So I think that's why they went MIT. There's no way I can know that, though. How can we see when a project started? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's the changelog. October 27, 2020. It's got Ruby in it? Oh my God, that's old code. I love Ruby. I do. I just don't think you should be doing anything today. I know it's time for my break. It totally is. Thank you for that. All right. So Quint, here's what we just determined. MPL2 is fine. From what I'm reading, MPL2 saves us from a contributor agreement. Let me go check that. We don't have to have the DCO in the contributor agreement. That was only required because it has patents and everything in it. Do you know what I mean? But I really want you to read about this. So according to the MPL2 thing, has a CLA. Yeah, we still need a CLA, and we need to make sure that we comply with the MPL2 license that requires you to have the license in every file. That's like something that's very different than the other ones. So you can have files in your source code base that are released under different terms, But and that for that reason, every file has to have some part of the license in it, and I don't fully understand that. So, can I just recommend that you study one of the more recent, probably console, and see how they've done their license releases and stuff, and then we'll as much as possible, we'll just try to copycat them before we go public. And then if you would do that, then what I'll do is I'll commit to actually really reading all the code and seeing if there's anything I would tweak, and being okay with that. If we need to retire the code on GitLab, I'm totally fine with that as well. I imagine I could just archive it on GitLab and we would have that code around if we needed to go back to it. I'm not really married to it. I just documentation, stuff like that. I want to make sure that's all there, right? And that's all stuff I really care about. And we'll leave that one. I'm going to take my break. You guys go take your break also, if that's what you want to do. All right. I'm going to wipe the screen here. Set the topic to break. I'm going to go ahead and take a break till 11:30. Or 35. How about that? So we did a little bit of PEGN there, didn't we? How long was that? 20 minutes? I'm going to use my handy dandy YouTube elapsed line. I would say minus 30 minutes. Isn't that fun? I love that. It's still got a bug, but I love it. I really want to support. See, that's another thing. We're gonna have to use the date command directly and do an exec and from Go even until we can get the date parsing algorithm code in there. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this, and then I'm free for a while. I cannot spell today, I swear to God. Be free, fly, be free. Enjoy the blizzard. I'm back. I'm just still sweaty. So I'm not going to put myself on the camera right now. I think we should call this Percy and make our own interpreter. That's a different thing. I want to come back to that in a second. So Quint, if you're there still, I know you're probably off. You could go ahead. I mean, if you want to talk about this in FOSDEM, you can, of course. WSL2. I have not. Yeah, you need to use dir colors for that stuff. Definitely combine stuff from other things. I actually just actually had a thing. Yes, I am. I'm just looking at this really quick. In fact, I just want to put this stuff in here and then commit this. And assuming I have commit permission, I don't know if I do, but we'll see. And then, but yeah, I do want to work on that a little bit more. I'm going to be parsing. What time is it? I don't know how much I'm going to make it. My intention is to work on it. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it. I had a number of thoughts about doing, calling it Percy and making it an interpreter and then using an entirely separate layer so that we could just configure it with files, with YAML or JSON files, and then have the entire thing be offloaded to other plugins, Percy plugins. So, yep. I don't know, let's see here. If we're going to do this, we're going to do. I think it covers contributions. I really do. Huh. Your colors, did you find it? Yeah. You can set your theme and stuff. I have my DAW files. I have a few in there that are for Groovebox. If you like that theme. Let's see here. Oh man, no, that happens all the time. You're not a fraud. No, that's standard development practice. You do have to be careful what kind of code you look at, though. Looking at open source code and then working on proprietary code can get you in trouble. Looking at, yeah, but that is, Steve Jobs said, good artists copy, great artists steal. And he was actually quoting somebody else when he said that. I can't remember who. I don't think it was Plato. But it's another one of those internet quotes. But that you can actually see him say that on YouTube in an interview. And the reason for that is because, and the Innovator's book I'm reading, it's all about collaboration, whether it be explicit collaboration or accidental. It's this dynamic of people riffing off of each other, like we've already seen today. The whole stuff. Why I reinvent the world completely. Yeah, the whole two standards joke, right? The whole new standard joke from XKCC. So those are all valid concerns. Yeah. Oh, 12 o'clock. Look at that. Right, straight up. Make something new. I agree completely. I agree. That's why there's no crazy ideas during inception phase, because even that crazy long word actually turned out it might actually be a better thing, right? It's just an abstraction of what's built, wasn't, yeah, right. Their colors and bam. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, if your LS is set to use colors, it'll read those colors. Yeah. Very nice. It's good stuff to have. I agree. I'm going to put a coat on now because I'm cold. course, I do have a. God, I need to just get not fat. I don't. I just be crazy. Anyway, I'm being too vain. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I sit too much. It's not particularly cold. I always have this problem. I've had this problem for a long time. It's a circulation issue. It's like if you sit in one place for too long, you know. Plus it's winter. I am a big. I love the hot. I love the heat. I like getting like sweltering hot. I don't think I was born to be in the cold. All right. How about that? Actually, I think I screwed up my camera. Oh well. I don't care. I got stuff to do. I have a few hours before I have to go look up Wim Hof. Should I look that up? What is that? What even is that? I don't know. What's up with my... Yeah, my camera's been... Camera's wonk. Camera's definitely wonky today. Internationally famous. Every day since November. You the man. Oh God. Super poofy socks. Yes, it does. Yeah, me too, man. I mean, you know, I've been working on it since the summer, and I mean, I had it. I was trim. I was nice and trim in November, and actually October probably, and then then I stopped moving. We had to move on really quickly. That really took a number on me. But and plus the stress, right? Stress will make you fatter than anything. God knows I get stressed out. Why do you think I have so many, you know, cozy streams? Speaking of cozy streams, let me see if I can find some good music. Then I'm gonna go back to it. Oh God, that's a little bit loud. Afternoon, I always tend to be... Oh wow, that's amazing. Yeah, you can totally do it. I went pretty easy on this stuff too. The secret for me is carbs. If I have a really high glycemic response, I'm close to diabetic actually, probably. Diabetes runs in my family, and I'm not, you know, I don't have type 2 diabetes or anything, but I've learned that I have to eat like a diabetic to stay skinny, because if I don't, my glycemic response is way too explodes. I don't know if that's because I did so much triathlon as a kid. But what about these in your path? What's that about these things? If you want to relax, look up Wim Hof. He's extremely healthy. He's athletic and does cold training. Really? Ice cold water? Wow. Too little fat. I agree. Totally agree with that. Yeah. Wim Molenaar has immune system over 9K. Yeah. Yeah. Mostly considered in computer science, design, and architecture. Huh. Well, I'm gonna I forgot I don't need to check in with YouTube anymore, do I? Because I don't have live. I don't have chat. If they're coming here, they're coming here and they're seeing the thing that says to go chat someplace else. So, Brian Molnar. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Remember your path you're talking about this week? That didn't include web. It did not include web. That is right. Why is that? Let's see, I think this is mostly considered intro to computer design and architecture. What we're doing here? I mean, depends on the day. Body hacking? Less carbs and keep your caloric deficit low, and yeah, and then up your fat so you feel satisfied. Avocados and stuff. Completely agree. I mean, I look, I know how to stay fit. I know how to do it. The question is making time and doing it. That's really what it's about. It's not so much about the knowledge about how to do it for me. It's about doing it. Do I think those topics are good to look at? Oh, you have a paste bin? Links last. Let's go see. What do I think? Well, let's see. One, introduce fundamentals of design of organization, design of computers from both a computer. Yeah. A programmer's perspective, architects cover the 5 basic components of a computer. Yes. Systems that enable. Yes. Learn assembly through programming projects. Yes. I think jumping into, you know what? It's funny you say that because I at one point was going to do, learning through, the ground up. I wanted to explore that as a learning lab potential. It was like the first thing you learn about with a computer is assembly, period. We would actually start with the Golang boards, and even young people would learn to code assembly from the very ground up. And then you would go all the way up to the higher level language. I would really love to explore that experiment with someone who's willing to do it. But I've never actually explored that path. Non-dietary diabetes. Yes, again. Yeah, sugar is the devil. Yeah, veggies. Yeah. See, I can't fast because I have. See, this is why, as far as I've said many times before, health and bodies are, every single one is unique. They have absolutely different responses. I mean, this is represented by, high and low and blunted glycemic index responses, how you deal with glucagon and all that. So the problem is every single person has to figure out how their body works for themselves. The one-stop shopping for diets and stuff is, I mean, there are some universal truths. Fat makes you feel more satisfied, blah, blah, blah. But in general, if I were to fast, I would probably go into shock. I'm not kidding. I've had inflammation attacks before that bordered on diabetic attacks. And so yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it really depends on you. If there are some people I know, and by the way, when I was younger, I could fast like crazy, right? I can't do that now. And I actually think I've ruined my ability to do that somewhat by the habits I built up over time into the way I ate. I would eat. I was a real big 40-30-30 person. So my body kind of expects me to eat like that. And if I don't eat like that, this is what's so bad about all of this keto stuff, because the keto stuff is actually training your body to overreact to carb when you actually do eat carb. And I can't say, I mean, it works, totally works. Learn assembly, then regular programming, and you would want to understand what is going on perfectly for circuit theory and transistors. Yeah, Peter, I agree. Lower glycemic index is better. Agreed, completely. You know, it's funny. The more you eat actual food, the lower the glycemic index is. That's why I say eat your veggies. If this is the diet that I went on after I got divorced, it was not a diet at all. I said, I am not eating any processed food at all. At all. And so that meant mostly raw foods, but not just raw foods. That meant anything that actually, I looked at gorillas and I was like, how does a gorilla stay so healthy and big? They eat all the time, but they eat nothing but good food. Every single thing a gorilla eats is got such a a low glycemic index. Maybe bananas is an exception, if that's even a thing. That, I mean, most of the stuff they eat, the leaves and everything, and the glycemic index is so low on that stuff that you're never spiking your sugar. Yeah, chocolate sprinkles. I know. Keep on smokes and revise. There you go. Based in butter and salt and pepper. Good with that. Yeah. Just eat clean and be fine. Eat as much as you want. Never starve yourself. Agreed. You starve yourself, you're in trouble. In fact, one of the biggest mistakes I make is I will get so into something else that by the time I realize I'm hungry, I'm already a bloated mess because I've already gone into starvation mode. And if you go into starvation mode, it totally changes your body chemistry. It's crazy. Yeah. And then you're trouble. Then you're in real big trouble. Yeah. Bodies are amazing. Yeah. They finally found evidence. They finally found evidence that things that taste sweet, even though they're not actually sweet, has the same chemical effect on your body. That was really, really interesting. I wish I could find that study. I had suspected that for a long time as a triathlete. I would do like, saccharin or, not saccharin, but, whatever, stevia or whatever. And it found out that if you do anything that tastes sweet, actually triggers the same reactions in your body, glucose and stuff. The difference is that now you don't have any sugar or you don't have anything. So you basically, all of the diet stuff, if it tastes sweet, you're actually really, really screwing your body up. And that's not even the artificial nature of the sweetener. It's that they're finding out that your body, when it tastes sweet, it starts to have all those same reactions that it would have as if it had sugar come in. And because it knows sugar is high in energy, it'll usually pump out a bunch of insulin. So then you get a bunch of insulin in your system, and you also have nothing in your system because it's not real, and then you're screwed. That's why people who do like Diet Coke, you see people with Diet Coke, they blimp up like a balloon because there's yeah. That's what I had suspected that for a long time. Because I would have serious like sugar spiking hunger pains after drinking a diet soda or something. And I was like, look, this is a diet. Why is this doing this to me? And then this study, I wish I could find it. It's one of those things, a knowledge net. This is why I want my knowledge base up and running, so I can search the stuff in my own knowledge that I've already found instead of having to go search the internet again. Trump had a cook button in Oval Office. Oh my God. Yeah. That study certainly makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I think you're right. I it's completely anecdotal, but somebody. I mean, look, every one of those studies, none of them are ever confirmed. This is a big problem in science right now, right? It's unsexy to do a follow-up confirmation study, so nobody does them. So most studies, there's a Adam runs everything on this. Whatever you think of him, it was interesting insight. There's a lot, as Adam runs science, there's a lot of scientific studies that have no confirmation because nobody wants to do the confirmation study. They can't get money for it. It's not sexy. Yeah. Oh, does it give an easy PhD? That's good to know. Nice. As far as your PhD gets, nice. I didn't know that. That's cool to hear. I think Cody gets you fat if you eat C. Cody very slim. Hardy har. That's what I said. It's easy to do it, but apparently people don't do it. I don't know. That's what they said. So, I mean, that looks like a good start. I don't know. There's so many different ways to approach learning computer science and coding and this. The other day, I pretty much just gave myself permission to pursue and to help others pursue a track. It's gonna be interesting because I'm gonna get picky with who I mentor now, even more than I already am. I've got a little bit of a waiting list. I'm sorry about that, guys. Those of you who are waiting. And that reminds me, I need to check on something. I got to see what's up with that recruiter real quick. I'm supposed to talk to him today, so I hope he's not waiting for me to call him. Let me just check this really quick. It is Friday. He's probably busy doing something else. How often do I mentor? Every day for 5 hours. Except for I finally took weekends off last year. Before that, it was 7 years of every single day of mentoring. But when you're mentoring one-on-one or a small class, you can take a day off and you're kind of in charge, right? In general, that's the best thing about working for yourself is you can decide when and how you make money. But the problem is you don't ever get a vacation. If you take a vacation, you lose. Like if I take a day off, if I take 1 day off of mentoring, I literally give up $500. Actually, that's not true. $250 right now. But before, if I took a weekend off, I would lose $600 like that out the door. Because I had at the time I had 8 people I would mentor on Saturday. Vanilla Coke, yeah. Dude, you can, once you get a little knowledge under your belt, anybody can mentor. You just have to know more than they do and be able to help them through it. The thing that's really good about mentoring is you don't have to know everything. You don't have to be the one. You just have to own it. You don't know it all, but you can maybe guide them and helping them figure it out. So this Cisconian, what a name. That's a great name. I just need to search for something here. I'm gonna write. Wait. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna make a phone call real quick. I might have to drop. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry. Here, I'll put the screen back up. Well, actually, let me get this phone number. We're doing everything, Cisco. It just depends on the day. We do development, we do SRE, we do cybersecurity, we do psychology, we do politics. Ramp up and slow down. That's interesting. This is called... yeah, we're IRC right now. That's what's on the screen. You remember these sounds? These wonderful sounds? Oh no, I'm doxing his phone number. All right, I got that. Yeah, we're free node. Hashtag RWX. Which we officially were awarded. I was so happy about that. I cried, literally. I did. I get emotional about the strangest things. I did. They trust us with RWX. I was so happy with that. I did. I felt like it was just massive validation from a peer group that I actually care about. Freenode has granted us ownership of hashtag RWX and all sub rooms. That includes dash whatever. Yeah, for eternity. So we just have to use it responsibly. All right, give me a sec. I'm going to make a phone call. I got to turn the sound down. Oceanic modeling. Oh my God.
What?
There's a college student working on oceanic modeling. That's so cool.
PhD student.
Yeah. You're on. I'm not muted now.
Oh.
I'm on now, right? Check 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. There's the dog and the wife doing her yoga. Yeah, I just talked to that recruiter. Sam.
Wait, no, I'm taking her out.
Oh, you're taking her outside? Roof. The dog is like freaking out. 16, 15, 16, 17, 18. How about you, the Cisconian? Did you delete my code? I did not delete your code. Did I delete your code? Is it gone? Don't scare me like that, because I'm capable of it. Not especially today. Today I've been all over the place. Don't you scare me like that. That's terrifying. I gotta check. I have to look to make sure. That's your code right there, right? I think if I did it right, I added contributing DCO. If you want to make that public, you can. If you want to show that off in like free FOSDEM or whatever. Question: Are you? I mean, some of this stuff we're gonna have to look at here, right? So, like some of this writing. I'm gonna. I don't know how you feel about me taking a stab at like rewriting the docs and stuff a little bit. That's something I need to do. Are you still there? Before going public. Okay. I mean, this is your generator, so I tell you what. Honestly, this is mostly your thing, so I'm totally okay. It's just built off. I'm okay just like looking through the README if you want to write the README. Otherwise, I'm happy to write the README for you if you want. There's some things in the code that I might have done differently. I noticed right off the bat, but that's not a big deal. This works. This code works, right? Change the code through issue if possible. Yes. Yeah. The only thing I did was you want to pull because I committed you won't have a merge request. I'm gonna write it sometime. Okay. Well, I figured. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing you wanted to maybe talk about this a little bit in your conference, right? Je suis en France. Qu'est-ce que c'est orchidée? Je sais pas ça. Je connais pas ça. My, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. It's been a busy day today. That's all I gotta say. It's a lunar surface model. A land surface model? Sweet. Organizer of the conference don't have time. Busy orchestrating everything. You're literally orchestrating the conference. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Do you want me to take it public already? Or you want me to do the doc first? How about I do that? I mean, normally a project like this, I would do a doc.go so it shows up nice in our doc. We expect 100K. Oh my God. It's going to be all online, Quint? It's going to be online, right? I mean, despite all my criticism of conferences, it's still a good way to meet people. So, nice. And yeah, I think that's fantastic. So you're not really okay. So you don't really care about this being ready for the conference. It is free and FOSS. Oh God, see, I'm all about that. I might have to. Is there? Let me ask you while I got you. Is there anything against me streaming it and commenting on different things and maybe taking people on the path with me? Is it You know what I'm saying? I mean, like if I were to tune into a few things that I might think are interesting, maybe I can actually do that on stream. I mean, I would normally go through the proper channels to ask that question, but I know Linux Foundation has stuff that they're okay with doing that with. So yeah. Anyway. Everything is CC, Creative Commons. Yeah. Well, definitely give us a link. I think you sent one already, right? FOSDEM. I mean, that's the kind of, like OSCON. That's the kind of conference I could get behind. If it's free, if it's just exchanging ideas, it's totally open. But I mean, I can really get behind that kind of conference. The ones that are sort of excuses to make money, not so much. Obviously, there's minimum expenses. I imagine you have a budget for that, right? For like, how do we even do this? Where do we rent the bandwidth and all that? All right, so, but I'm going to assume you don't need this. You don't need this pegn.go done for the conference. Yeah, you have sponsors for that. Nice. I assume you don't need to have any of this stuff finished. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was thought. Okay. So if you were like pushed for time, because I'm actually, if everything goes well, I'm gonna have a full-time job next week. So things are moving really fast, more fast than I could have imagined. With this recruiter and this position that I won't really talk about publicly until I know more and I've interviewed and stuff. But the way things are going, pretty confident that it'll go through by next week. At which time, my time is going to really radically change. Yeah. So, the really cool thing is, like you, Quint, it's like so much of the code that I'm writing right now, so much of it can be used directly for some of the initiatives that I anticipate we'll be working on. So I don't imagine that's ever going to be a conflict of interest if it is fine. But yeah. Just love recruiters. I actually love recruiters. Yeah, I have an unpopular opinion about that. We talked about this earlier today. I love me a recruiter, a good recruiter. The recruiter I just got off the phone with is one of the most amazing recruiters I've ever talked to, and I can glean all of that within 10 minutes of conversation. It's just completely obvious. And any of you who have had a good experience with a recruiter know what I'm talking about. The reason that so many people badmouth recruiters is because of all the bad recruiters. There's lots and lots of bad recruiters who got no business doing it. But when you get a recommendation from somebody you trust to put you in contact with a good recruiter, then there you go. Have the option to work at a desk job or work from home. Yeah, this particular position is a work from home job. Formal training, computer science will not open any doors. Absolutely true. Actually, there's a small niche of careers that computer science will open for you. Most of them in research, right? You have the chance to experiment with different fields, including cybersec. Yeah. I think computer science. I don't know. I don't know. It completely depends on the potential work you want to do. If you want to work for Google, getting a degree in computer science will help you. If you want to work for other companies, somebody once said, what's that saying? Such and such a company is the people there got PhDs in computer science. And the other one is people got into great schools to get PhDs in computer science and then fell out. That's what they want. They don't want people that actually went through it. I don't know. Kind of charged up right now. For leaders, mode of transportation. Oh, you're in Europe. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh my God. Europe is totally different. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. If you're in Europe, it's 100% different. And there's mandatory degrees for everything. And my wife tells me that about Germany all the time. She's from Germany indirectly. And, yeah, the teachers in Germany all have to have degrees, like good degrees, upper level degrees, all of them. I think I got that right. Yeah, believe me, I know. I hope that we get some of that socialized education. I mean, how is it communist to want to be able to get a good education in your country? It's like, how is that communist? Nice to be in Europe. Yeah, you guys suck. I'm going to change that in America. I'm going to try my hardest anyway. Why is communism bad? It depends on how you define communism. That's the biggest problem. Nobody defines communism the right way. Or consistent way, I should say. There's no right way, I guess. So, I am on cloud 9 right now. I just had one of the best interviews of my life, actually, with a recruiter who I think I could be best friends with if I knew him at any other time. I mean, he's just so awesome. I mean, everything about him just comes across as, I mean, that's his job, right? But he just understands so many things. And, that's fun. It's fun to have that experience. I mean, I wish that experience on everybody. By the way, I don't mind saying, let me say this before we go. If you're going into SRE or DevOps, the recruiter I talked to specializes in SRE and DevOps. And when he found out I was mentoring people and I had 3 people in the pipeline who are preparing or are prepared for SRE and DevOps, he's like, oh, his voice changed. I mean, it's obvious, right? And he and I both agree really a lot in helping other people get a job. Actually, in 10, 20, 30 years, when I actually finally, go back to whatever, I actually am strongly considering working for a recruiting agency, because I think being able to make the connections and also help to train people to get those jobs, I think that would be a perfect storm of what I believe in. I know. So I'm super excited. He was really willing to talk to me about, I can't go into too many details, but he's really willing to talk to me about the recruiting profession, the better side of the recruiting profession. I mean, it's not just all about, random calls and sexy girls. If you know about recruiting at all, work-life balance is a bigger issue than experience in France. You mean it's harder? Yeah, I imagine. Quality of education between U.S. and is different. U.S. is more experimental. I mean, I observed the educational institute, from a distance. I observed the education system in Russia, and in the Caribbean. Those are the 2 international exposures that I have. In Martinique, actually, I tutored a lot while I was a missionary in Martinique, in France, which is Department of France. And it depends on the institution for sure. And I would say that there is a difference. I remember very distinctly talking with some students. There was a student group on the ship when I was a cruise director, and we had a Russian student group come on, upper high school, college age, and they randomly at dinner, I'll remember actually, they were talking about stuff like this. I was just really curious. I was just tapping their brain. How does this work? And one of the things that came up that wasn't like direct was the stigma of pushing people forward that aren't ready to go forward in Russia. And that exists everywhere. That's not I don't think that's just a Russian thing. I was curious to hear that though. I've had Russians tell me directly, in Russia, if you stick your head up, we pull it down. You down on the floor, we pull you up. That was their exact words. If you finish Harvard, it means that you're a hardcore worker. That's bullshit. And can work under immense pressure. That means most work after what they feel like a breeze. No. That's absolute bullshit. No offense, Cisco, but Harvard is absolute bullshit. Yep. So many of those institutions are, it's more important that you got into Skull and Bones than it is that you went to Harvard. It has nothing to do with merit. It has to do with you got in. And people that get in, you know that at Harvard, 60% or more of the people that go to Harvard don't even have to compete on merit. It's like a dirty secret in America that people keep forgetting. If you're going to Yale or an Ivy League college, more than half of the people that go to those schools didn't get there based on merit. They got there because of legacy, it's called. Their parents went there, so they get to go there for free. Columbia, same way. Oh, right. The curriculum is intense. I'm not going to speak to that because I don't have anything to go on. So I can't speak to that. I would suggest not, though. I would seriously doubt it. I having observed CS50, for example. I mean, I know that's not an adequate measure of most colleges, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know. I don't have enough information. I know a guy who aced all of his ACT tests. Got 4s on all of them. Was full ride scholarship everywhere he wanted to. His mom's an airline pilot. Gabe, you guys know him. Flew him around the whole country so he could check out every university. He could go to any university he wanted to. He went to Carnegie Mellon. He went to MIT. He went on campus and took all the tours of all these schools and everything. You know where he landed? A state school in North Carolina because it has a better electronics engineering program. And he would know. He was working for a solar energy company before he got in, because I had helped him get that position. A guy called me who wanted somebody that was good, and I sent him at 18, and he had a job and mentor and whatever. My point is that he was not interested in any of the Ivy League schools, and he looked specifically at how they were going to work with embedded electrical engineering, computer engineering degrees. He wanted to show me the money. Actually, I really would want to see Olin University. I want to see what they do. Anyway, but he was just like looking around at the hands-on stuff he was going to learn. He's like, if I'm going to pay this much money, I want something out of here. And he realized that it was actually, not only was it cheaper, but the program at NC State for electrical engineering, computer engineering was better than Carnegie Mellon and MIT. So that was his decision, and he did a lot of research, and he was about to pay a lot of money to go there. So, whether the program's better or not, I don't know all the factors in his decision. Some of them might have been financial. Money wasn't an issue for his family, but I imagine anyway, free MIT stuff online. Speaking of stuff like that Harvard is meant to free the managerial positions in big corporations. The competition is huge. MIT Berkeley is for the more technical oriented. Agreed. I know for a fact that MIT's got some really crappy programs in it, because I've looked at some of the free stuff, the entry level stuff. For example, their standard language is still Java. Yeah, I wish they would go back to Scheme, for God's sake. Just, I guess I at least have some education harmony paper. Yeah. Yep. Personal projects, and that's hireable. However, speaking of the paper thing, after talking with this recruiter, the company that I'm going for is more conservative, and so I am going to get a piece of paper for cloud native. But I don't know if that matters to you, other than you're going to see me actively on stream, actively doing a lot of preparation to get the cloud native certs. So you've heard what I feel about certifications, and you know what I mean. And I did a whole video on why certify, and I really recommend you watch it if you want to make that decision. All of the argument applies to should I go to school as well, right? It's really about trust and how you're going to create trust with your employer. And now that I know that this potential employer that I'm going for really values, well, not really, but it's a more conservative company, tends to play by the old school rules. we're talking about certs and pieces of paper in general, diplomas, credentials, those kinds of things that play out nicely in the traditional world, but not so well in the boots on the ground world of like, can you actually do this, or you just got a piece of paper that says you can do it. The OSCP for pen testing. Oh yeah. OSCP is. I actually pursued OSCP for a good 2-3 months at the beginning of the year. I thought maybe I want to go into security. I keep concluding that I want to do data science, SRE, and cloud native, and that's what I did for IBM for 10 years, and what I plan to continue to do. So I'm going to stay with that. I enjoy it. An academic lost in formalism, an engineer that doesn't see the beauty beyond implementation. True. Or you can be a scholar who does both the implementation and the formalism based on the former. Wow. Cloud, you're getting quoted. You're getting quoted, Cloud. That was a great quote. That was really well said. That was great. I'd give you all kinds of points if I ever had that system built. I'm not going to have time now. I got a job again. I've always had a job. It's just a different job now. It's going to make me a much better streamer, though. I'll tell you that. You're going to be like seeing me stream about technologies that I'm working with every day, but that I can't give away secrets about because it's, conservative company. There you go. A mutt. Are you bad talking mutt the male thing? We should all work at Apple. Bite your tongue. Apple's the only company I forbid you to work for. No. Google, I almost wouldn't forbid you to work there, but Apple, don't you dare. DigitalOcean. Oh, do I have tips? Whoops. You can't capitalize the O without me thinking DigitalOcean. Calling a shell script an alias is what it's called, yeah. Do you have any tips for any student who doesn't know what they want to do yet? I'm only a junior and lots of things that interest me. I will tell you to actually quote. Oops. My answer is to make damn sure you know what you want to do before you go to school. And you know what? People don't do that. They do not. Loud quote about training. I don't know. Quote updates. How about that? I'm overthinking this. I'm gonna send this now. All right. $2 trillion Apple. It's a woozy. It's a wuzzy. They're not worth that much money. They're totally not worth that much money. Oh, I bash on Apple all the time. This is nothing new. There should be like a disclaimer. Will bash Apple eventually. Apple's done me wrong in so many ways I cannot even begin to tell you. As I listen to music on my iPad. I just, everyone is fired or left. It's comment on me. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I used to call it brain drain at IBM. Yeah. Yep, I watched it happen over and over and over again. IBM is a slowly sinking ship. It's kind of sad. They're not innovating on any front, and they have nothing. It's sad. The mainframe though, they still have a lot of legacy stuff that's still kicking and running. 60% of the world is running on mainframe for credit card transactions. IBM is still a great company in a certain sense. It's not a Silicon Valley company, and every time it tries to be a Silicon Valley company, it gets knocked back. And like Ginny Romney, she got beat up to death for trying to make it into a services company because they're making good money in services, but they have a very specific set of skills at IBM and lots of reach and wealth and breadth and depth and contacts with governments all over the world and military contracts, all kinds of stuff. I don't pay for music. Isn't that sad that we don't pay? We probably should. Actually, I do pay. My wife pays for Spotify, and I steal it from her. CTFs with friends? Yes. Hack the Box. I like Hack the Box. I love Hack the Box. I was bad mouthing Try Hack Me while Chris was playing it the other day, and actually we went through the Linux one, and they fixed all the spelling errors and made it a lot better. So might have to revisit Try Hack Me and see if it's something that I could. If you want to do cybersecurity and have fun with it, do Over the Wire and Pico CTF. Two really pretty. Pico CTF is actually sponsored by Carnegie Mellon. If you're a student, you can actually get a $20,000 grant, not grant, scholarship. Yeah. So, and they take some of their best people and they use it as kind of a filter to get into cybersecurity. It's more of the traditional route. It's hard to know what you want to do until you try it. Yeah, agreed. You just have to try it. I've told people on the stream a lot of time before, I did not try enough electronics when I was a kid. If I had really gotten into soldering electronics, I think that's what I would be doing, electrical engineering outside all day, every day. I think that's what I would have ended up doing. But it's too late for me. I mean, I can still do it, but, HTTP has bad training courses. How do you, they're too expensive? Investing half their energy in cloud. I don't think it's going well for them. I don't think it's going to go well for them at all. I don't. You know what's so sad about IBM? It's really sad. IBM has invented some of the most important things in all of the world in terms of technology. They invented logical volume manager. They invented virtualization. They invented it. They invented the earliest computers. They sponsored, the biggest PC, movement ever. They might not have invented the whole thing, but they definitely sponsored it. And they just don't get credit. They could have been the best cloud provider to ever. The fact that some book selling company that sells retail came along and became the world's leader in cloud while IBM existed with all of its mainframe power just absolutely blows me away. But it's the same reason that IBM got blown away in the transistor market too. Silicon Valley. Have you guys ever heard the story about how Silicon Valley started and how the transistors, the guy who invented the transistor went down there and, and set up shop, and pretty soon they were making transistors, and IBM, they were competing with IBM 1-to-1. You should go to bed. There's cert videos. I'm currently halfway through studying my CCNA. The long story short of the cert thing is certification is about trust and it's about your career. So on the one hand, and I have a little diagram you can go look at. On the one hand, you have occupations that absolutely run entirely based on trust. CEOs, CTOs, people in Hollywood, actors, actresses. You can't get a certificate in acting and get a job, right? You don't get a certificate to be a CEO and get a job. It's about trust. It's about reputation. It's about what you've done. That's what gets you the job. So that's on the far end over here. On the other end over here is like doctors and electrical engineers and some childcare professionals and some teachers sometimes. They're occupations that absolutely demand. Is that still in my status? There are occupations that absolutely demand EMT. Do you want an EMT to get hired based on reputation and trust and good feels? No. You want to make sure they can resuscitate somebody in less than 60 seconds and do it on the clock, right? Do you want a military person being hired because they just want to be an army man or person? You know what I mean? So when it comes to certification, you have the two edges of the spectrum, and then you have the stuff in the middle, and that's where it gets tricky. The stuff in the middle is where a lot of these tech jobs are. So do you get a certificate as a Java developer? No, probably not. Because why? Because you can produce a lot of Java code that shows your ability, right? Or you can pass a test or whiteboard interview, even though I hate them. If you're a cybersecurity engineer and you're going to do pen testing, do you need a certificate? Well, yeah, kind of do. You don't have to, But at that point, how do you demonstrate? How do you produce trust? Your ability to produce trust and to cite things is much harder. So when getting a job is about producing trust, you want to leverage every ability to get trust. And actually, in one case, I read a big long to-do in Quora between a hiring manager from Google and a hiring person from Microsoft about the term software engineer, whether or not you needed a certificate for that. And on the one hand, the Google person was saying, oh my God, no, don't you dare get a certificate that proves you buy into this bogus idea of getting a certificate as a Java developer. And the Microsoft was saying, well, no, software engineer is an engineer, and engineers need certificates. And they agreed that the problem was on the term, and that where engineering tasks are required, like I know how to configure RAM on this system, I know how to swap out a hard drive and all that thing. Those are skills that are very hard to measure, and cybersecurity is one of those things, where a certificate helps produce that trust, particularly certificates that are not multiple choice Pearson tests, like A+, right? More like the OSCPs and stuff like that are vigorous tests that are based entirely on your ability to do something over time. So the short answer, that's the shortest I can make it, is you get the certificate based on what is going to produce trust for your target employer. And the current target employer I have right now, one I'm interviewing with next week, is traditional. So, they wouldn't hire anybody who doesn't have a college degree, period. You're not even a candidate. Bosch in Germany, same place. You're not even a candidate unless you have a degree. You don't care what your degree is, but you're not a candidate until you have a college degree, period. And there's lots of companies that are like that, but there's also a lot of companies that'll take a risk and say, I don't ever want you to have a degree. So that's what that goes. Publish exploits you've written on GitHub. Yes, I don't know about that. Somebody surprised me. They were saying that they hire cybersecurity people based on GitHub work, and I was like, well, what is in their GitHub? They're looking at what kind of shell scripting they're doing, what kind of contributions they've made. Even for cybersecurity, they wanted to see that they weren't just a script kiddie. They had actually written scripts, and they were citing GitHub for a career that I thought would be entirely based on certificates and how many hack the boxes you got and that sort of thing. I don't understand why Russia is not a first world country. Didn't they have half the engineers at some point? Yeah, because being a first world country is... Watch the documentary Project Odessa. Terrifying. Very rated M, by the way. Project Odessa, watch that. That'll tell you what. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Massive military fleet of helicopters, no money, no order, and it was just they were selling helicopters for $1,000 a pop. They were selling brand new motorcycles in the hundreds to mafia in America for $200 a hit. There's one thing they did. They made $10 million in 1 month by moving really well engineered stuff from Russia to America because people wanted to make money on it. And the state of being a first world country is not about how good your engineers are, unfortunately. Russian engineers are amazing. Oh my God. They're amazing, man. There's a guy, I was cruise director over there. One of the common things that people would try to find is the military was hawking night vision goggles. And you could go into some random store and it'd be like a loaf of, I kid you not, there'd be like a loaf of bread in one corner, and over here would be like high-end military grade night vision goggles for $20 US. No, I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. And you gotta understand, $20 US back then. I mean, when they went over there, they said, well, we want to get to this place to get these motorcycles. They said, we can't get there. And they're like, well, do you have helicopters? Said, we have helicopters, but they're military, and it costs you way, way too much to rent one. I say, well, we would like to consider. Can you please find out? They said, well, it costs you $200 to rent this helicopter for a week while you go over there. And they said, oh, I think we can scrape up the money. And they had to get directions. They actually landed the helicopter in the middle of a roundabout to get directions. Military helicopter. The police are like, yeah, it's right down the road. And they take off in a military grade. And they land in the motorcycle store, make a deal for like hundreds of motorcycles, turn it around for 10 mil. It's just insane. It's just insane. And I was there during that time. I was actually working as a cruise director during that time, trying to put cruises on where they would literally close the river locks down unless we paid a bribe. That was some tough times, man. Good night, everybody who's going to bed, who should be in bed right now. U.S. Tech is the famed Lockheed Knight stealth aircraft that was designed off Russian research findings. Ooh. I don't know, man. Did it work? Was it good? Bonne nuit. Soviet education had courses only for things that you could apply in the army. Yeah. That's interesting. I did not know that. Eastern Europe has surplus of engineers. That is because after privatization, scammers and speculation from all around the world bought the factories and had nothing but, yeah. But selling equipment and other stuff abroad. Yeah. Yeah. They had all this clout, and then the corruption, they just sold it all off. I saw that. I saw that happen, but I didn't see it happen at this macro scale that's covered in Project Odessa. If you watch Project Odessa, it talks about how the drug cartels and the Russian mobs that were over in America pretty much drained all the money out of Russia. They bought a friggin' submarine, dude, so they could run cocaine. I'm not kidding. It's crazy. It's really hard to watch, but the Cali drug cartel bought a Russian submarine to run cocaine. Absolutely insane. Let's say, yeah, how much is that going to cost us? $10,000. Oh, well, let's see what we can do. You buy a nuclear sub for $10,000. We are so lucky we lived through that. Can I just say? We are so lucky we lived through Russia selling off all its arms and everything else. I traveled on the train with a Russian arms dealer. I got set up with him, with the woman who runs the train. She was used to see me because I would run money back and forth between Moscow and St. Petersburg for the company I was in, and greet tourists and stuff. And I told you about him, right? I said, "What you do? What you do?" He pulls like one of those, straight out of a spy movie. He pulls this thing out from under. He goes, "This is what I do." He looked kind of Azerbaijani. He was like ripped, in his really high expensive suit. And for Russia, that's rare. And he starts putting together like some sort of gun, and I don't even know. It scared the shit out of me. This is what I do. Давай, выпьем на здоровье. Like, exciting job. What you do? Oh, I help Russians and Americans meet each other and understand one another. Oh, this is very good. This is very good. This is good. I'm glad you think so. It's a true story. That's the abridged version. Oh God. I hope my memory never fades of that time of my life. Anyway, the only chance for them to go abroad in the USA is to continue their activity. Yeah, yep, that's true. I mean, I believe that they were probably, because it was the Cold War, right? The only thing that mattered, it's like America during the 40s during the war. The only thing that you went to school for, most of our modern education system, is line them up in rank and file so they can make more tanks. America went through that too. We've inherited a lot of our overpopulated, screwed up education system is based on get as many people through the system as possible because we have to win the war, the Cold War or whatever the war is, and there's no war now. The war is cyber war and stuff like that, and nobody's getting trained in that. So, anyway, got the generator done here. I don't think I'm going to mess with that for today. I'll go back to some of the other stuff I was working on. How much time I got? I got a couple hours. I should probably. I gotta. I don't know. I could probably. Let's see. What can I knock out in a half an hour? So what's the topic? I probably should have changed that. Any stuff for the pegn.go public beta release? Yeah, I did that already. So anybody who wants to know about pegn, go to pegn, PEGN .dev. And there you go. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, I could probably play around with the. I need to play around with the plugin specification for Percy. The perspicacious interpreter. I think we should name it Percy, by the way. What was it, Percy? What's the head character of the? You guys know that series? My kids loved it. Percy Jackson. You guys know Percy Jackson. Percy is a fictional character, title character of a narration of Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson and the Olympians. So we were joking around this morning about making a interpreter layer between the actions that can be defined as regular expression or as a grammar, including PEGN grammars, and so that you could basically encourage more people to use natural language to interact with the command line and make it more fun and potentially even talk to the thing. And somebody suggested, VMT I think suggested perspicacious interpreter, and then we were having fun with that. I still have it here. Yep, here we go. Perspicacious. We were having fun with, we should do this to make people have to spell it every time, and I failed to spell it like 10 times in a row. Almost destroyed somebody's computer in the process because they laughed so hard. What does perspicacious mean? What is perspicacious? Here we go. So, someone in a meeting, shrewd and astute, but a mind sharp will discern subtle differences among them. All three mean acute in perception and sound and judgment, but shrewdness and practical. And that's the perfect name for this interpreter. We're going to call it the perspicacious interpreter, Percy for short, potentially with the P word instead of a K. And the P could stand equally for print. So we're talking about a potential, I mean, I've been using KN for this, but we're talking about potentially adding, so KN would have a modular action-based interface, and Percy would have a full-blown regular expression interface. So, I'm sorry, a parsed interface. In other words, a natural interface, so that you could talk to it. Say, I want to see this, right? So, so I experimented with possibly putting that layer between the action signatures, and we've been playing around with what that would look like in terms of how would we actually register an action. And I think we could do it without code. I think we could actually just do it with YAML or JSON. So I'm a little bit tired though. How's it going, Zala-san? Your family doing? It's good to see you. YAML. Yep. YAML. So YAML is, if you guys don't know what YAML is, like camel. Yep. So so let me give you an example of what that's doing. Pegn.go.in, somebody dyslexia is served. Go India, Pegn.go in. Yeah. YAML case. It's why, well, YAML is the standard way to write structured data these days. To write structured data. So here's my CV, which I'll be working with this week. This weekend I'm going to clean it up, make it into 2 pages. So this is a structured data format, right? Well, let's say I just want to query the thing. Penguin, nope. Oh, penguin. Oh, I see what you're saying. pegn.go. I hadn't thought of that. Pegn. Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Had not thought of that. CV.summary. Boom. So, do you see what I just did there? I queried my knowledge node, my knowledge base, with one command. And let's say, I'll do it again. Let's say I want to look up all of my employers. Employment entities. Entity. Yeah, and then we'll do this one. I think it is, yeah. There's all of my entities. Hi. So there's all the entities. It just pulls them all out of the data. I mean, I can pull anything out of the data. If I want to pull something else that I'm keeping track of, I don't know. I mean, I could do my schedule, anything that I can supply. So the place I left KN is I was starting to play around with tab completion. So right now I have tab completion, right? And all of these things are, the piece of stuff is greater than everything else. I know. And so I don't look at my history. You're making me self-conscious. So I had, I was starting to do tab completion. I was like realizing I can achieve tab completion. Like right now I have tab completion for like ABS md.lang, which is a node, gives you the full path to the node. And I can do date path. I have like all these little things. Date path gives you the current date. I can do yesterday. Yesterday. I can do, that's a bug. I got to fix that. And I mean, etc. So, and then I got addicted to this idea of tab completion, and then I started realizing you can't have sub commands of commands doing it the way I'm doing it. KN's something I made. Yep, it's a part of it. KN's a part of something I've been working on for a very long time. It's a part of AFK Works, and you can go read about that. I need to put more stuff here. AFK Works and Essential Web is the very first time I had this idea. It's a very dated idea, but it's kind of morphed in different things. And KEG and KN, or the Knowledge Exchange Grid and the knowledge node, localized knowledge nodes, are concepts that have come out of this. It's all about knowledge works, knowledge management, Association for Federated Knowledge Workers. That's what AFK Works is. I have always been obsessed about managing personal, professional data and sharing it. Which I come to realize today after talking to a recruiter, that is data science. It is. It's data science. It's a way of managing data, getting to it fast and being able to access it. And I mean, we all take notes, right? Can you get to your notes? Can you really search through all those bookmarks quickly, like within seconds, and get the answer you want? That's something I would rather do than play games or something. I'm really driven by that. So, that's where this is all coming from, right? So if I want to log an entry, I type log. It opens up log. It gets saved on GitHub. This is all, the knowledge worker process I've set up for myself that I want to, share with others and have other people contribute to. That's where PEGN came from. PEGN is a meta language that helps me build parsers. And so anyway, that's what it's all about. So the question comes is, do you go overboard with tab completion, right? How much tab completion do we really do? And I do wonder about that. Scan tab is like this. I can tab and get all my environment variables, and they complete, and I can print them all out. So this idea of tab completion has been really forefront of my mind the last couple of days. There's two ways to get data from the command line really quickly. Or, I mean, this. If you're using VS Code, you're using tab all the time. People do all the time, right? Because they want, it's just faster than looking stuff up. So I really want to get the most advanced tab completion possible, and that's what sent me down this rabbit hole of the perspicacious interpreter, which is able to interpret an entire command line up to that point when you hit tab and make a decision about what comes next. Shell coding and Perl mixed in for now. This is just prototyping. This is all going to be ported to Go very quickly. In fact, probably today. I'm probably going to do the whole thing in Go right now. I use Perl to prototype things. I don't use Perl for final products. The creator for HTML. Yeah. So ways to create the same kind of base plate. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, HTML and text templates in Go are the best I've ever used. It's just absolutely amazing. I've had a moment for this to kind of simmer, and I think I'm going to need to put a thumbtack in perspicacious again, which I was calling Skizix before. I don't think right now most people's needs are completed through a single set of commands and subcommands with basic tab completion, and then just setting up rules for that tab completion of a single subcommand without its context. It doesn't have to have its full context on the whole command line. And I've already built command tab to do those things and to document each of those subcommands. So, based on that, I mean, I got to keep moving forward. It's really easy for me to get sidetracked by a better way to do it. It's a very Michael Babbage problem. You guys know who Michael Babbage is? Difference engine, analytical engine come to mind. Yeah, you write about him all over, but I've been reading Innovators, of course, and he's in there. Never finished anything because he was always like working on a better way to do it, because he was constantly tormented by realizing there was a better way to do something. He revolutionized the entire machining industry just to get the difference engine built. And then he bankrupted the government. It was the first act of government funding of any kind of computer thing ever, and failed. So IRC people are dropping like flies, but I am okay with that. I'm actually getting kind of tired. I might need to just call this, and I don't. Here's why. As soon as I take a nap, I wake up like I do with every nap. And I wake up, and when I wake up, I have a fresh, brand new idea, and I'm all ready to go. Right now, the ideas are all kind of muddled, and I'm a little bit, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to actually take a nap and then come back at it, and I'll be back fresh for my mentoring from 4 to 8 tonight. I mentor, and I may or may not come back on and stream after that. Can't promise anything. But I will be streaming tomorrow during some amount of the time tomorrow. Let's see. Automated tasks from the shell scripts. Yes. I think everybody should learn some form of shell scripting. It's just really, really powerful. Because of my ADHD. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it also becomes, because it's like a surgeon. You ever see a surgeon, like when they're doing heart surgery? They do all the hard part, and then they hand over the forceps and scalpel and everything to the sutures to the nurse and say, okay, you can close. Because the hard part and the challenging part's already done. And I suffer from this a lot, because a lot of times the thing that intrigues me is I can see the problem, and I'll solve the problem on paper, and I'll write enough of a prototype to prove that it can be done and then it's a legitimate approach, and I'll prove it to myself enough. But I won't finish the thing. I do it all the time. Thank God I have a Quint who took PEGN to its fruition, actually made the PEGN.go library. I mean, I made the first version so that we had something to build it from. And that was just cobbled together a compiler by hand just to get the first version of the compiler, and then he made a generator from that. But that's my point. It's like, after a certain point, you already know it's possible. You already have something that minimally suits your needs. And so like wrapping it all up and documenting it, it always does that. Logically solved equals work is done. Isn't that crazy? What is that about us? Is that a knowledge worker thing. Maybe that's a topic for like a conference for knowledge workers or something, because I think it's like a real problem for smart engineering type people. Maybe it's a problem for everybody. My wife has the same problem artistically. Yeah, she'll solve a problem artistically, whatever media she's in, and she'll lose interest in that project. And then she'll do another project. She'll come back to that project. That's how she works on everything, by the way. She like floats between multiple projects all the time. And everyone gets this work, and then she feels like working on this one. And stuff gets done. It's just in a very organic way. And the stuff that gets done is the stuff that's most needed, right? Because she keeps returning to that thing. And that's how my KN tool and things like it keep getting reworked. And I keep, rethinking them because I need it. I use it all the time. So, and PEGN got my attention really a lot when I needed it to define my own grammars for things. And now I'm using it without having all the other hardened tools and software for it. It serves my purposes of defining meta languages or defining languages with it, which is the primary reason I wrote it in the first place. So I can write my grammars and everything. That's what I wanted to do with it. And then I got my first parser, my ST and all this stuff. And PEGN's going to come right to the forefront again as soon as I need to start parsing Markdown. As soon as I need to start parsing Markdown, I'm going to have to write my definition for the grammar, the subgrammar of Pandoc, and we write that in PEGN, and then I can create my grammar out of the PEGN generator, Golang generator, which Quince is finished, and then I'll be all over PEGN again, because I need it, right? So my issue with education at the moment is that they try to teach us so many things and not how to do them well. Amen. I wish there was more apprenticeship education. I wish there was more exposure to multiple things and helping people identify what they like and then allowing them to go deep into that one thing. My wife sent an article to me about they can't get people in the trades anymore because it's looked down upon. Electricians, plumbers, stuff like that. High-paying jobs. Some of them are $200,000 job a year. They make $90 an hour as an electrician. $90 an hour as an electrician. And a certified electrician, who's a journeyman or whatever, and gets into it. Nobody wants to do it. She says she read this article, and there's this guy who's talking about it. They cannot get young people to do it. They don't want anything to do with it, and so they're like actively going out and recruiting people because nobody wants to do the job, which just makes it even higher pay because they can't find people. Everybody wants to stream and make money running around on a go-kart on a green screen while they wear the robot like sushi. They don't want to actually work. I mean, that's work, but a doctor won't do your plumbing. Yeah. My wife's father was a very successful plumber. He did very good for himself. Yeah. Very well for himself. It's great. You know what? If I had, knowing what I know now, if this was really crazy. This is a true story. I will send you the links. There, you can go in Michigan in particular. There's one that I think that's the state that they cover. In Michigan, they will pay you $20 an hour to teach you how to be an electrician. Yeah. It's completely subsidized by the state. There are jobs out there in the trade professions that have their paid jobs where you get on-the-job training and you get a certificate and they pay for it, and then you're making $90 an hour after you get it, and nobody wants to do it. Don't you dare tell me there's no jobs in America. I don't ever want to hear that. I don't ever want to hear that again. You just don't want to do the job, or you don't know about it. Anyway. All right. It's probably time for me to go. Getting opinionated. I need a bigger green screen. You know what I'm going to get in our house? A big green screen where I can put my arms out. You can see my arm the whole way. It's like it doesn't get cut off. Then you'll know I'm really, really doing well when my green screen doesn't cut my arm off. That'll be the first sign you know that I'm doing really well. My best friend always complained about lazy people saying, I can't find good work. It's like, if you research, there are opportunities everywhere. And to be fair, that a lot of people don't know that. Until last week, I did not know people were paying people to get electrician jobs. Did not know that. People don't think to go down to the local city and ask, hey, do you have any jobs here that I can research? And go, well, you need to go here and here and here. you know, that if you're going to be a mentor, by the way, if you're going to help other people, that's the kind of stuff you want to stockpile. That's why on my stream I want to, rtbx.gg, it's going to be eventually, a knowledge base. Is why I'm doing all these tools. I want to be able to maintain a knowledge base of this kind of information. So I just told you some information where you're going to get it, right? You got a link or 2 or 3. It's not there because it's too hard for me to write it and transfer it into something, so I don't do it, and then we don't ever have it. So the best way to save the world and employ them all is to lower the bar for knowledge work. In other words, maintaining information and sharing it. You shouldn't have to produce a full-blown web page just to share information like I just did with you. And I personally believe strongly in live streaming for that purpose. If somebody can just turn, there's a trucker. Where's his name? Is he here? There's a trucker who takes me on the road with him. He downloads the videos and he just puts them on for 8 hours while he's driving. And in that process, you might hear from somebody in Denmark or Brazil or England who has some bit of information for him. That's the beauty of live streaming and community learning. I cannot tell you how much I'm a fan. Problem is people are they sit at home, they don't send out resumes, they smoke weed and play games all day. I'm not going to say anything except for that's my observation as well. But coming from a Gen Xer like me, that's like fighting words. I spend I don't want to undermine entertainment. If anything, I'm absolutely fascinated by the way younger generations are entertained today. I actually think it's amazing. It's like the democratization of entertainment. I mean, YouTube was one step, right? But live streaming is like the absolute democratization of entertainment. All that I can't look away kind of stuff. You can change the channel on what would have in the past been, cable news radio, like from your local cable company, right? And you can find a topic in real time live about anything you want today. Anything. That blows my mind. It just blows my mind. Semantic web failed. It's really too sad. Semantic web already really failed. Sorry to hear that, but paid apprenticeship and marry, bang, a phone number and email. Right. Yeah, how do you say your name? Zelasan? That's the knowledge exchange grid. I'm going to make that with help. If you want to help me make it, we're making it. This little KN tool and everything that I've been doing on this is all, imagine, really, this isn't too complicated. We just have to agree on a way for us to capture our knowledge in an organized way and share it. And then give somebody a URI to that knowledge, which is a web address, a Gopher address, whatever, a Gemini address even, and then point them to it. The end. Now you've got your search engine and everything. You just follow those people you've done and you've replaced the internet. It's not complicated. I don't know why it doesn't exist already. I really don't. So, I mean, Gopher holes, that was the original idea behind it. But the problem with Gopher holes and stuff like that is you have to have a server. The system I'm making doesn't require any server. You can piggyback on the existing systems, including HTTP and World Wide Web, and maybe add a Chrome plugin or a Firefox plugin, and you're good to go. Or you can use the Keg browser itself. That's all coming. I'm going to have that done before the end of the year. I swear to God. Mark my words. Before December 31st, 2021, I will have 100 people on the knowledge exchange grid. At least 100. And I want to practice testing the knowledge exchange grid. And 2021 will be the birth of the knowledge exchange grid. The keg will be tapped. It's fermenting right now. It's gonna happen, but not unless my brain works, which means I need to take a break. So, hobby time for education and knowledge. Yes. Cannot settle for not doing something I love as a career. Right. Yep. Someone to link data. See big corporations, places like Google have at least. Oh, we're gonna scare the shit out of Google. We're either gonna. You watch. I swear. I say this all the time. Sometimes I say, Google, I'm coming for you. It might not be everybody, but I can at least try. but I want to make a decentralized knowledge exchange grid that allows people to throw away the search engines because the search engine is local. And it's super easy because the content is semantic. It's YML and Markdown. That's it. There's no HTML. Nothing that's not semantic. I can semantically analyze a Markdown file all day because it's simplified. So, did a good talk on linked data and how badly the current web works. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I've seen it before. Yep. Yeah, Tim's got a lot of good ideas on this. I just don't think the problem with Tim has always been, it's the same thing. HTML was a fucking horrible idea. It was a horrible idea. Keggers, yep. Keggers will be, we're supposed to be having keg meetings on Fridays. I removed that from my schedule because I'm going to be full-time employed next week, probably, and I can't promise that I'll be able to do that on Friday. I'll get a new schedule and I'll let you know. Friday and Saturday, however, I still will be doing things. I might be pulling back the beginner boost and giving up some of that time for the keg work because I need to. I don't know what that's going to look like. You can follow my schedule and stuff. But truth of the matter, I'm gonna be working 8 hours a day at least. All this daytime streaming, a lot of this daytime streaming is just not gonna be possible. Because it's just too distracting, and I can't in good faith be paid and stream at the same time unless I shut down chat entirely, because I can't. I won't be able to focus and produce the way I believe I should. It's just, it's unethical for me to do that. So there's a good chance most of my live streams during the week are going to go down until I can cycle out some of the people that I have at night. I don't know if they're gonna force me on a particular time frame during the day. If I have a choice, I will take my casual time during the day, and I'll work during the night. The same time I would have worked during mentoring, and that way my live streams won't conflict with a lot of the really, really, really great evening streams in America. I don't know what that means, but. I think we get a lot of Americans who come into my stream during the day during our workday, and Europeans and stuff like that. And I don't want to give up that group. I won't be streaming at 3 a.m. anymore. I was doing that for a while and can't maintain that. Speaking of which, I need to go. I need to regroup before I got to be fresh for the people that I mentor tonight. Particularly Ethan at 4. He's quite the firecracker. So. Blow up Google, and yeah, that's what I meant. I mean it obviously I'm not advocating violence. I might look like Ted Kaczynski, but I'm not advocating violence in any way. I'm not advocating violence. Yeah, I would love help. There's lots of ways to help on that. We have the KEG initiative itself. We need to create a tool called KEG and figure out how things are going to communicate. And that's largely been specified, but we're still formulating that. The KN initiative tool is localized searching. This is the tool I'm working on every day, and we'll continue to work on next week, tomorrow. I need it because I need to use it. So, and then the next things would be, PEGN. PEGN's got a lot of work on it. I really want to get PEGN really bottled up so people can really start applying it in a beta application sense. Quint's using some of it professionally on site. So, and I want to get some merch for that out there that will fund the project, and I will even have a transparent account for that. So I do plan on having some funding for the streams, for the live stream, and for the AFK Works community. And the way I plan on managing right now is I'll just have an absolutely transparent account for that, so you guys can see where the merch and money is going and everything. I don't want to. Now that I'll be employed full time again, I don't need to draw personal payment for a bunch of this stuff. I may do some merch of my own. I have a bunch of retro skill stack shirts that I'm probably going to sell to help fund this whole live stream effort, pay for the green screens and stuff. And so, yeah. All right. I'm going to go. I'm going to go. I promise. I always have such a hard time leaving because I draw so much energy from you. I really do. I'll I'll take some merch. If you take it to Europe, yeah, I'll email it. We'll send it to Europe. Some of it's like really ancient though. My old skills. This skill stack shirt. I'm not the best model, but this is one of my retro skill stack shirts. Should I show you? All right. Come on. I'm not. You know what? I had these like specimens of like American wrestling students that were wearing my shirts once, and I was like, "Can I take your picture?" Because they look so good. Not me. It's the old ones. It's my old shirts. It's like learn code, save the world. Yeah. There's a secret message in the binary that at one point was associated with kind of a capture the flag game on my website for SkillStack. I'm kind of, if I like that. Before I actually release this to, this is another many of the things I want to do. I don't know what's going to become of SkillStack now that I have the full-time job again. I'll still do it. But this has got a lot of data. There's a lot of knowledge on the SkillStack site that's not being displayed. And including all the really fun stuff. I had a bunch of hidden Easter eggs, and it was a game. It was basically a game. I showed this to some other people, and before I started peddling the SkillStack merch, I've been thinking about making SkillStack into an interactive sort of capture the flag game that teaches you SRE cybersecurity beginner skills, and that I think would make this shirt much more fun. So I'm tempted to do that. Right now it's just an informational site for my mentoring community, and so that's what it'll stay. But kind of like in order to get into Hack the Box, you have to hack it to get in there. That would be a labor of absolute just passion and entertainment. I just would love to make that. At one point, we're actually talking to one of the escape rooms in their area, and we were going to make an outdoor escape room challenge that had localized Raspberry Pis on Wi-Fi and Bluetooth that you had to find, and then you go into them and kind of in a, you'd have to like hack into it and get the information from it. And each step in the game, because I love geocaches too, right? We call them tech geocaches. So each step in the tech geocache game, I actually presented this to the mayor. I said, "Can we do that?" And I said, "Yeah, that'd be fun." It was basically like Pokemon Go, but for tech. But then we got thinking about, we were talking about having people maintain the, a Raspberry Pi in like a frog in the bookstore or something like that. So, people could go there and do it. It would also drive like going to there. But that all died because I don't live there anymore. I live someplace differently. So if I'm going to redo that, I want to have like a lot of breadcrumb trails. And then in the process, you'll master Linux terminal, basically. You would learn everything from the basic Linux terminal and base 64 and maybe some minimal shell scripting. And it would just be super duper fun. Kind of like, over the wire or Pico CTF. But I want it to look like a site that's just a site, but it's actually not just a site. It's got a story to it and everything. I want to make it kind of a digital escape room. Yeah, that's always been my vision for SkillStack for the young people. For the young people is to make that. Only at the time we had Raspberry Pis. We had a Raspberry Pi with a magnet on it and a thing. We were going to put that Raspberry Pi in an overpass, geocaching kind of ideas. And you have to go there and tune to FM whatever and get another clue. And every time you got a clue though, you weren't just getting clues, you're also learning something. And that's exactly how Pico CTF and Over the Wire work. And I just really, really love that. So it's one of the many efforts. I got too many. Obviously I got a lot of efforts going on. If there's somebody who, that's the only kind of, it doesn't have to not include a game. If it did have a game on it, what I would do is I would make a phaser game, and it would be one of the levels basically, right? So I kind of want to organize all the challenges for this, and all the knowledge net stuff has to kind of be done before that, because all of this is just going to be just a big knowledge net thing. And then, you know, you get all these things, you get all these hints and everything, and then you slowly uncover the thing, and at the end of it, you get your certificate, and you get permission to buy, at the time, you get permission to buy a shirt. And at the time, you couldn't even own a shirt unless you finished it, you know. And I got soft on that, and I just gave it to anybody who was a parent or for somebody who's enrolled. But I did not give shirts to anybody who was not here, that they had not proven that they could make it through at least one block of mentoring with me. And that's why I have 2,000 shirts. Because things changed, COVID happened and everything. It's like I got all these shirts. Anyway, I think it would be fun to do that. I still want to, just like so many things I want to do. I'm just exhausted. It's time for me to go to sleep. But, you know, thank you for being here, because you guys are keeping me motivated to do it. Not only that, you're helping me do it. I'm having people that are directly helping me. God, we had two people actually came up with Vim plugin approaches for PEGN. And Quint's been doing the PEGN thing. We have ideas galore that are coming out of this. People that are making connections, you know, people that are helping us run the RC server. It's just been a phenomenally fun community to be a part of. And frankly, this community is going to be replacing SkillStack for me. I'm going to be doing less and less one-on-one mentoring, and I'm going to divert that time more and more into mentoring you gals. So, and that means producing content that's reproduced, you know, you can go to. And of course, it's all, if you want to support me with Patreon, that's fine, but I'll never, I won't be turning back to making a living off of my mentoring. At least I don't anticipate doing that. I can always do that if I wanted to, but I won't be doing that. I'll be doing it as a supplemental activity to whatever my day job is. But that means those 5 hours a day that I do private mentoring are not going to be realistic, because I'm going to do 5 hours of that and then an hour of streaming and then 8 hours of work a day. No, I'm not that young. People did that when I was young. When I was working at Nike, man, we would work 90-hour weeks regularly. Don't recommend it. All right, time for me to sleep. So, bye. Screenshots disabled.